Chapter 962. Following Ling Xiao's attack, the feathers on Kulong's back flickered with a resplendent light. Surprisingly, the crimson sun all actually disappeared. Hey! Could it be the profound of space? That's not right. Kulong shouldn't have comprehended the profound of space. He couldn't even use the power of space. But what was this? Was this the innate ability of the peacock race? Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the moment his crimson sun all flew over, it was sucked away by a force from another dimension. He couldn't tell where it went because the crimson sun all couldn't sense it anymore. Ha 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 ha, now you see, idiot. You can't show off in front of the peacock race. After gaining the upper hand with one move, Kulong was pleased with himself and laughed heartily. Bloodskull, I'm sorry, but I'll take Ling Xiao's life first. Cousin, you're too powerful. No wonder you didn't let me interfere. The peacock race has such talent. No wonder. Chu Lin, who was originally frowning, jumped up excitedly. Kill his cousin. I want his life. Don't worry, cousin. Soon, I'll cut off this kid's head and let you kick it like a ball. Kulong's confidence was greatly boosted. Ling Xiao's crimson sun all was indeed powerful, but it was meaningless if it couldn't touch him. He only needed to rely on the peacock race's divine light to be invincible. You're very proud. Ling Xiao smiled. Kid, stop bluffing. You're actually so scared that you're about to piss your pants, right? Yes, I'm so scared. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste his breath on this idiot. The peacock race's divine light was indeed magical. It seemed to be able to absorb the energy of attacks. But what if he couldn't see it? The eye of the world opened. He saw everything that was happening around him. I'm so scared that I want to end this battle as soon as possible. A sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. The golden crow sword. The crimson sun all condensed at the tip of the sword. Then, a fiery aura began to spread, causing waves of heat to rise around him. End this battle? Don't even think about it. At some point in time, Kulong had completely infused his heavenly essence energy into his blood vessels. It seemed like he was planning to use the peacock race's divine light to deal with Ling Xiao, so he didn't plan on using any martial skills. After all, the divine light was effective. Whoosh! The blazing crimson sun all was once again sucked away by the divine light and disappeared. However, Kulong's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. Ling Xiao's attack was too strong. His divine light consumed even more heavenly essence energy. If this continued, it would be a battle to see whose heavenly essence energy was denser. Pa pa pa. Ling Xiao suddenly put away the golden crow sword and smiled at Kulong. Well done, your peacock race's divine light is indeed formidable. H, do you think that I will let you off just because you put away your sword? When Kulong saw Ling Xiao put away the golden crow sword, he mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao knew that he was no match for him, so he gave up on attacking. Kulong's nervous mood suddenly relaxed. Defense turned into attack. Kulong had two short knives in his hands, and he charged at Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Bang! His charging body came to an abrupt stop. Kulong looked at his body in horror. There was an obvious circular hole in the middle of his back. What? How is this possible? Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Go in peace. I will send your cousin Chu Lin down to find you. You won't be alone. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He didn't look at the regretful Kulong anymore, and instead turned his gaze to Chu Lin. At the end of the day, everything seemed to have happened because of this woman. If it wasn't for this woman's instigation, perhaps the battle wouldn't have happened. At the very least, the guard wouldn't have attacked. No. I don't want to die. Seeing Kulong's body gradually stop moving, Chu Lin was terrified to the extreme. She kept retreating, and her body was already leaning against the guardrail of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Are you scared now? I just told you to scram. Why didn't you scram? Although Ling Xiao killing the guard was surprising, the guard was just an ordinary person, not worth mentioning. However, Ling Xiao had now killed Kulong. Moreover, he had killed Kulong face to face, fair and square. The most terrifying thing was that Chu Lin still couldn't figure out how Ling Xiao did it until Kulong was killed. What was the divine light of the Peacock clan that could absorb anything and everything was restrained by? Chu Lin wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the cultivators cultivating on the 5th floor were somewhat dumbfounded. The previous battle here didn't attract their attention. In any case, Kulong bullied people here every day, and they were already used to it. However, they couldn't help but be surprised that Kulong was killed. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao, who made a life and death pact with the Bloodskull, was only at the peak of one-line sky? He's obviously at the peak of 3 talents heaven. Yeah, I also heard that he ran away more than 20 days ago because he was afraid of being challenged. Why is he here again? Idiot, he must have gone somewhere to cultivate. Now that he has successfully cultivated and even killed Kulong, I wonder if the Bloodskull is still a match for him. Idiot, trash like Kulong can't even last one move against the Bloodskull. Many people in the crowd knew about the Bloodskull. He used to be one of the top 10 experts of the Phoenix Academy. Although his ranking had dropped, and he was pushed to the top 20 by some new geniuses, he was still a genius without a doubt. Haha, that's not necessarily true. If the Bloodskull hasn't made a breakthrough, it's hard to say who will win if he fights with this Ling Xiao. The group of people didn't intervene in the battle. They just wanted to watch from the sidelines. After all, a warrior who couldn't even enter a public cultivation room didn't have a high status and strength. They didn't want to throw their lives away. Hearing these people's discussion, Chu Lin's heart sank even more. Originally, she had seen many Phoenix Academy warriors sitting cross-legged in the corridor and thought that some of them would come forward to help her. In this way, Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But now, she was really desperate. If Ling Xiao could easily kill Kulong, then killing her would be as easy as flipping his hand. She had no chance of winning. Are you scared? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded, startling Chu Lin. Young hero Ling, you and I don't know each other. Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. You've already killed Kulong, so please don't make things difficult for a little girl like me, okay? Chu Lin tried her best to show off her coquettishness. She wanted to use her beauty to attract Ling Xiao, so that Ling Xiao would let her go and even become her servant. What a joke! Ling Xiao said indifferently, you and I don't know each other. But just now, you instigated that guard and Kulong to kill me. Don't you think that I'm just a stranger? If I were a little weaker, the one lying on the ground right now would be me. Would you have any pity or sympathy for me? Now you're telling me that we don't know each other? You want me to let you go? Don't you think that your words are a little too shameless and ridiculous? Chapter 963. I can compensate you. You can have anything you want. Even if you want my body, I'm willing. In order to survive, Chu Lin was willing to pay any price. Moreover, Ling Xiao's performance was so valiant that she was a little tempted. She wanted to turn Ling Xiao into her servant and order him around as she pleased. Is that so? Then I won't kill you, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Temph, men are all lecherous indeed. You convinced me just like that. You really scared me. Wait until we're in bed. I promise I'll make you submit completely. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Chu Lin snorted coldly in her heart. She couldn't help but feel proud of herself. She was glad that her mother gave her such a seductive body. Only then would she be able to use it at such a crucial moment. However, her complacency only lasted for a moment before her face turned deathly pale. I've killed enough people. I won't kill you anymore, but I must destroy your cultivation and veins of heaven so that you won't continue to harm others. Ling Xiao's cold and firm voice stunned Chu Lin. Destroy her cultivation? Destroy her veins of heaven? No. No. She had worked so hard to reach the Avalon of 5 elements. How could she allow it to be destroyed so easily? Can't we discuss this further? I'm a disciple of Piping Island. You should know what Piping Island represents. The power of a sect is comparable to an empire. You won't have a good ending if you offend me, Chu Lin said. What did you say? You're a disciple of Piping Island? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. He was captured by Piping Island as a slave and treated like an animal. Although he managed to escape in the end, he did not suffer much and even benefited greatly. However, that was because he had the ability, not because Piping Island was merciful. If he did not have those abilities, he would be a numb walking corpse now and would be treated like an animal for the rest of his life. His resentment towards Piping Island was not shallow. "Are you afraid?" Chu Lin smiled. Perhaps she felt that there was hope for her. "Are you afraid?" Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "You should feel regret for being a disciple of Piping Island. I have a deep grudge against Piping Island. I can't let you go now." Chu Lin was stunned for a moment, and a look of despair appeared on her face. She knew she was done for. If there was no miracle, she would definitely be crippled by this despicable human, and her heavenly veins would be crippled. She would never be able to cultivate again. Miracles seemed to favor her. At this moment, a single room on the 5th floor opened and a person walked out. His hair was tied up in a white robe, and he held a fan made of white jade in his hand. He looked elegant and refined, and he gave off the vibe of a martial scholar. "Brother Ling, why don't you stop now? Chu Lin is only a weak girl. Even if you have a grudge against Piping Island, it won't implicate her." As soon as this person came out, he stood between Ling Xiao and Chu Lin. He chuckled and said, "Just now, she might have instigated Kulong to kill you, but that was just for fun. Anyway, you're fine. For my sake, let's stop here. Brother Yu." When Chu Lin saw this person, it was as if she saw her savior. She excitedly pounced on him and said, "Brother Yu, save me. That person is so fierce. Sister Lin, why don't you apologize to him? Just now, you were indeed in the wrong." Ku Yu said with a smile. "I've already apologized, but he didn't appreciate it and insisted on crippling my cultivation." Chu Lin hid behind Ku Yu, and seemed to come alive again. "Brother Ling, you've already killed my cousin Kulong. Could it be that you still want to kill more? Sister Lin has already apologized to you. How about we let this go?" Ku Yu looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Apologize? Not to mention that she didn't apologize to me. Even if she did, do you think it's useful? If I kill you and apologize to you, will your Ku clan let me go?" Ling Xiao asked back, "Moreover, who do you think you are? I don't know you, so why should I give you face?" "Ha ha ha, Ku Yu, you can't do it. He didn't give you face at all." Laughter rang out. Another single room on the 5th floor opened, and another martial artist walked out. It was a martial artist from Qingshu College. "Boy, get out of here. You've already taken advantage of killing Kulong. Don't embarrass our Qingshu College here. Otherwise, people will say that our Qingshu College's disciples don't know what's good for them." As soon as this person came out, he laughed and mocked Ku Yu. Then, he quickly changed the topic and glared at Ling Xiao, asking him to get out of here. "Since you're a senior from Qingshu College, I won't touch you. Apologize now and get out of here. I'm afraid you know better than me who's the one who's embarrassing Qingshu College." Ling Xiao looked at this person indifferently and said coldly, "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? I don't care who you are. I'm talking to you with my mouth now, but I'll attack you later." Ling Xiao was very unhappy. He was besieged, and now he wanted to take revenge, but he was stopped by these so-called masters. Did they all want to play the hero in front of that woman? He really had to admit that that woman's charm was really great. But the more she was charming, the more he wanted to destroy her. If he let her live, he would not be able to live in peace in the future. "What did you say?" The senior from Qingshu College frowned and stared at Ling Xiao coldly. "You're a newcomer to Qingshu College, right? How dare you not give me face? I don't care if you're Ning Ku or an idiot. You'd better not interfere in this matter, or Kulong will be your example." As Ling Xiao spoke, his momentum exploded and his sword essence condensed. It was like an unsheathed sword, and the piercing coldness pressed on Ning Ku. Ning Ku was stunned for a moment, but then he laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, I thought you were so arrogant, but it turns out that you're just a piece of trash at the peak of the 3 talents heaven level. I really don't know why Qingshu College likes someone like you." Ning Ku said disdainfully, "You're at the peak of the 3 talents heaven level and have mastered small success sword essence. That's not bad. You can defeat trash like Kulong, but look carefully, I'm at the late stage of the Avalon of 5 element. Don't treat me like that kind of trash." As he spoke, Ning Ku's momentum exploded. The momentum of the late stage of the Avalon of 5 elements rushed towards Ling Xiao. It felt that Ning Ku was slightly weaker than Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire. Their cultivations were similar, but Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire's momentum was obviously stronger. It was probably because he participated in more battles on a daily basis. "Are you done with your nonsense?" Ling Xiao indifferently looked at Ning Ku. Originally, he really didn't want to fight against a senior brother from the Clear Void Academy, but seeing Ning Ku protect Chu Lin, he knew that this fellow's relationship with the disciples of the Divine Phoenix Academy was even better. He no longer had any scruples. Chapter 964. What? Ning Ku was stunned. He had thought that Qin Haodong would back down after he showed his cultivation. He had never expected that this new student of Qingshu College would not give him any face. "You can get out of here if you're done talking. You have no right to be a hero here. Get out of here." Ling Xiao was still holding back. He did not want to kill anyone from Qingshu College unless he had no other choice. "You're courting death." Ning Ku was enraged. His angry face turned red and then white. Ling Xiao ignored him. He looked at Ku Yu and said, "Ning Ku is my senior. I don't want to kill him. But if you don't get out of my way, don't blame me for being merciless." "Ning Ku, get out of the way. Leave him to me." Ku Yu cared a lot about his reputation. He would not protect someone easily. But if he was willing to do it, he had to do it. If someone dared to disrespect him, he would kill that person. "Humph, if it weren't for the school's rule against killing each other, I would have killed you today." Ning Ku snorted and got out of the way. Ku Yu held Chu Lin gently in his arms and said, "Sister Lin, I feel a little empty these days. Would you like to stay with me for a few days? As long as brother you can kill that guy, I'll do whatever you want." Chu Lin looked at Ling Xiao with a ferocious expression. She hated Ling Xiao so much that she wanted Ling Xiao to die right now. "Okay, that's what I want." Ku Yu would not do a losing deal. Since he wanted to protect Chu Lin, he naturally wanted to enjoy her soft and charming body. He took a step forward and opened the fan in his hand. He said coldly, "Today, I'll let you know the real rules of the Heaven Essence Pagoda." "Rules?" Don't make it sound so dignified. If you want to be a hero in front of that woman, just say it. Why do you have to make yourself sound so great? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "You're right. I want that woman. But you have to understand the rules. That's strength." Ku Yu smiled faintly and said, "You're not young anymore. You can't be so stupid as to think that there's reason in the pugilistic world, right? Everything is just the law of the jungle. The reason why I wasn't angry when Kulong was killed was because he was too weak. He was trash. Even if he died, we wouldn't feel any pity. For example, if I kill you, Qingshu College won't do anything, because no one will make a big fuss over a piece of trash. So that's how it is. This rule is easy to understand." Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly waved his hand. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Before Ku Yu had time to make a move, a fiery red light appeared in her pupils. He sneered and waved the fan in his hand to block the attack. However, the action was done, but unfortunately, the fan did not have any effect. The power of the Red Sun All, which contained the small success destruction sword intent, was even more terrifying. It directly drilled through Ku Yu's defenses, broke through Ku Yu's protective heavenly essence energy, and finally pierced through Ku Yu's body. It was all done in one go. All Ku Yu could do was open the fan. His body did not have time to condense heavenly essence energy. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if he did not die. Ku Yu, who thought that he could control Ling Xiao's life and death, was killed by Ling Xiao in one move. His death was even more straightforward than Kulong's. Since Ling Xiao knew that Ku Yu was also from the Peacock clan, why would he give him a chance to use the Peacock Divine Light? Naturally, he had to make the first move. The strong preys on the weak. "You're right. This rule is really suitable for you." When Ku Yu's body fell to the ground, Ling Xiao's voice echoed in the air. It was cold and full of sarcasm. "Too strong." Yeah, Ku Yu did not even have the slightest reaction. "How fast is that?" Seeing Ku Yu's body on top of Kulong's, the spectating warriors were all frightened. Ling Xiao's attack was too fast. All they could see was a blinding light. Then, Kuyu fell to the ground. They couldn't even see Ling Xiao's moves clearly, because with their eyesight, it was impossible for them to reach that level. Ning Ku swallowed a mouthful of saliva and retreated a few steps. He almost fell off the Heaven Essence Pagoda. In his heart, he was inexplicably shocked. How could this newcomer be so terrifying? He had been in seclusion for almost a year and had finally broken through to the advanced stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. Did he miss something? If Ling Xiao's attack had not been aimed at Kuyu, but at him, what would have happened to him? He did not dare to think about it. The result was obvious. In terms of cultivation, he was not as good as Kuyu. In terms of combat power, he was not as good as Kuyu. This was the reason why he was willing to be Kuyu's lackey. Ling Xiao looked at Ning Ku with a smile that was not a smile. It was a very ordinary look, but Ning Ku felt as if the blood in his body had frozen in an instant. Senior Ning Ku, do you still want to meddle in this? Ling Xiao asked faintly. Junior Ling, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'll leave right now. Ning Ku was a man who knew when to yield. This could be seen from the fact that he had been following Kuyu, a disciple of Phoenix Academy. It was said that Ning Ku used to be high-spirited and was willing to fight for the Academy's honor, just like Ling Xiao. But later, Ning Ku met Kuyu and was defeated in one move. From then on, it was as if he had become a different person and had become Kuyu's lackey. Many disciples of the Qingshu Academy despised this person very much. Now you want to leave? Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile as he said, if I remember correctly, just now you seem to have been clamoring about wanting to deal with me, right? Since you've said it, why don't you stand up like a man? I'm not a man. I'm shameless. Junior Ling, please spare my life. Ning Ku directly slapped his own face twice. It seemed that face meant nothing to him. I'll spare your life, but you have to do one thing for me. Ling Xiao didn't like Ning Ku, but he didn't want to break the rule of Qingshu College, which forbade disciples from killing each other. However, he didn't feel comfortable letting this guy go so easily, so he planned to ask for some compensation first. Junior Ling, just say it. Even if it's 100 or 1,000 things, I'll agree. Ning Ku was completely shameless. As long as he could live, he would give up everything. I want you to destroy your own cultivation. Are you willing? Ling Xiao said with a half-smile. What? Destroy my own cultivation? Ning Ku was completely dumbfounded. Destroying his own cultivation was better than destroying his heavenly meridians because he could cultivate again. However, he had offended too many people in the past. If he destroyed his cultivation now, his enemies would definitely not let him go. By then, he might die a miserable death. Chapter 965. Ruthless. Yeah, I've heard that Ling Xiao is ruthless, but I didn't expect him to treat his fellow disciples the same way. Well, that Ning Ku offended him. Serves him right. Please, junior brother Ling, let me destroy my own cultivation. I'll die if I do that. Ning Ku knelt down before Ling Xiao. It's easy if you don't want to destroy your own cultivation. Kill the woman next to you, and I'll let you go. Ling Xiao smiled evilly. He wanted to drag Ning Ku down with him. In this way, Ning Ku would offend Piping Island and the Phoenix Academy. He would have no choice but to follow Ling Xiao in the future. No. Chu Lin looked at Ning Ku in fright. She shook her head and wept like a weeping beauty. She was really desperate now. She thought that Kuyu could help her kill Ling Xiao after coming out of seclusion. But now, Ling Xiao couldn't even be bothered to cripple her cultivation. Instead, he wanted to kill her. This was retribution. Senior brother Ning, you only have one chance. Make your choice. My patience is limited. Ling Xiao said lightly. I'm sorry, Chu Lin. Blame yourself for offending junior brother Ling because you were blind. How could a person like Ning Ku pity Chu Lin? As long as he could save his own life and cultivation, he didn't care if he killed Chu Lin now. If Piping Island came to seek revenge, he could just hide in Qingshu College. Anyway, even Piping Island couldn't break into Qingshu College to make trouble. While speaking, he started to attack. Facing Ning Ku, who was much stronger than her, Chu Lin's face was extremely pale. She suddenly recalled the scene when she instigated Kulong and the guard to attack Ling Xiao. She regretted it. From that moment on, her tragic ending was already set in stone. Ah! With a scream, Chu Lin's head was cut off by Ning Ku. In order to show his loyalty to Ling Xiao, Ning Ku did everything he could. However, Ling Xiao didn't look happy. In fact, he hated people like Ning Ku. In order to survive, he could abandon anyone. Scram! You better not offend me in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for finding an excuse to kill you. Ling Xiao waved his hand and told Ning Ku to get out. Ning Ku actually rolled down the stairs. Scum! Cursing in disdain, Ling Xiao turned around and entered a single cultivation room. As for the corpses outside, someone would naturally take care of them. There was no need for him to worry at all. He was not a domineering person. Although this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, he had never used his strength to bully the weak. Unless someone offended him. As for the remaining single room, whoever has the ability can go and use it. The moment the stone door fell, Ling Xiao said faintly, "Thank you, young hero Ling." Ling Xiao didn't care about their gratitude. He was just following his heart. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room, he took out the heavenly essence crystal and the heavenly spirit elixir. Then, he opened the eyes of the world and began the final sprint of cultivation. The mountain river martial soul started to operate. The energy from the heavenly essence crystal and the heavenly spirit elixir began to flow into Ling Xiao's limbs and bones. It constantly condensed, strengthened, and became purer. At the same time, he still didn't stop comprehending the light and shadow ultimacy. Cultivation was one thing, but he couldn't stop comprehending the light and shadow ultimacy. Cultivation was the most boring thing, and time passed the fastest. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The corpses outside had already been taken care of. Ling Xiao's deeds had also spread throughout the imperial city. Now, almost all the martial artists who were interested in this matter knew that Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased greatly after he came back from a trip. They had originally thought that the battle between Ling Xiao and the Bloodskull would be boring, but now, they couldn't help but be a little more interested. On the last day of the month, many people gathered in the busiest square in the imperial city. This was originally the place where the imperial court issued orders. The common people could also come here to listen to the imperial edicts. The place was very big and spacious, and the protective measures were also very good. At this time, the square, which was originally bustling with people, was directly surrounded by a ring. A whole fighting stage made of special materials stood there. The flags of Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College were placed on both sides of the stage. In the middle was the flag of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Could it be that Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College are going to have a disciple duel here? Otherwise, why would they make such a big scene? Seeing that even the palace guards were nearby to maintain order, someone couldn't help but ask. It's a disciple duel, but it's only a duel between the Bloodskull and Ling Xiao. The person next to him explained, but I'm also a little surprised. This is only a duel between two disciples. Why is it so noisy? The publicity work started at the beginning of this month, and it was still going on until yesterday. You only know one thing, but you don't know the other. Someone in the know laughed and said, this matter is no longer just a conflict between the two people. It involves the secret competition between the two great academies. What do you mean? You really don't know? When Ling Xiao first came to the imperial city, he humiliated the Phoenix Academy in front of so many people. He even crippled the Phoenix Academy's Lung Chan and Feng Mingbo. Do you think the Phoenix Academy can tolerate this? Of course not. That's right. But the problem is that the Phoenix Academy is in the wrong. In terms of overall strength, they may not be able to compete with Qingshu College. Later on, Ling Xiao offended the Bloodskull, so the Phoenix Academy placed their hopes of revenge on the Bloodskull. No wonder. I heard that the Bloodskull was given the right to cultivate by the Phoenix Academy this month. Whether it was resources or martial arts, they were given whatever they wanted. They even received personal guidance from the Vice Dean. I guess they broke through their cultivation again. That's for sure. But Ling Xiao is also not easy to deal with. What do you mean? You've been cultivating in seclusion all this time. How come you don't know anything? The person who spoke proudly continued, more than 20 days ago, Ling Xiao caused a ruckus at the Divine Phoenix auction house. He didn't give face to Yang Peng of the rock race and stole the slave that Yang Peng wanted. It said that someone saw an expert trying to kill Ling Xiao halfway. He was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, but he was actually killed by Ling Xiao and the slave. That's amazing. The amazing part is yet to come. Ling Xiao didn't return for more than 20 days. Everyone thought that he had escaped. But the moment he returned, he killed Kulong and Ku Yu of the Peacock race. Both of them were disciples of the Phoenix Academy. That can't be. Kulong and Ku Yu are both practitioners of the Avalon of 5 elements. How can this Ling Xiao be so powerful? Amazing. Of course he's amazing. According to the memories of those who were present, Kulong used the Peacock race's divine light, but was defeated by Ling Xiao's secret weapon. Ku Yu was even more miserable. He was killed in one move and didn't even have the chance to make a move. TSK, if that's the case, then today's competition will be interesting to watch. It's hard to say who will emerge victorious. That's right. The stage is already set up today. Tomorrow is the day of the competition. We can't miss it. Chapter 966. Phoenix Academy, Qingshu College, Peacock Tribe, Great Rock Tribe, Piping Island. This duel between Ling Xiao and Bloodskull was no longer a duel between two individuals. It had completely become a secret contest between the various major powers. It would be too shabby if there wasn't such an ostentatious stage for such an important duel. The next morning, the red sun hung high in the sky. A large crowd had already gathered in the square. Perhaps it was because the early publicity for this duel had been done very well, so it was very sensational. Banners for the duel were hung all over the streets and alleys. There were even huge portraits of Ling Xiao and Bloodskull. This duel had become a grand occasion in the imperial city. Back then, Ling Xiao and Bloodskull had agreed to duel 1 month later, but the specific time had not been set. It could be morning, afternoon, or even night. Even if these people had to waste time waiting here, they didn't want to miss such a meaningful duel. When the red sun shed its red dress and replaced it with a golden armor, Bloodskull arrived. Dressed in a blood-red robe, coupled with his frightening aura of death, many cultivators couldn't help but feel apprehensive. I haven't seen him for a month, but he's already broken through 2 stages and reached the advanced stage of the Avalon of 5 element. Bloodskull sneered when he heard the discussions. His strong self-confidence made him walk with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He looked very energetic. For the sake of today's battle, he had been cultivating with all his might for the past month. He had gone through hellish training. It could be said that he was better off dead than alive. All of this was caused by Ling Xiao. He wanted to vent all the suffering he had suffered over the past month on Ling Xiao and completely trample Ling Xiao under his feet. Bloodskull cupped his hands towards Divine Phoenix Academy's vice principal, Fengming Wanchong, as well as Sikong Zun and the others. Then, he directly stepped onto the martial stage and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and rested, no longer paying attention to anything happening in the outside world. I, the unique and righteous. Perhaps this was the only word that could describe Bloodskull now. Although there were countless experts scrutinizing him, he didn't show any signs of nervousness. He was completely calm and composed. This was a true expert. A month ago, the Bloodskull was ranked 20th in the Phoenix Academy. At that time, he was only at the peak of the 4 divisions and had just broken through to the Avalon of 5 elements. He hadn't had the time to participate in the ranking battle. Now, his cultivation was at the late stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. Furthermore, he had completely consolidated his cultivation at this stage. Many people felt that his current ranking was no longer 20th, and that he might have advanced by a few places. In the past, the Bloodskull had been extremely dangerous. The Bloodskull was even more terrifying today. After the Bloodskull sat down, a few more groups of people arrived one after another. When these people arrived, they all sat in the VIP seats. One of the groups was led by a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. His attire was very different from the Divine Phoenix Empire's practitioners. If Ling Xiao was here, he would be able to recognize that this middle-aged man was the young lord of Piping Island, Chu Mu. He had originally come to Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial city to hunt down Ling Xiao, but he never thought that the first thing he would hear upon arriving here would be that his own sister, Chu Lin, had been killed. Even though Chu Lin wasn't killed by Ling Xiao, it had a lot to do with Ling Xiao. He didn't care who had provoked whom or who had made the first move. In any case, his sister was dead, so he wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao. On the other side, the Peacock Phoenix son, Kong He, led a group of elites from the peacock race to sit there. His gaze was extremely cold. Ling Xiao had killed Kulong and Ku Yu. Even though these two were only branch families of the peacock race, it was a serious matter of face. Sitting beside Kong He was an elder. He should be an expert from the peacock race, but no one knew what he did. The great rock phoenix son, Peng Yu, also came. Naturally, he was here because of Ling Xiao. At the Divine Phoenix auction house, Ling Xiao had actually dared to not give the great rock race any face. This made him very angry. Sitting beside him was Yang Peng. Yang Peng was the son-in-law of the great rock race. He was also the brother-in-law of the heavenly rock phoenix son, Peng Yu. Yang Peng had suffered a setback. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get back at Ling Xiao, so he specially invited Peng Yu to help. Sitting beside the great rock race was the young master of the Divine Phoenix auction house, Feng Ming Wushan. Feng Ming Wushan was the young master of the Divine Phoenix auction house. He was also the younger brother of the crown prince, Feng Ming Chishan. It was said that Feng Ming Chishan was a martial arts fanatic. Other than leading troops to war, he spent the rest of his time cultivating. Many of his matters were done by Feng Ming Wushan. Since they had arrived at the Divine Phoenix auction house, the people from the Heavenly Dragon auction house naturally couldn't not come. Yun Yue knew that Ling Xiao's identity was special. Naturally, she came to support Ling Xiao. At the same time, she wanted to see if Ling Xiao could be the person they wanted to nurture. A long time had passed, but no one from Qingshu College came. Ling Xiao didn't appear either. Damn it, Qingshu College's bunch. How arrogant. They actually made us wait here. Feng Ming Wanchong was impatient and cursed loudly. Brother Wanchong, why are you so anxious? There is no fixed time for today's duel. Even if Ling Xiao is delayed by something, you can still leave. No one forced you to come here to watch the duel. The person who spoke was the late Deputy Dean of Qingshu College, Feng Qingyang. Old Phoenix Qingyang, why did you come here alone? This is such a big matter, and Qingshu College doesn't seem to care at all. Feng Ming Wanchong shouted. Is this a big matter? At the end of the day, it is just a private duel between the students of the academy. Even I came here in my own name because I couldn't persuade that girl, Yang Ran. I don't represent Qingshu College. Feng Qingyang said casually. These words could be said to be of high standard. Qingshu College doesn't care about the duel at all, but Phoenix Academy treats it like a treasure. If we lose, it doesn't matter. We don't care anyway. If we were to win, then your Divine Phoenix Academy would be utterly disgraced. You are only good at talking. Mitch, at the end of the day, Qingshu College doesn't have confidence in Ling Xiao, so you don't dare to come here and embarrass yourselves. Sikong Zun interrupted. On the contrary, we don't care because we trust Ling Xiao. No matter what Phoenix Academy does, the Blood Skull will lose today's duel without a doubt. Feng Qingyang smiled and said, of course, the premise is that Phoenix Academy won't be as shameless as Electric Demon King and use such despicable means. Sikong Zun's mouth twitched a few times, but he didn't say anything. If they continued to bicker, it would only make him more passive. Feng Qingyang's mouth was almost as good as Ling Xiao's. They were both too talkative. I'm afraid that kid will be too scared to come today. Feng Ming Wanchong snorted coldly and stopped talking. He closed his eyes and continued to wait. Since he couldn't win the argument, he could only let the Blood Skull defeat Ling Xiao and counterattack. Chapter 967. Feng Qingyang smiled and didn't say anything else. Ling Xiao will definitely come. With his understanding of the young man, he is definitely not someone who is afraid of trouble. Even if he knows he can't win, he will still come. Vice Principal, we are here. Not long after, Feng Yangran, Hai Myung-Ke, Lan Yu-er and the others also arrived. Where is Ling Xiao? Feng Qingyang asked. He is still in seclusion. I heard from Cold Plum that he should be coming out soon. Dai Yuling knew Cold Plum. After all, both of them were once under Lin Ziyi. Cold Plum? Oh, she is a girl that Ling Xiao saved before. Her strength is not bad. Dai Yuling explained. Hehe, this kid's luck with women is really good. Yangran, if you don't work hard, I am afraid he will be taken away by others. Feng Qingyang chuckled. Vice Dean, what are you talking about? I've already said that I only have the heart to repay Ling Xiao's kindness. I have no other thoughts. Feng Yangran was anxious and quickly changed the topic. By the way, Uncle Qingyang, cousin said that he will come. I didn't see him. There, the seat over there is reserved for him. No one dares to take it. On the VIP stand, there were 2 chairs in the center. One was prepared for Feng Yinshan, and the other was prepared for Feng Mingqishan. Whether they come or not, the chairs have to be prepared. This is the rule. Mingkong, you and you all, sit with me. The view is better here. Anyway, there are so many empty seats. Feng Yangran nodded and then turned to Hai Myung-Ke, Lan Yu-er and the others. Okay. Although they were worried about Ling Xiao, they couldn't just stand there and wait. It was better to sit. Maybe Ling Xiao will be here soon. Stop. Just as Feng Yangran sat down, Hai Myung-Ke and the others wanted to sit there, but they were stopped by the guards of the Peacock clan and the Rock clan. What's wrong? Feng Yangran frowned. Miss Yangran, you can sit, but these lowly commoners can't. They are humans, lowly and lowly. How can they be fit to sit with our master? It's more appropriate to stand there. The Peacock Race's guard cupped his hands and said, Damn it. All right, Yangran, don't get angry over such a small matter. We'll just stand. We're all warriors, so we won't get tired. Lan Yu-er didn't want to cause trouble, so she made the decision to keep the peace. Since she had said so, Hai Myung-Ke did not say anything else. Although the others were a little unhappy, they could only stand there. This was not a matter of tiredness. This was a classic example of discrimination and humiliation. If he didn't sit, it would be obvious that he was inferior. Of course, they didn't blame Lan Yu-er. Lan Yu-er's character was like a big sister. She hoped that everyone could be safe and sound. She didn't want to cause trouble. H, that's more like it, lowly commoner. The Peacock Races and Rock Races guards said disdainfully. Although they were just slaves of the 2 races, they felt good about themselves. They didn't even put humans in their eyes. No one knew where their confidence came from. Another 2 hours passed, and many people were getting impatient from waiting. Some people even took out their dry food and ate it. They looked at the sky and were a little unhappy. Feng Ming Wanchong opened his eyes and scolded, Feng Qingyang, your Qingshu College's strength is not good, but your disciple is very arrogant. So many people are waiting for him here. Damn it, if he comes, I'll cripple him. If you can't wait, you can leave. No one is forcing you to wait here. I've already said that this is just a duel between 2 ordinary disciples. It's already a waste of money to make such a big scene. Brother Wanchong, you're busy. Why don't you go back? Feng Qingyang said sarcastically. Bastard. What do you mean? Isn't Ling Xiao a disciple of your Qingshu College? Do you want these people to come here for nothing? Feng Ming Wanchong was even angrier. What a joke. It's your Phoenix Academy who set up this stage and even collected spectator fees. Why? Are you afraid that this duel won't go on? Your Phoenix Academy will lose face. Serves you right. Feng Qingyang laughed. Feng Ming Wanchong gritted his teeth. He couldn't refute Feng Qingyang's words. For this duel, they spent a lot of spirit stones to advertise it. Therefore, they definitely hoped to earn back some of it through the spectator fees. If Ling Xiao really didn't come, then they really couldn't explain it to the cultivators present. I've heard that Ling Xiao is the chosen one of the Sky Dragon continent. He's extremely arrogant and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. Today, it seems like it's true. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he knows that he can't beat the blood skull and can't bear to lose in front of so many people, so he just killed himself. Stop joking. If he's really that kind of person, he won't come back after leaving the Divine Phoenix Empire. He should really be cultivating. That's true. Then let's wait a little longer. However, the longer we wait, the more losses the Phoenix Academy will suffer. Why? You don't know? After the Divine Phoenix Academy announced that they would be collecting a fee to watch the matches, they only said that they would be collecting a fee from morning till evening. If Ling Xiao were to come after evening, then the Divine Phoenix Academy wouldn't be able to collect a single spirit stone. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Ha ha ha, that's true. I'm now suspecting that Ling Xiao is deliberately stalling for time so that he can mess with the Phoenix Academy. That's really possible. Although they said that, the cultivators were still unwilling to leave. They still sat there and waited. At most, they would drink some water when they were thirsty and eat when they were hungry. On the stage, the blood skull was still sitting cross-legged, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. However, in reality, he was also very angry. He hated waiting for people the most. Not to mention waiting for a few hours. Even if he waited for a short while, he would be so irritable that he would want to kill someone. Ling Xiao must die. And it's going to be very miserable. The blood skull said viciously in his heart. Time continued to pass, and the sun set in the west. It was already evening. This brat is really daring. I'm now more and more certain that this brat is deliberately tricking the Phoenix Academy. Hehe, although we have waited for so long, it's not bad to watch a free match. I think Ling Xiao should be here soon. In the crowd, many cultivators were distressed by the cost of the spectator fees. Most importantly, the Phoenix Academy was really too ruthless. They actually charged 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single spectator fee. For most cultivators, this was definitely not a small amount. Only a fool would not be happy to be able to save these spirit stones. They were happy, but the people from the Phoenix Academy were unhappy. Feng Qingyang, you bastard. Are you still the vice dean of the Qingshu College? You can't even control a disciple. Feng Ming Wanchong stood up and roared furiously. Hehe, brother Wanchong, why are you in such a hurry? It's not dark yet. If you don't want to wait, hurry up and go back. There's no need to waste your time here. Feng Qingyang joked. Chapter 968. Although Feng Qingyang didn't know why Ling Xiao wasn't here yet, he was still very happy to see Feng Ming Wanchong's flustered and exasperated appearance. He had been fighting with Feng Ming Wanchong since young. Seeing Feng Ming Wanchong suffer, he was naturally happy. The disciples of the Phoenix Academy weren't happy. They were thinking that Ling Xiao was only a peak 3 talents Heaven Realm martial artist. How could he be so arrogant? There were so many people here who were stronger than him. Did he really dare to stand everyone up? Young master, did we make a mistake? Is this Ling Xiao really the person who caused a ruckus in the crystal factory? An old man beside the young master of Piping Island, Chu Mu, asked in confusion. There shouldn't be a mistake. It doesn't matter. Anyway, doesn't Wei Wei know that Ling Xiao? When Ling Xiao appears later, we will know. Don't you think so, Wei Wei? Chu Mu looked at the woman on the other side. It was actually Cai Wei Wei who was Shimon Bo's partner in the crystal factory. At this moment, Cai Wei Wei had a collar around her neck. There was even a chain attached to it. She was kneeling there, and Chu Mu was stepping on her back. Yes, young master. Cai Wei Wei's heart was filled with grief. She even wanted to die. Originally, when the crystal factory was in chaos, she could have taken the opportunity to escape. However, because she was recognized as the person who informed the manager, she was chased by the slaves and missed the best time to escape. In the end, she was found by Chu Mu. She thought that her luck had come. She thought that Chu Mu would like her and give her happiness. However, what Chu Mu did was even more beastly than Shimon Bo. He actually put a collar on her and treated her like a bitch that he could wantonly bully. She didn't dare to resist. If she resisted, she would be beaten half to death by Chu Mu and be covered in injuries. She could only numbly wait for her fate to decide. Let her continue to suffer. Or let her use death to relieve her pain. Yes, young master. I know that Ling Xiao. Thinking about Ling Xiao, Cai Weiwei's heart was filled with complex emotions. At that time, if she hadn't followed Shimon Bo to inform him, but had followed Ling Xiao and the others to rebel, perhaps she would have returned to her own sect by now. Even though his sect was not outstanding in the Divine Phoenix continent, he still ate and drank well, and lived a carefree life. Unlike now, he was worse than a pig or a dog. If he really is Ling Xiao, I will arrange for Peacock Phoenix to kill him. Chu Mu coldly smiled and said, that brat killed 2 people from the peacock race. Although they weren't people who could be seen in public, the peacock race is still a noble clan. They want to keep their face. It's impossible for them to give up. We just need to sow discord between them. He did not intend to do it himself. After all, he was the young master of Piping Island. If he were to kill a disciple of Qingshu College in the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial city, then this matter could really be big or small. It might even lead to a showdown between Piping Island and Divine Phoenix Empire. He's here. Right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted. 2 figures broke through the air and arrived. It was Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao, that brat actually came in the evening. He couldn't have been waiting at the side since the beginning, right? Who cares so much? As long as he's here, then it's fine. Today's trip was not in vain. Ling Xiao was dressed in black, matching his long black hair. His entire person was filled with an unfathomable aura. When he landed at the bottom of the stage, the surrounding people naturally opened up a path for him, allowing him to ascend the stage. If someone were to observe carefully, they would realize that when Ling Xiao landed, the dust on the ground did not fly up at all. This was the performance of minute subtlety. Even if it was a martial artist whose cultivation was much higher than his, they might not be able to reach the state of minute subtlety. Minute subtlety allowed one to control their own body to the finest detail. If they wanted to be heavy, they could be heavy. If they wanted to be light, they could be light. When they were heavy, they would be like a boulder falling to the ground. When they were light, they would be like a flying goose feather. In the VIP seats, Cai Weiwei almost shouted when she saw that confident and handsome face through her messy hair. Because she felt that the only person who could save her now was Ling Xiao. She and Ling Xiao didn't have any deep hatred between them. Even if Ling Xiao didn't like her, he might still help her. But she still couldn't shout. That was because she was afraid. Afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't help her. At that time, she would definitely be beaten to death by Chu Mu. Thinking back to when they were on the ship, she was so disdainful of Ling Xiao. But now, Ling Xiao had become her life-saving straw. How ironic was this? On the stage, the blood skeleton suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura of death erupted from him as he roared at Ling Xiao, "Brat, how dare you make me wait for so long?" Ling Xiao ignored the blood skeleton's ferocious aura of death. Instead, he turned to Cold Plum and said, "Go sit on the stage. This battle will end soon." Damn, how arrogant. He actually doesn't put the blood skeleton in his eyes. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Ling Xiao. This brat really was as arrogant as the rumors said. But on the other hand, the fact that the blood skeleton's aura couldn't affect him meant that his soul was extremely powerful. Understood, Master. Cold Plum went up the stage and saw Haim Myung-K and the others standing there. She frowned, not knowing what to do. At this time, Ling Xiao also noticed this scene and couldn't help but ask, "Haim Myung-K, why aren't you sitting?" "Temph, how can such a lowly commoner be qualified to sit with us?" The Peacock clan's guard snorted coldly. "Pa." As soon as he finished speaking, he was directly sent flying. Naturally, it was Ling Xiao who made the move. The guard flew dozens of meters away and fell to the ground. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror, feeling wronged and disbelieving. Ling Xiao actually dared to hit him in front of so many people. You're crazy." The Great Rock Clan's guard shouted in a trembling voice. "Pa." Another slap and the Great Rock Clan's guard was also sent flying. "I'm crazy. This is really funny. Today is the battle between me, Ling Xiao, and the blood skeleton, but my friend can't sit. She's even being called a lowly commoner. You say I'm crazy?" Ling Xiao was not Lan Yu'er. He had no intention of settling the matter peacefully. Ever since he was young, he had only understood that the strong preyed on the weak. The bigger the fist, the better the face. He would bully whoever bullied him. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Bastard! How dare you hit one of our men? The Peacock Phoenix Sun and Skyrock Phoenix Sun stood up at the same time and said to Ling Xiao at the same time. Idiot, I even killed Kulong and Kuyu, so what if I hit them? There's also the Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun Peng Yu. You better take good care of Yang Peng by your side. Don't let him be alone. Otherwise, he will definitely die. Ling Xiao didn't forget that Yang Peng had found someone to kill him halfway. If he hadn't joined forces with Qinhua back then, he would probably have died. This kind of enmity was no joke. Tu Huangzi, give me some face. Today is a duel between me and him. After the duel ends, we'll settle the matter between the both of you. How about that? At this moment, the Blood Skull spoke. Chapter 969. Hihi, that's true. Anyway, this Ling fellow won't be able to live. What's the point of arguing with a dead person? Peacock Phoenix's son Kong he sneered and indeed sat down. He could endure until now when Kulong and Kuyu were killed. Why couldn't he endure when a mere guard was sent flying? Brat, I'll let you live a little longer. Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun Peng Yu also sneered and sat down. Great, Ming Kong, you guys sit down. Feng Yangran hurriedly invited Lan Yu and the rest to sit down. There weren't many people in the aristocratic seating area, so there were still many empty seats. Haim Myung-Ke and the rest sat down. Only then did Ling Xiao jump onto the stage and look at the Blood Skull. You've been waiting for your death here. After saying this, Ling Xiao's aura exploded and a ferocious sword consciousness pierced through the air towards Blood Skeleton. You're the one who's here to die. Naturally, Blood Skeleton was not to be outdone. His death aura transformed into a skeleton and pounced on Ling Xiao. The two of them fought without giving the spectators any time to prepare themselves. The sword consciousness condensed into a solid form and pierced through the void, shocking many swordsmen. This is level 5 minor success. The rumors are true. Rumor has it that he has just comprehended level 1 minor success. It seems that his sword consciousness has improved again in the past month. TSK, no wonder he's so arrogant. Swordsmen are all unconventional. When the blood-red skeleton collided with the sword intent, it actually started to crack. This caused the blood skeleton's expression to change drastically. How could his soul power, which was at the late stage of the Avalon of 5 elements, be inferior to Ling Xiao's? He was actually suppressed. No wonder Ling Xiao did not react when he used his death aura to pressure Ling Xiao. Despicable. Since his soul power was inferior, he could only fight. Blood Skeleton understood that if this continued, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. This was using his weakness to attack Ling Xiao's strength. It was extremely unwise. Great. Brilliant. The spectators cheered loudly because this was what they wanted to see the most. The weak had defeated the strong, and the underdog had defeated the powerful warrior of the Netherfire Phoenix tribe. This was simply the most exciting script. Blood Skull, Netherfire Phoenix tribe, and Divine Phoenix Empire's noble warriors. Ling Xiao, a human martial artist from the Sky Dragon continent. The difference between their statuses was too great. However, it was precisely because of this difference that it was even more exciting. For such a battle, not to mention waiting a day, even waiting until tomorrow would be worth it. At that moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out from the nobles' seating area. A powerful soul power instantly shattered the soul duel between Ling Xiao and the Blood Skull. Although his cold snort seemed to have affected both sides, it was actually a great help to the Blood Skull. As a result, the Blood Skull, which had been on the verge of being defeated in the soul power battle, was freed from its predicament. The person who had snorted was none other than the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy, Fengming Wanchong. Lad, why are you in such a hurry? You made me wait here for an entire day and caused the Phoenix Academy to lose a large amount of spiritual stones. You want to start the duel without giving me an explanation? Dream on. After disrupting the battle, Fengming Wanchong had no intention of stopping. Every word he said was infused with powerful soul power, which continuously bombarded Ling Xiao's spirit ocean. Even though Ling Xiao's soul was comparable to a Grotto Heaven realm warrior's, it was still seriously injured by the attacks of a yin-yang realm expert. It was as if his spirit ocean had exploded. It was extremely uncomfortable. Ling Xiao immediately hugged his head. It was so painful that he felt as if tens of thousands of needles were pricking his brain. Not only that, but the blood skull also had no intention of stopping his attacks. Instead, he charged forward and heavily punched Ling Xiao's body. The punch broke through Ling Xiao's heavenly yuan energy protection and tore apart Ling Xiao's clothes. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body's defensive power was extremely strong. Thus, he was able to avoid being heavily injured. Scram! At the critical moment, Ling Xiao's hidden human king's strength erupted. Not only did it repel Fengming Wanchong's soul power, but it also burrowed into Fengming Wanchong's spirit ocean like a worm, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Fengming Wanchong let out a miserable howl and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale and filled with fear. As for the blood skeleton, it was sent flying by the rebounding force. It fell off the stage and smashed a deep crater in the ground. His body was shining with golden light, and his hair had turned completely golden. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a god of war. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. This series of events happened too quickly. Many people didn't understand the situation at all. Even Feng Qingyang didn't have time to help Ling Xiao. His face was filled with astonishment and joy. Ling Xiao's performance had far exceeded his expectations. He was afraid that this kid's body was hiding an astonishing power. Ling Xiao wasn't very happy, because he only had 7 cauldrons of human king's strength left. This was a limited amount of strength. Once it was used up, it would be gone. If it wasn't for the fact that his life was in danger, he wouldn't have used it even if he was beaten to death. With his golden hair fluttering in the wind, Ling Xiao looked at Fengming Wanchong and coldly said, "Shameless old thing, you're the vice principal of the Phoenix Academy. You actually used such a despicable method to plot against a junior. No wonder the Phoenix Academy produced such shameless people. Now I completely understand. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Don't tell me you didn't do it. If you're still a man, stand up and admit it." Ling Xiao's words made everyone dumbstruck. This kid was too awesome. Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? He actually dared to insult the vice principal of the Phoenix Academy in front of so many people, and even revealed the despicable and filthy things that the other party had done. Fengming Wanchong's face was very ugly. He had really miscalculated today. He originally thought that if he secretly helped the Blood Skull and taught Ling Xiao a lesson, with his status and identity, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't dare to say anything. He had done such things before. In the end, the only one to suffer was Ling Xiao. He wouldn't lose a single hair. However, the outcome of the matter was far beyond his expectations. He was actually injured by Ling Xiao's soul power. Moreover, it was very serious. At this moment, he felt as if countless scorpions were continuously biting his brain. If that was all, he could still find an excuse to leave and treat his injuries. However, something even more unexpected happened. Ling Xiao was actually so arrogant. He actually dared to point out and insult him in front of so many people. If he left like this, he really wouldn't have the face to see others in the future. Cough, cough. You little bastard, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Of course, Fengming Wanchong couldn't admit that he had sneakily attacked Ling Xiao. Even if everyone knew that this was the truth, he still couldn't admit it. Once he admitted it, it would become an excuse for others. He was extremely angry. Even Feng Qingyang didn't dare to insult him like this. This kid, a mere human, an insignificant disciple, actually dared to treat him like this. Chapter 970. You don't understand. It seems like the dignified vice president of the Phoenix Academy, Fengming Wanchong, is actually not a man. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "You said I made you wait for a day in vain. What a joke. The duel between me and the Blood Skull was originally a private agreement, and there was no time limit. If you like to wait, then that's your own choice. I, Ling Xiao, do not welcome a eunuch like you to watch the duel, lest you bring shame to this duel. You said I caused the Phoenix Academy to spend a large amount of spirit stones on publicity, then I can only say that you deserve it. Did you ask for my permission to do the publicity? Did you ask for my permission to charge the fees? What a joke. You used my name to make money, and now you're blaming me for your losses? Let me tell you the truth. I deliberately came at this time to make the Phoenix Academy go bankrupt. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Feng Ming Wanchong was extremely angry. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his heartbeat accelerated. His body began to tremble violently. He wanted nothing more than to go on stage and strangle Ling Xiao to death right now, so that this guy would shut his stinky mouth. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of stopping. He sneered and said, "The vice president of the Phoenix Academy, what a great style. Unfortunately, in my eyes, you're just a eunuch without a penis. You're just a coward who dares to do something but doesn't dare to admit it. You're just a despicable and shameless villain. The Phoenix Academy should be ashamed of having a vice president like you. They should be ashamed and unable to show their faces. If I was sitting there, I would have found a hole to hide in by now. How could I still have the face to live?" After hearing Ling Xiao's righteous words, most people understood the situation. No wonder Ling Xiao suddenly hugged his head and was in so much pain. No wonder the blood skull seized the opportunity to sneak attack him. So it was Feng Ming Wanchong who made things difficult for him. Feng Ming Wanchong was injured, and the blood skull was sent flying. There should be an expert secretly helping him. This Feng Ming Wanchong was really shameless. Just as Ling Xiao said, today's duel was originally a private duel, and no one asked the Phoenix Academy to do any publicity. However, the Phoenix Academy wanted to use this opportunity to make money, which was even more shameless. Now that they lost money, they're blaming others for not coming on time, simply shameless. It was a pity that everyone understood these principles, but no one dared to say them out loud in front of Phoenix Cry Wanchong. Ling Xiao was not only the first, but he was also the only one. Feng Qingyang took the opportunity to laugh and said, "Phoenix Cry Wanchong, I really feel ashamed to be on the same level as you. In the past, I didn't care how you treated me, but to use such a despicable method to deal with a junior, you really can do it." Feng Ming Wanchong's mouth was not inferior to Ling Xiao's. Every word was full of sarcasm, which made Feng Ming Wanchong want to jump up and kill Ling Xiao on the spot. But he still had not solved the problem in his spiritual sea, so he could not kill Ling Xiao. Not to mention, he still did not understand what had happened, and who helped Ling Xiao. Good. Very good. In terms of bickering, I, Feng Ming Wanchong, admit defeat. I am not Qingshu College's opponent. However, Ling Xiao, you better remember this. If you're lucky enough to survive the Bloodskull's attack today, I'll kill you too. I won't give you any chance to live. Feng Ming Wanchong was completely shameless. I am shameless, I am unreasonable, I am strong enough, and that is enough. His words made many martial artists secretly shake their heads. It could not be helped. This was the truth. No matter how reasonable or correct you were, it was useless. If someone was stronger than you, they would be able to control your life. If they wanted you to live, you would live. If they wanted you to die, you would die. This was Feng Ming Wanchong. This was Phoenix Academy. The Phoenix Academy had always been like this. Those who offended them, no matter how eloquent or reasonable they were, would not be able to avoid death. Ha 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 ha. Feng Ming Wanchong, you are shameless and overbearing. But don't forget, I, Feng Ming Yang, am not dead yet. Feng Qingyang suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Although I can only represent myself, I'll really put my words out here today. As long as your Phoenix Cry Wanzhong dares to make a move against Ling Xiao, I'll definitely make all the geniuses of your Phoenix Cry clan die. If you don't believe me, we can try." Old Phoenix Qingyang, do you know what you are saying? Feng Ming Wanchong said with a gloomy face, "Do you want to start a war between the Fire Phoenix clan and the Ice Phoenix clan? How dare you bully the weak and bully the young with your strength? Damn, Feng Ming Wanchong is really shameless. No wonder he dared to sneak an attack on Ling Xiao. This guy doesn't care about his face at all." That's right. In the crowd, many martial artists felt that Phoenix Cry Wanchong was truly too excessive. Only the magistrate was allowed to set fires, but the commoners were not allowed to light lamps. How could there be such a shameless request in this world? Feng Mingyang sneered and said, "What a joke. You want to kill the benefactor of my Fire Phoenix clan. That is also bullying the weak. So what if I kill the younger generation of your Ice Phoenix clan? There should be a limit to how shameless you can be. Benefactor? How can he be the benefactor of your Fire Phoenix clan?" Feng Ming Wanchong was stunned and asked. "That is none of your business," Feng Ming Wanchong said indifferently. Feng Ming Wanchong said angrily, "So what if he is your benefactor? Do you really want to make an enemy of our Ice Phoenix clan for an outsider? I have said that I only represent myself. I don't represent the Fire Phoenix clan or Qingshu College." Feng Ming Wanchong spoke cautiously. His identity was special, so he could only represent himself. "Ha ha ha, representing yourself? You think too highly of Feng Ming Wanchong. If you leave the Fire Phoenix clan or Qingshu College, I guarantee that you won't live past tomorrow." Feng Ming Wanchong laughed loudly. "Is that so? Then we can try." Feng Ming Wanchong was still calm and composed. He didn't look nervous at all. "Mph, do you think you don't represent us just because you say so? If you offend our Ice Phoenix clan and Phoenix Academy, even Qingshu College and the Fire Phoenix clan will have to disappear from this world," Feng Ming Wanchong said in a cold voice. This really gave everyone a fright. It was originally a duel between two disciples. How did things develop to this point? Ice Phoenix clan against Fire Phoenix clan? Or Phoenix Academy against Qingshu College? These were all important forces in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Once the war started, the Divine Phoenix Empire would be in a mess. "I believe what Feng Ming Chishan said. But you don't have the right," a cold voice said slowly. An ordinary-looking young man stood up from the crowd. Of course, he only looked ordinary. Chapter 971. A young man walked out of the crowd. This person stood in the crowd and restrained his aura. He looked like an ordinary spectator. But at this moment, when he released his aura, there was a calmness that encompassed everything. Ling Xiao didn't know this person, but it seemed that he was from the Fire Phoenix tribe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted Feng Ming Wanchong. "Your Highness." Seeing this person, Feng Ming Wanchong was shocked and realized that he had misspoken. Although the secret conflict between the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fiery Phoenix clan was already an open secret, no one had ever dared to reveal it to the public. If they did so, they would become the sinner of the entire Divine Phoenix clan. The instigator of the internal conflict would become the public enemy of the entire clan. In the past, when the Divine Phoenix Nation was established, there was a rule that no internal strife was allowed. Although this rule was basically in name only now. But rules were rules. They didn't follow the rules secretly, but they still had to follow them on the surface. In the past, the Dark Phoenix tribe broke such a rule and was excluded from the election of the emperor. Now, they weren't doing well. Crown Prince. Could this person be Feng Yinshan? Ling Xiao naturally thought of Feng Yinshan of the Fire Phoenix tribe. After all, Feng Ming Chishan of the Ice Phoenix tribe wouldn't help him like this. "Your Highness, I was angry just now, so I misspoke. I hope Your Highness can forgive me," Feng Ming Wanchong added. "You are from the Ice Phoenix tribe, so I don't dare to do anything to you. Otherwise, Chishan will come and fight me to the death. Sit down. No matter what, the Fire Phoenix tribe and the Ice Phoenix tribe must be united. Otherwise, it won't be good if the enemy takes advantage of the situation." Feng Yinshan smiled. His words were neither angry nor angry, but Feng Ming Wanchong couldn't refute it. "What are you pretending for? If you really want to be united, why don't your Fire Phoenix tribe join our Ice Phoenix tribe?" Feng Ming Wanchong didn't dare to say it out loud, but he felt disdain in his heart. "Yinshan, when did you come?" Feng Qingyang interjected at this moment. "Uncle Qingyang, I've been here for a while. Everyone, sit down. The battle isn't over yet. We can't steal the limelight." Feng Yinshan glanced at Feng Qingyang and the others, smiled, and then took the lead to sit in the seat reserved for him. Peacock Phoenix's son, Kong He, greets the Crown Prince. Peng Yu, son of the heavenly Peng Yu, pays his respects to Your Highness. In terms of fame, the 10 great phoenixes were supposed to be equal. However, Feng Yinshan, who was also one of the 10 great phoenixes, was even more famous because he was the heir to the Fire Phoenix tribe. Furthermore, he was ranked second among the 10 great phoenix sons, second only to Phoenix Cry Chishan, who was ranked first. He was also ranked higher than the Peacock Phoenix Sun and the Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun. It was reasonable for the two of them to be respectful to him. You two don't have to be so polite. If you have time, you can spar with me. For now, let's just watch the competition. Feng Yinshan's attitude was very gentle. Aside from the initial intimidating display of his domineering aura towards Phoenix Cry Wanchong, the rest of the time, he looked very calm and composed, giving off a good impression. Another member of the royal family? Ling Xiao smiled inwardly. Indeed, in the imperial city, one could often see some extraordinary people. In the past, he had only heard of Feng Yinshan's name, but he had never seen Feng Yinshan. Now that he had seen him today, he was quite shocked. It seemed that the difference in strength between the 10 great phoenixes of the Divine Phoenix Empire was quite large. If he guessed correctly, this Feng Yinshan only needed a move or two to easily deal with the Peacock Phoenix Sun and the Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun. Wait. Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand and said, "Your Highness, I am naturally very happy that you are here to watch the battle between me and the Blood Skull. However, can you ask that piece of shit next to you to scram?" He was naturally referring to Phoenix Cry Wanchong. "Brat, what did you say?" Phoenix Cry Wanchong said angrily. "I said that you are a piece of shit, and a despicable piece of shit. What's wrong?" Ling Xiao said coldly, "Scram. If you don't leave today, this battle will not be able to continue." Feng Yinshan frowned. He had heard of Ling Xiao's arrogance, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. He actually dared to ask Phoenix Cry Wanchong to scram? At this moment, Phoenix Cry Wanchong had become the target of public criticism. Everyone's eyes were on him. If he did not leave, the battle would not begin. However, if he left, then he would really be afraid of Ling Xiao. "Brat, just you wait." In the end, Phoenix Cry Wanchong could not stand the awkwardness of being stared at by so many people. More importantly, he had to hurry back to heal his injuries. In his spirit sea, the terrifying soul power had been tormenting him, making him feel very uncomfortable. "Just scram." Seeing Phoenix Cry Wanchong leave, Ling Xiao could not help but sneer. An inconspicuous butterfly flew out of his sleeve and sped up to leave the square, catching up to Phoenix Cry Wanchong. Did he really think that he could safely return to the Phoenix Academy to heal his injuries after plotting against him? He, Ling Xiao, was not someone who would be easy to talk to. "Blood Skull, how long are you going to lie there for? Just now, an outsider affected our battle. Next, let's fight fair and square." He knew that the Blood Skull was not injured. After all, most of the Human King's power had been used to deal with Phoenix Cry Wanchong. The only thing that had truly hit the Blood Skull was the residual energy. The Blood Skull returned to the arena and coldly looked at Ling Xiao. He suddenly asked, "Was that energy yours?" "No." "Then you will definitely lose." The Blood Skull sneered. If that energy had belonged to Ling Xiao, then the Blood Skull really had no confidence in today's battle. However, since that energy did not belong to Ling Xiao, he had nothing to fear. In front of him, Ling Xiao was not even worth mentioning. He wanted to let Ling Xiao understand how stupid it was to provoke the Blood Skull and kill his brother-in-law. Of course, the Blood Skull also carried the heavy responsibility of regaining face for the Phoenix Academy. Therefore, he could not afford to lose. The blood-red aura of death erupted once again, and the Blood Skull's eyes turned blood-red. Ling Xiao sensed that the Blood Skull's body seemed to have changed again. He seemed to be stronger than before. "I have to thank you. If not for that attack just now, my cultivation would not have broken through so quickly." The Blood Skull's face revealed a mocking smile. His cultivation had actually broken through to the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements. Previously, he had been unable to break through his shackles, but now, after being sent flying out of the arena by Ling Xiao, he had broken through. Because of this, his confidence grew even stronger. "Is that so? Then perhaps I will have more fun." A calm smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Under the shadow profound meaning, An ice-cold sword consciousness was released once again. Although he said that he did not care about his opponent, Ling Xiao would not underestimate him. Just like how a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit, he did not want to fail miserably. When others failed miserably, they still had help. If he failed miserably, he would never be able to stand up again. Chapter 972. For Symbol's Sky Initial Stage. You actually managed to break through again in just a few days. Looks like your talent is indeed outstanding. Combined with your level 5 lower tier sword essence, it might have been easy for you to kill Kulong and Kuyu, but it's not enough for me. It's not too late to admit defeat. Bloodskull looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. He was truly disdainful and contemptuous. He knew that Ling Xiao had killed Kulong and Kuyu, but at the same level of cultivation, the two of them couldn't even last one move against him. Furthermore, he was already at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements, so those two were not even worth mentioning. Kuyu said the same thing to me before he was killed. I wonder if you'll end up like him. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Mitch, your mouth is indeed powerful, but I wonder if your strength is as good as yours. Bloodskull snorted. Next, I'll make sure that mouth of yours will never be able to speak again. Bloodskull didn't waste any more words. He took a step forward with his right foot, and his body suddenly moved forward. In an instant, he was right in front of Ling Xiao. Two blood-red skulls emitted a strange light in his hands. They were aimed directly at Ling Xiao's vital points. Crimson Sun feathered raiment. Ling Xiao didn't move. He only channeled his heavenly elemental energy and activated the Crimson Sun feathered raiment. A blazing light enveloped his entire body. Boom. With a loud boom, the Crimson Sun feathered raiment exploded. Bloodskull's fists landed directly on Ling Xiao's body. However, the Crimson Sun feathered raiment had negated most of the attack, so the power wasn't that great. Ling Xiao didn't even move. Interesting. This is the first time someone has blasted my Crimson Sun feathered raiment apart. Ling Xiao looked at Bloodskull. The natural fist technique had a strange aura that could disintegrate the opponent's heavenly elemental energy. This was fatal to the Crimson Sun feathered raiment. Ling Xiao is too arrogant. His defensive technique can't defend against Bloodskull's attack at all. Yeah, but this guy's body is really tough. He took a punch from the Bloodskull just now, and now he's taken another punch. Yet, he's still fine. I think he's only fine on the surface, but he must have suffered some internal injuries. Don't you guys know about the Bloodskull's heavenly yuan energy? It's extremely soft and mysterious, and it can penetrate through any opening. If he touches it, he'll be in big trouble. Most of the spectators felt that Ling Xiao had underestimated his opponent. He actually dared to let the blood skeleton touch him, which was a huge taboo when fighting against the blood skeleton. Even if the 10 great phoenixes were to fight with the blood skeleton, they would not allow the blood skeleton to get close to them. Ling Xiao was simply spinning a cocoon around himself. Looks like you're really only good at talking. Your strength is really nothing much. The Bloodskull couldn't help but sneer as he realized that he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. With your punches that are like scratching an itch, it wouldn't be a problem for me to take 8 or 10 punches. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't care about the previous attack. Of course, he knew that the Bloodskull's attack was very dangerous. The reason why he did that was not to show off, but to absorb some of his opponent's heavenly yuan energy and then let his mountain river martial spirit analyze it. This way, he could quickly find a way to end the battle in one fell swoop. This blood skeleton was truly more powerful than any of the young experts he had met before. Even the great deacon from the Crystal Factory, who was at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements, was not worthy of carrying blood skeleton's shoes. Geniuses were indeed geniuses. At the same level of cultivation, their fighting strength was much higher. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Because he was a super genius. However, it was time for him to show his prowess in the upcoming battle. Gently stroking his storage ring, the golden crow sword appeared in his hand. Together with his golden hair, golden eyes, and golden body, he really gave off a dazzling feeling. Seeing the golden crow sword, Feng Yangran was a little excited. She was the one who had helped Ling Xiao win the golden crow sword. Although it was still Ling Xiao who had paid the price, she still had some credit. If Ling Xiao could defeat the Bloodskull with this sword, that would be great. Yun Ya nodded slightly when she saw the sword. Looks like my guess is correct. The person wearing the ghost mask is most likely closely related to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the Golden Crow sword wouldn't have ended up in his hands. Of course, she was also looking forward to Ling Xiao's victory. After all, this sword came from her Heavenly Dragon auction house. With the Golden Crow sword in hand, Ling Xiao's aura became even more powerful. An austere aura filled the entire arena, causing many people to shiver involuntarily. I've long heard that Ling Xiao is good at using swords. It seems that it's true. He didn't make a move just now, so he was at a disadvantage. What will happen next? What the spectators wanted was a lively scene, not a one-sided battle. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't be too weak. Otherwise, if the battle ended quickly, they would have come here in vain. Seeing Ling Xiao take out the Golden Crow sword, their interest was immediately piqued. Do you think you can defeat me with this lousy sword? The Bloodskull sneered. Then you can try. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and pointed the Golden Crow sword at the Bloodskull. The originally cold sword intent instantly became scorching hot. The Bloodskull felt as if his body was being melted by this scorching sword intent. He couldn't help but look at his chest. There was a burnt smell coming from his clothes. Although they weren't burned, he had never heard of a technique that could cause physical damage with just sword intent. It was true that sword intent could injure people, but it was usually aimed at the soul. Besides, it could also increase the power of one's moves. Ling Xiao could actually condense sword intent into a physical attack. What kind of sword intent was this? The Bloodskull snorted coldly. He knew that he couldn't give Ling Xiao a chance to condense a powerful sword intent. In terms of soul power, he was inferior to Ling Xiao. Therefore, he could only win with his moves. Bloodthirsty Demon Claw. With a roar, the Bloodskull charged forward once again. This time, it was filled with vigor and vigor. Not only did it break through the lock of Ling Xiao's sword intent, but it also directly hit Ling Xiao's ribs. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao's body could be tough. If the first time didn't work, then the second time. If the second time didn't work, then the third time. He firmly believed that his fist could break through Ling Xiao's defense. Red Sun All. Ling Xiao also made his move. The tip of his sword trembled, and a dazzling light instantly condensed into a red sun all. Then, with a whistling sound, it pierced through the air and pierced towards the Bloodskull like a lightning bolt. Break. The Bloodskull let out a wild roar, and a pale white bone armor gradually appeared on its fists. Then, blood-red flames started to burn on its fists. Boom. The two fists collided with the red sun all. After a short stalemate, the red sun all was shattered, and the remaining blood-red flames rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. Holding the sword in his right hand, he grabbed the flames with his left hand and absorbed them completely. This flame can affect a warrior's blood and qi. No wonder no one dares to take it head-on. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh inwardly as his mountain river martial spirit analyzed the characteristics of the blood-red flames. Chapter 973. Perhaps the Bloodskull's bloody flames would be able to take advantage of any other cultivator. However, the Bloodskull couldn't take advantage of Nai Tian at all. The mountain river martial spirit contained everything. It contained everything in the boundless universe. After Nai Tian absorbed the energy, it was instantly sealed and couldn't cause him any harm. Huh! Upon seeing this, the Bloodskull's eyes widened in shock. However, he didn't stop after failing to kill Nai Tian. At this moment, the white bone armor on his hand had already covered him completely. White bone blood fiend Fis. The Bloodskull punched out again. This time, the blood-red flames were even more vigorous. Nai Tian could even see some bone spikes in the flames. The bone spikes wouldn't be melted by the flames, but they could still pose a great threat to Ling Xiao. Shadow Cone. Ling Xiao shook the Golden Crow sword in his hand. It didn't seem like he was doing anything, but the Shadow Cone had already formed and pierced towards the Bloodskull's vital point from a very strange angle. What? The Bloodskull's reaction was much faster than Ku Yu's. The moment the shadow all was formed, he felt threatened. Yusha's attack turned into a defense. Relying purely on his intuition, he punched the shadow cone's trajectory. Boom! The white bone blood fiend fist hit the shadow cone, but it didn't hit it directly. The shadow cone was too fast. Moreover, it came and went without a trace. The remaining power of the shadow cone bombarded the Bloodskull's body and sent him flying. Once again, the Bloodskull fell off the stage. However, his body was unharmed. His clothes were torn apart, revealing his body, which was covered by the white bone armor. This was a life-and-death battle. Even if the Bloodskull was knocked off the stage, it wouldn't be considered a victory. However, there was no doubt that Ling Xiao had gained the upper hand in this battle. The Bloodskull jumped back onto the stage. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, "It seems that I have underestimated you. You are stronger than those pieces of trash, but you are only qualified to carry my shoes. The battle has just begun." After saying this, the Bloodskull clasped his hands together. 13 skulls of the same size appeared behind his back. Each of the skulls exuded a destructive aura of death, as if they wanted to devour people's souls. 13 blood-red skulls. This was probably the origin of the blood skeleton's nickname. So much so that people had forgotten his real name. Skeleton Martial Spirit. Moreover, he has condensed 13 of them. It is said that the strength of this Bloodskull martial spirit depends on the number of skulls. It is very difficult for an ordinary martial artist to condense 1 or 2 skulls, but he has condensed 13 of them. He is indeed formidable. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao's attack has completely enraged the Bloodskull. That's why he's so angry. This battle is no longer a joke. It's a real battle. Can Ling Xiao still hold on? The spectators grew nervous. After all this time, the Bloodskull still hadn't shown their true strength. This was going to be interesting. You're just being stubborn. Unfortunately, I'm just playing around. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a gigantic eye peeked out from the void. The pupil of the eye was like a red sun. The rest of the eye was black, like the deep universe. It was filled with a strange and mysterious feeling. This was naturally the eye of the world. When Ling Xiao released the eye of the world, it meant that he was going to use the mountain and river martial spirit. The eye of the world was the external manifestation of the mountain and river martial spirit. It was the terminal of the mountain and river martial spirit's power. When the eye of the world opened, all of the Bloodskull's attacks had nowhere to hide. The ice-cold, deathly skeleton was completely reflected in the red sun-like pupil. The pupil reflected the slaughter sword intent, the destruction sword intent, and the mountain and river martial spirit. The martial artists, who were originally trembling because of the deathly aura of the skeleton martial spirit, felt much better at this moment. The aura released by the eye of the world neutralized the deathly aura. It is indeed a battle between 2 strong martial artists. This battle is going to be interesting. When the spectators saw this scene, they naturally became more excited. What they wanted to see the most was an exciting battle. Neither side could be too weak. Good boy, I was wrong. Your strength is enough to fight with me. However, it's just a battle. It's not enough for me to use my full strength. The Bloodskull was a little surprised by Ling Xiao's performance. However, it was just a little surprise. Although Ling Xiao's performance was a little surprising, it was still within his control. Therefore, he didn't care. Is that so? However, in my opinion, you are not even qualified to carry my shoes. If you are still not willing to use your full strength, I will end this battle, Ling Xiao said indifferently. The Bloodskull had been talking to him in a condescending manner, as if he, the Bloodskull, was very powerful. Ling Xiao found his words laughable. All right, since you want to die quickly, I will fulfill your wish. The Bloodskull's face turned red when he heard Ling Xiao's words. He originally wanted to torture Ling Xiao for a while before killing Ling Xiao. Only in this way would he be able to completely eliminate the hatred in his heart. However, every time he attacked, he seemed to be unable to embarrass Ling Xiao. Coupled with Ling Xiao's words, the Bloodskull didn't want to wait any longer. He was really going to go all out. Skeleton hell. As the Bloodskull's cold voice sounded, The 13 skulls behind him appeared in front of him and formed a blood-red ring of fire. The ring of fire grew larger and larger, causing the space within it to change. There was no longer any living thing in the space. Even the elements had been completely killed. The space had completely turned into a blood-red land of death. Then, the death space crashed toward Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. It wanted to envelop Ling Xiao, destroy him, and rob him of his life force. What kind of move is this? I have never seen the Blood Skull use it before. It is too scary. At this moment, a sparrow flew over from nowhere. The pitiful sparrow didn't know what kind of danger it was facing and directly passed through the death space. The sparrow reappeared in front of everyone. Its body was festering, its eyes were lifeless, and its movements were sluggish. It was as if it had become a real walking corpse. This was even more terrifying than killing it. What the hell is this? The spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the cultivators, who were much stronger than the Blood Skull, shook their heads. After seeing this scene, they wouldn't want to fight the Blood Skull even if they were beaten to death. The Blood Skull was simply a monster. How could its moves be so evil and dangerous? Dai Yuling, Lan Yu and the others were so nervous that they grabbed each other's hands, trembling with fear. Although they knew that Ling Xiao could neutralize this move, they were still very nervous. While the Blood Skull released the skeleton hell, Ling Xiao naturally didn't stay idle. A huge golden crow condensed from heavenly yuan energy hovered above the tip of his sword. It was growing bigger and hotter. Chapter 974. Finally, when the skeleton hell was less than 3 meters away from him, Ling Xiao thrust his sword forward. Golden Crow ascends the sun. Although this move was a group attack, it could produce different effects depending on how it was used. Naturally, the Golden Crow was the best way to deal with such a space of death. A loud cry resounded in the air as the Golden Crow pounced on the skeleton hell without any hesitation. A golden light flickered as the terrifying temperature rose sharply. A moment later, the space of death was completely incinerated and vaporized. Although the Golden Crow had shrunk a lot, it didn't slow down and continued to pounce on the Blood Skull. The Blood Skull sneered as the white bone armor on his body started to burn with blood-red flames. At the same time, 13 skulls started to revolve around his body. What the Golden Crow had destroyed just now was only a single attack. It hadn't destroyed his martial soul. At this moment, the area around the Blood Skull was like a forbidden zone. Anything that came close to it, including energy and items, would dissipate and disappear completely. When the Golden Crow flew in front of the Blood Skull, its blood-red flames turned into a huge ghost claw and crushed the Golden Crow to death. Kid, don't think that you're the only one with amazing defense. My defense isn't any weaker than yours. The combination of the skeleton martial soul and the white bone armor is far more powerful than you can imagine. With your strength, you won't be able to break it. The Blood Skull sneered. Today, I'm invincible, so you'll die without a doubt. Ling Xiao's expression was still as indifferent as ever. The eye of the world flickered with strange inscriptions as it quickly analyzed the weaknesses of the white bone armor and the skeleton martial soul. Faced with the Blood Skull's smug smile, Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Even I don't dare to say that my defense is unbreakable. How dare you boast so shamelessly? It seems like you're very proud of your defense." "Yes, I'm that confident," the Blood Skull said. "Very good. Then let my attack destroy your defense and destroy your confidence." Ling Xiao's cold and mocking voice came out of his mouth. Then, a cone-shaped object formed by black and white appeared on Ling Xiao's Golden Crow sword. The light became even hotter. The darkness was even colder. Divine light shadow all. The Golden Crow sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the divine all of light and shadow pierced through the air, causing the air to emit a miserable wail. What? The Blood Skull was an expert. The eyes of experts were all very sharp. The moment the light and shadow divine all pierced through the air, he knew that his white bone armor and his skeleton martial spirit would not be able to withstand it. Boom! A crisp sound that was completely devoid of any stumbling resounded throughout the entire plaza. A skull was instantly smashed into pieces, and then, a crack appeared on the white bone armor. The Blood Skull tried to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only try his best to fuse his heaven essence energy into the white bone armor in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's terrifying attack. It's useless. Be destroyed. The cold voice sounded again, and his golden hair danced in the air. The light and shadow divine all was invincible. It was unstoppable. It pierced through the white bone armor, pierced through the blood skeleton's body, and went straight through. Rumble. After piercing through the blood skull's body, the light and shadow divine all hit the ground, creating a huge hole in the ground that was made of special materials. The spectators' hearts trembled when they saw this scene. The skeleton martial spirit was shattered. The white bone armor had actually cracked. Just how powerful was this attack? The blood skull was indescribably shocked when he saw the wound on his body that was bleeding profusely. Impossible. How can your attack be so powerful? Aren't you at the Four Symbols celestial realm? The blood skull was not weak at all. One had to know that Ling Xiao had used this attack to kill the great deacon of the Avalon of Five Elements. At this time, the blood skeleton only had a hole in its body. For a celestial realm warrior, this was not a serious injury. It was just that the defense that he was so proud of had been destroyed. The blood skull's confidence had plummeted. He had been absolutely confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao, but now, he was afraid that Ling Xiao would follow up with another attack and kill him. The blood skull's perfect defense had been destroyed. This was a huge blow to him. I have to praise you for being able to survive my divine light and shadow all. You're the first person to have survived after this move was created. Ling Xiao praised from the bottom of his heart. He was very happy. He was happy that the blood skull would allow him to try out more powerful moves. Although he hadn't been able to comprehend the new light and shadow profound meaning in the Heaven Essence Pagoda, he had tried to combine the golden crow soaring sun and the void shadow crocodile and created a new move. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to use it today, but now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. He was very satisfied with the blood skull's performance. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you think that just because you've hurt me, you can boast so shamelessly without any fear? The blood skull's wound had gradually stopped bleeding. In order to stop the bleeding, he had used up one of his skulls. Out of the original 13 skulls, only 11 were left. One had been shattered by Ling Xiao, while the other had been used to heal his wound. I'm not arrogant. You are the arrogant one. You always thought that you could easily defeat me, but now you are the one who is injured, not me. Is that why you are angry? Ling Xiao mocked. Fine. You forced me to do this. Don't blame me. The next move was originally intended to be used against the 10 great Phoenix Suns. You should be honored to be able to enjoy such treatment in advance. The blood skull revealed a maniacal smile. It turns out that the blood skull still has a trump card. This is interesting. I wonder how terrifying he will be when he unleashes all of his strength. The spectators became excited again. They had thought that the battle would end here. They hadn't expected that there would be a twist. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ling Xiao didn't attack directly. He wanted to give the blood skull a chance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be satisfied if the battle ended just like this. Aren't you going to attack? The blood skull asked. No need. Ling Xiao shook his head. You will regret it. You will regret missing the best opportunity to win, the blood skull sneered. He opened his mouth and sucked the remaining 11 skulls into his body. Dong. Dong. The blood skull's body began to make strange sounds. Moreover, his body was rapidly becoming louder. Skeleton battle body. As the blood skull roared, his entire body underwent a shocking change. He had originally looked somewhat human. Now, he looked like a monster wrapped in a blood-red skeleton. His body was covered in blood-red bones. Even his head had become a blood-red skull. Not only that, his body was at least 4 or 5 times larger than before. He had a tall body and 2 long bone spurs on his arms, which were constantly emitting blood-red flames. Chapter 975. If transforming into a skeleton monster was only a change on the surface, then the increasing aura was an internal change. Boom! With a loud explosion, the blood skull's skeletal battle body finally took shape. This is 6th level Sky Realm, 6 Arts Sky Realm. What a terrifying aura! No wonder he said this move was meant to deal with the 10 great phoenixes. It can directly raise one's cultivation level. This trump card is indeed terrifying. It can actually devour the skeleton martial soul and combine it with the white bone armor to form a completely new skeletal battle body. How can Ling Xiao defeat him? Sigh, I'm afraid Ling Xiao is dead for sure. Everyone was shocked. They were shocked that the Bloodskull's strength had increased so much even after the battle had started. Did Ling Xiao have any countermeasures? This is your trump card. Ling Xiao also revealed a look of admiration. The Bloodskull was indeed a genius. He actually knew how to merge 2 martial arts into one. He thought he was the only one who knew how to do it. 6 arts Sky Realm. Even if it was only the early stage, it was still troublesome. If the Bloodskull was an ordinary early stage 6 arts Sky Realm martial artist, Ling Xiao wouldn't be afraid. With his early stage 4 symbols Sky Realm cultivation, he should be able to win. However, the Bloodskull wasn't an ordinary martial artist. He was a genius martial artist. A difference of 2 realms was really difficult to deal with. In the spectator stands, Chu Mu sneered and said, "It seems like we don't have to do anything. Ling Xiao will definitely die at the hands of the Bloodskull." However, the people from the Phoenix Academy weren't happy. Sikong Zun snorted and said, "I actually have to use the skeletal battle body to deal with Ling Xiao. The Bloodskull is too disappointing. Vice Principal, don't worry too much. It's good that you won." Beside him, Heavenly Venerable Miracle Hand Sun Shong said with a smile. "That's true. The most important thing now is to kill this kid. He actually made the Phoenix Academy lose so much face. If he doesn't die, we won't be able to rest in peace." Sikong Zun nodded. Actually, he was thinking more about the true Devil Empire. As the chosen one of the Sky Dragon continent, as long as this brat did not die, the Sky Dragon continent's martial warriors would not be able to completely submit to their true Devil Empire. After all, the chosen one was still alive, which meant that the Sky Dragon continent would recover one day. This meant that the human race could once again rule over the profound world. Therefore, Ling Xiao must die. Only when Ling Xiao was dead would everything return to normal. "Uncle Qingyang, is Ling Xiao all right?" Feng Yangran asked nervously. "Life and death are up to fate. Success and failure are up to the heavens. There's nothing we can do about it. This is a battle of life and death. It's not our place to interfere. Whether or not he can survive will depend on his own fortune." Feng Qingyang didn't have much confidence in Ling Xiao. This was because the strength that the Bloodskull had displayed was simply too powerful. Even Cold Plum began to worry. Cold Plum had seen Ling Xiao's light and shadow divine all before. She believed that it was Ling Xiao's strongest attack. However, today's light and shadow divine all only managed to break the Bloodskull's defense. The results were not satisfactory. Then, what other methods did Ling Xiao have to deal with the transformed Bloodskull? Almost everyone present felt that Ling Xiao's life was in danger. However, some people were happy, while others were worried. The Bloodskull stared at Ling Xiao with its huge blood-red eyes. It looked down at the little guy in front of it and said domineeringly, "I said that you will regret letting me use my skeleton battle body. However, you should be proud that you forced me to use this move. I can give you a chance to leave behind your last words. Because once I make my move, you may not have another chance. You really talk a lot of nonsense." Ling Xiao looked at the Bloodskull and lightly waved the golden crow sword in his hand. In the sky, the eyes of the world stared at the Bloodskull. With everything under his control, Ling Xiao finally made his move. The seemingly ordinary sword strike tore through the void and pierced towards the Bloodskull. Is this kid going to die? I don't understand. What kind of move is this? It has no special characteristics at all. Don't be so noisy. Why are you shouting if you don't understand? There must be some other purpose to this sword strike. The discussion in the crowd finally stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the golden crow sword in Ling Xiao's hand. They really wanted to know what kind of secret Ling Xiao's sword strike contained. "Kid, are you courting death? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." The Bloodskull also couldn't understand Ling Xiao's sword strike. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. He furiously struck out with both hands. The slender bone spurs flickered with a blood-red light. Like a bloodthirsty beast, they pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The blood skull easily blocked Ling Xiao's sword strike. As expected, it was just an ordinary sword strike. There was nothing special about it. Just as the spectators were about to curse Ling Xiao, the blood skull suddenly shuddered. At that moment, he seemed to have seen the prelude to his death. Something's wrong. The blood skull, as well as a few martial artists in the stands with good eyesight, noticed the strange and discordant scene in the fighting ring. A pitch-black shadow crocodile swam out of Ling Xiao's shadow. Void shadow crocodile. Why did Ling Xiao approach the blood skull? It wasn't for anything else. He just wanted to use his body to block the shadow crocodile's attack. It was only at this moment that the spectators realized how difficult it was to deal with Ling Xiao. When fighting with this guy, one really couldn't be careless at all. A moment of carelessness could lead to the misfortune of death. Crack! The crisp sound of something being bitten rang out. Even though the blood skull realized that something was wrong and tried to dodge, his arm was still bitten off by the shadow crocodile. After all, the shadow crocodile was biting his opponent's shadow. It wasn't easy to dodge. Seeing the left half of the blood skull's body covered in blood, the spectators were stunned. At that moment, their gazes seemed to freeze. They couldn't believe their eyes. What just happened? Ling Xiao actually managed to injure the blood skeleton again. What kind of terrifying move was this? When the blood skull used the skeleton battle body, his cultivation temporarily advanced to the early stage of the Six Arts Heaven. Everyone present felt that Ling Xiao couldn't defeat the blood skull. He was destined to be killed by the blood skull. The only thing he could do was to struggle for as long as possible. However, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He used a stunning move to shatter everyone's doubts and easily cripple one of the blood skull's arms. If the blood skull had dodged a little slower, he would have died on the spot. Chu Mu was stunned. Peacock Phoenix Sun was stunned. Skyrock Phoenix Sun was dumbfounded. Sikong Zun's gaze was also fixed on the spot. He didn't move. Ling Xiao actually managed to injure the blood skull in such a situation. This kid was really difficult to deal with. No. The one who cried out was the blood skull's woman, who was also a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. Previously, she had been smiling to avenge her brother. However, at this moment, her smile seemed to be filled with mockery. Chapter 976. Amidst the excruciating pain, Blood Skull seemed to have lost his mind. He started to attack wildly, and countless white bones pierced out from the ground. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but these white bones had implicated the innocent. Many martial artists near the stage were caught off guard and were pierced by the white bones. They were instantly burned to ashes by the blood-red flames. Die! 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 The white bones continued to pierce out crazily, and countless martial artists fled in panic, leaving the stage. However, Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, was unharmed. His black and white wings spread out behind him, and he flew into the air, dodging all the white bones. So what if you can fly? In the past month, I've already found a way to restrain your movement skill. Half of Blood Skull's body was still bleeding, but he seemed to have regained his consciousness. He stopped wasting his heavenly yuan qi and took out a strange bone from his pocket. This is a magical treasure that I spent a lot of money to refine, the bone cage. After he finished speaking, he threw the white bone into the air. In an instant, the entire stage was enveloped by the white bone cage. Moreover, the white bone cage was still shrinking, and it was almost flat. It was only about 4 meters high, just enough for Blood Skull to stand on. Ling Xiao wanted to use his movement skill to move, but he couldn't. Die. In the bone cage, you have no freedom. You can only be killed by me. The blood on half of Blood Skull's body gradually coagulated, and the wound gradually healed. Although it was unlikely that the wound would grow back, it was unlikely that he would die from excessive bleeding. He now had control of the entire stage, and Ling Xiao was completely suppressed. This change is really fast. Ling Xiao had the upper hand a moment ago, and now Blood Skull has the upper hand. Yeah, If it weren't for the innocent people who died, today's battle would have been really enjoyable. Mitch, now I hope that Ling Xiao kills Bloodskull. You guys can fight among yourselves. How can you implicate the innocent? Hateful. That's right. Bloodskull is such a bastard. Among the spectators, the number of people supporting Ling Xiao gradually increased. Although this kind of support was temporarily useless and meaningless, as long as this voice could be spread, Ling Xiao could more easily realize his dream of human revival. Movement technique. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "If I told you that I don't have any movement techniques at all right now, and I'm just relying on the speed of my body, would you believe me?" Ever since his movement technique had been sealed, Ling Xiao had only relied on the speed of his physical body and the mutated black and white wings. To be misunderstood by others as having superior movement techniques was really a little helpless. "Here, I don't care if it's your movement technique or your own speed. You're going to die today." The Bloodskull let out a cold laugh as he manipulated the bones on the ground to form a huge bone spear. Then, he pointed it at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao tried to dodge, but his feet were entangled by soft bones, and he couldn't move at all. "Master." Cold Plum got anxious and stood up from her seat. Lan Yu Dai Yuling, Long Chen, Zhao Ji, and the others also stood up. Even if they had to break the rules, they couldn't just stand by and watch Ling Xiao get killed. This brat has made a group of good friends who value friendship and righteousness. However, it's a pity that he's still weaker than the Bloodskull in terms of strength. Although it's tragic to die like this, it's not worth it. With his potential, it should be easy for him to surpass the Bloodskull in the future. Below the stage, many experts shook their heads and sighed. They felt sad for Ling Xiao's fate. "Sit down." Ling Xiao shouted loudly, "I know you care about me, but if I'm killed by such a shameless bastard, I don't deserve to be called the Heavenly Dragon Continent's chosen son." Everyone had to take responsibility for what they did. Naturally, Ling Xiao was the same. From the day he provoked the Bloodskull, he knew that this day would come. Therefore, even if he died here, he wouldn't regret it. He also wouldn't drag his friends down with him. Cold Plum and the others didn't sit down. They didn't care whether Ling Xiao had a backbone or not. They just wanted to see a living person. "I won't die." Ling Xiao's voice became indifferent. Although he was surrounded by the white bone cage and looked like he was in danger, he still stood there. However, his tiny figure suddenly looked so tall, so confident, and so majestic. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? I, Ling Xiao, will live as a hero, and die as a hero. There's nothing to sigh about. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with determination. Moreover, he doesn't have the ability to kill me. Good man. Live as a hero, and die as a hero. What courage. Perhaps only this kind of courage can make him do so many earth-shattering things. This battle was very difficult. The light and shadow divine all couldn't kill his opponent. He couldn't use his speed and flying skills. Even the void shadow crocodile couldn't completely defeat the Bloodskull. For Ling Xiao, this wasn't a good thing. Although he had a fusion skill, which was the combination of the void shadow crocodile and the golden crow soaring sun, he hadn't used this skill in actual combat. In other words, even he didn't know what kind of effect it would have. If this move also failed, then he would really be at his wit's end. Unless he made another breakthrough at this critical moment, it was very likely that he would really be facing death. He took a deep breath. Ling Xiao retracted the eyes of the world. He wanted to use this last move with all his strength. There couldn't be any distraction. Whether he lived or died, it all depended on the power of this attack. In the mountain river world. In the boundless universe. A red sun hung high in the sky. A huge golden crow hovered in the universe, and a pitch-black shadow crocodile was nearby. The golden crow and the shadow crocodile confronted each other. Light and shadow began to partially merge. A blurry scene appeared in the universe. What was that? Ling Xiao tried his best to use his soul force to take a look, but all he saw was an illusory image that couldn't be seen clearly. It was something produced after the fusion of the golden crow and the shadow crocodile. Although he couldn't see it clearly, Ling Xiao could feel the terrifying power of this illusory image. Domineering, ferocious, noble, supreme. This was a real beast. This newly born thing was definitely not as simple as 1 plus 1. Just like the power of the divine all of light and shadow far exceeded that of the crimson sun all and the shadow all. This new thing was more powerful than the golden crow and the shadow crocodile, and more terrifying than the two moves. A will to destroy everything? Was this the upgraded version of the destructive will? Ling Xiao didn't know, and it was hard to describe, but he could see that this illusory image had a terrifying power and will that could destroy everything. This was very similar to his destruction sword intent, but it was more domineering. Destruction and destruction had similar meanings, but the degree was completely different. Ling Xiao originally only wanted to fuse a new move, but he didn't expect that an invisible beast illusory image would be able to give him such a huge upgrade. It actually directly upgraded the destruction sword intent to destruction sword intent. Chapter 977. This ferocious beast was born from destruction, and it fought to destroy everything. What kind of monster was this? Now, I just have to do my best to defend against the opponent's attacks and execute this move perfectly. If I can truly comprehend this move, I will definitely be able to control the power of destruction. Then, dealing with the blood skull will be as easy as flipping my hand. Ling Xiao's previous fusion moves were only superficial. Although they were powerful, they might not be able to defeat Blood Skull's skeleton battle body. Therefore, he didn't plan to attack rashly. He wanted to perfect this move. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took a moment, just a thought from Ling Xiao. He suddenly swallowed a handful of heavenly spirit divine pills. These were pills that others would pay a high price for, but he ate them like they were beans. Then, Ling Xiao stood there motionless. A layer of perfect armor gradually appeared on his body. After the fusion of the Scarlet Sun Feathercoat and the Shadow Armor, the Light Shadow Battle Armor was born. After all, this was the first skill of the Light Shadow Profound Art, so it was relatively easy to fuse them. Ling Xiao had already done it perfectly. The Scarlet Sun Feathercoat certainly couldn't block Bloodskull's attacks, but the Light Shadow Battle Armor could at least buy some time. Is that a new move? It's useless. I can see that Ling Xiao has already displayed all his offensive abilities. All he can do now is buy time. How do you know it's useless? He hasn't given up yet. Yes, he hasn't given up, so it's not over yet. This is a life or death battle. As long as he doesn't die, it's not over yet. Boom. A powerful fighting spirit suddenly burst out from Ling Xiao's body, almost piercing the sky and breaking the darkness of the night. The originally dim square was lit up again. Although cultivators didn't care much about the night, let alone Heaven Realm cultivators, even Transcendent Realm cultivators could use their internal force to enhance their vision. However, light was something that all living beings liked. What a powerful fighting spirit. This Ling Xiao is really not to be trifled with. I think he's just putting up a desperate struggle and overestimating himself. Is that so? How about we make a bet? One of them was the young master of the Divine Phoenix Auction House, Feng Mingwushan, and the other was the female boss of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, Yun Ya. Yun Ya naturally supported Ling Xiao. Phoenix Cry Wushan was more optimistic about the Blood Skull. Okay, let's bet. How would you like to bet, Princess Yun Ya? It's very simple. If I win, your Divine Phoenix Auction House will give up on the public auction of human slave. Yun Ya said with a smile. That won't do. Are you scared? I'm not afraid. I'm only the young master of the Divine Phoenix Auction House, not the person in charge. Whether this matter is valid or not, it's up to the emperor to decide. Therefore, Princess Yun Ya should raise other conditions. Feng Ming Wushan shook his head. All right, then I'll take a step back. If I win, all the human slaves in the Divine Phoenix Auction House will belong to me. How about that? Yun Ya said again, don't say that you can't make the decision. If you don't dare to bet, you can say so. Anyway, we're just playing. It shows that you still don't have much confidence in the Blood Skull. Haha, Princess Yun Ya's provocation is really good. Well, I can promise you this. What if you lose, Princess Yun Ya? Feng Ming Wushan asked with a smile. Brother Wushan, what do you think? Yun Ye asked back. Then I won't be polite. If you lose, you have to accompany me for a month. You have to do whatever I ask you to do, including offering your body. Feng Ming Wushan narrowed his eyes and said. Yun Ye's beauty had long captivated him. He had dreamed countless times of pressing Yun Ye down on the bed and king her. Today's dream might really come true. Ha, I promise you, but except for myself, don't think about anything else. Yun Ye smiled faintly. You agree? Feng Ming Wushan was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. He originally thought that Yun Ye would refuse. Who knew that she would agree without hesitation? Why don't you agree? I'm very optimistic about Ling Xiao. Yun Ye smiled and said. Ha, I really don't know what's so good about Ling Xiao that you are willing to bet with yourself. This time, you will lose. Feng Ming Wushan laughed loudly. Because he knew that Ling Xiao would lose today. Even if the blood skull was no match for Ling Xiao would still lose. From the day Ling Xiao offended the Phoenix Academy, his tragic fate had been doomed. I'm afraid he will disappoint you. Yun Ye was not the kind of person who would bet with others easily. The reason why she made the bet today was that she believed in Ling Xiao. Idiot, blood skull, why don't you attack? What kind of move is Ling Xiao comprehending? Don't give him the chance. Seeing that the blood skull was not attacking, Sikong Zun couldn't help but curse. This is a life and death duel, not a friendly competition. Take the opportunity to kill him. What are you waiting for? These words were truly like a wake-up call for a dreamer. The blood skull was originally wondering why Ling Xiao suddenly stopped moving and closed his eyes, as if he was doing something. He thought that Ling Xiao had given up. Now, he suddenly understood that Ling Xiao was trying to comprehend some kind of move during the battle. How could this be? Ling Xiao's move had almost killed him. If he allowed him to comprehend something, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? Kill. There was nothing to hesitate about. The blood skull didn't care if others called him shameless or not. After all, this was a life and death duel. The dead couldn't speak. The huge bone spike pierced through the air and directly pierced Ling Xiao's light armor. So hard. What shocked the blood skull was that the strange black and white armor on Ling Xiao's body was unimaginably tough. This move of his was actually unable to pierce through it. Don't dawdle. Use everything you can. If he achieves a breakthrough or comprehends a new move, we'll be in trouble. Sikong Zun roared. The blood skull hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still took out a blood-red pill from his storage ring. This was naturally given to him by the higher-ups of the Phoenix Academy. In order to kill Ling Xiao, the Phoenix Academy was willing to do anything. This berserker pill was personally refined by the dean of the Divine Phoenix Medical School, Sun Shong. It could increase a cultivator's attack power by nearly 2 times for a short period of time. Of course, the more powerful the pill, the greater the side effects. Because of this, the blood skull didn't want to use it. After using this pill, he would be unable to move. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he would be completely at the mercy of others. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. He swallowed the berserker pill. Berserk power instantly spread throughout his body. The blood-red glow on the huge bone spike was even brighter than before. Crack. It's broken. There seems to be a crack on the armor. Ling Xiao's defense has been broken. Many people cried out in alarm. They didn't care what the blood skull ate. In any case, there weren't any strict rules in this duel. As long as they could kill their opponent without relying on the power of others, it was fine. Chapter 978. Boom. The moment the luster armor cracked, a terrifying energy burst forth from Ling Xiao's body. The supreme, all-destroying intent had already merged with Ling Xiao's aura. Behind Ling Xiao, a faint shadow of a monster appeared. Others couldn't see it clearly, but Ling Xiao understood. He had succeeded. After the perfect fusion of the golden crow soaring sun and the void shadow crocodile, the terrifying heaven-devouring titanic beast was born, Dao Tai. His golden hair danced in the wind. Light radiated in all directions. The roar of a giant beast came from behind him. At this moment, Ling Xiao had not only defeated the blood skeleton's attack, He had also raised his cultivation to a terrifying level, the early stage of the Avalon of 5 element. He had broken through from the early stage of the 4 symbols to the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. He had completely skipped the process in between. What's going on? His cultivation level has broken through? And he has broken through to the Avalon of 5 elements. How is this possible? I've never seen anything like this. What is a genius? This is a genius. And what's with that heart-palpitating roar of the giant beast? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. This scene had given them too much shock. The aura that erupted from Ling Xiao's body was definitely that of the Avalon of 5 elements, not the 4 symbols heaven realm. What was even more frightening was that the strange giant beast's roar made everyone tremble in fear. What exactly did Ling Xiao do? How did he break through in the middle of a battle? No one could answer this question. Even Ling Xiao himself was puzzled. However, from ancient times until now, there had never been a single person who had thoroughly understood the concept of cultivation. No matter which race one was from, cultivation was like crossing the river by feeling the stones. What was right? What was wrong? What was the correct cultivation path? One could only rely on one's limited experience to judge. However, in reality, the correct experience might be completely wrong in another environment. The blood skeleton was pushed back by the violent force. If not for the white bone cage, he would have been blasted off the stage again. His face revealed an expression of extreme terror. No one could understand the fear in his heart at this moment. Standing in front of him was not a person, but a giant beast that could swallow the sky. It was said that in ancient times, the heaven-devouring titanic beast had passed by the mystic world. It could swallow an entire planet in one gulp. The ancients called it Dao Tai, but they had never seen its true appearance. But that fear was passed down from generation to generation. The Blood Skull had also read about it in a book, so he didn't take it seriously. He felt that the ancient people were exaggerating too much. How could such an existence exist in this world? However, at this very moment, he finally understood that the fear of the ancient people was not exaggerated. Instead, it was diluted because of the long history. Others couldn't see Dao Tai clearly. The Blood Skull couldn't see it clearly either. All he could see was a huge black hole that seemed capable of swallowing everything in its path. He could feel his soul trembling. Even with the effects of the Berserker pill, he still didn't dare to step forward to fight. He didn't even dare to stand up. Are you scared? Ling Xiao looked at the Blood Skull. With a light wave of his right hand, the white bone cage collapsed. Others couldn't see it, but the Blood Skull could see that his white bone cage had been swallowed by the giant beast. I admit defeat. The Blood Skull had completely lost the courage to fight. He didn't want to continue. He could even see the signs of his death. Admit defeat. Ling Xiao sneered. You're smart. You knew you couldn't win, so you chose to admit defeat. When I was at a disadvantage, you didn't think of sparing my life. Now you're trying to live by admitting defeat. Don't forget that this is a battle of life and death. Blood Skull, stand up. You're at the 6 heavenly arts realm now. Don't be scared by his aura. It's just on the surface. Sikong Zun shouted. The Blood Skull was stunned. His eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed completely. No, Vice President, you don't understand. You really don't understand. The Blood Skull shook his head. He couldn't use his cultivation to fight Ling Xiao now. His terrifying aura was even more terrifying than that of many Grotto Heaven Realm experts. When he faced Grotto Heaven Realm experts, he didn't feel so desperate. Even if he couldn't win, he could run away. But at this moment, he didn't even have the thought of running away. Humph, looks like I have to use my last resort. What a good-for-nothing. Sikong Zun snorted coldly and thought to himself. Then, a beam of light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. It was so fast that most people didn't notice it. The beam of light shot into the Blood Skull's forehead. At that moment, the Blood Skull lost his sense of self. His eyes glowed red. He was completely under Sikong Zun's control. Sikong Zun's actions naturally didn't escape Ling Xiao's eyes. This old thing is really shameless. Under Sikong Zun's control, The blood skull no longer had the slightest bit of fear. He attacked Ling Xiao crazily. "Forget it. If you really didn't have the strength to fight back, I wouldn't have the heart to kill you. But now, I don't need to show any mercy to kill you." Ling Xiao sighed and didn't draw his sword. He could feel the terrifying power of his next move. Even if he only used his finger sword to execute it, he could easily kill the blood skull. The huge shadow moved from his back to the finger sword on his right hand. His heavenly elemental energy continued to gather, causing the image of the huge beast to become clearer. It was a huge beast that could destroy everything. A huge beast that could devour everything. Even though it wasn't real, it still had an incomparably ferocious aura. Daotai. Heaven-devouring titanic beast. Countless people cried out in alarm. They couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could control such a terrifying thing. It was rumored that even a human king couldn't fight against the Daotai titanic beast. How could Ling Xiao, a mere martial artist from the Avalon of 5 elements, fight against it? No, that's not the Daotai titanic beast. It should be a special martial technique that can condense the image and aura of the Daotai titanic beast. Martial artists with good eyesight finally saw through the clues. Even so, it feels too real. That extremely evil and terrifying aura is as if the real Daotai titanic beast has descended. What kind of martial technique does this brat practice? I'm not sure. It's strange. Until now, no one has seen him use his martial soul. What exactly is his martial soul? Isn't it that huge eye? Everyone was discussing fervently, but they still couldn't see through Ling Xiao's nature. Even those who were closest to Ling Xiao didn't know what kind of martial technique Ling Xiao had and what kind of martial soul he had. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Due to his low cultivation level, the Daotai titanic beast that he had condensed was only in its embryonic form. Whether in terms of aura or power, it was 108,000 times weaker than the real Daotai titanic beast. They weren't even on the same level. Chapter 979. The fusion between the golden crow dawn sun and the void shadow crocodile was only in its infancy, but it was still enough to become Ling Xiao's strongest killing move. It was too terrifying. He had yet to use the golden crow sword. If he used the golden crow sword, the power of this move would be greatly enhanced. The blood skeleton attacked frantically, but he could not touch Ling Xiao's body. The bone cage was broken, and Ling Xiao regained his freedom. He dodged the attacks with ease while condensing his sword. He did not feel any pressure at all. Success. Blood skeleton, take my move today, Doomsday of Daotai. At that moment, the giant beast roared. The light from Ling Xiao's fingertip pierced through the air. His finger was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. No. The blood skeleton's soul, which was imprisoned in his body, screamed in fear. This move was not only magnificent, but also terrifying. The power was not something he could withstand. He did not even have the courage to resist. Bone purgatory. Amidst the extreme fear, the blood skull actually regained a trace of its consciousness. It frantically cast the strongest defense it could muster right now. All the bones that were originally used for attacks gathered together to form a sturdy line of defense. Although the blood skeleton knew it was useless, he still did it because he did not want to die. He did not want to watch his body get destroyed. Before the huge Daotai arrived, the white bone purgatory had already been shattered. It was useless. No defense was useful. The blood skeleton would definitely die under this move. He was in despair. He was in complete despair. Vice President, please save the blood skeleton. The blood skeleton's girlfriend cried for help. Even though she did not have good eyesight, she knew that the blood skeleton had no chance of surviving this move. "TMPH, we are from the Phoenix Academy. You can't kill us just because you want to." Sikong Zun was still considering whether to save the useless blood skeleton, but the Peacock Phoenix Sun made a move first. He soared into the air and charged toward the arena with a terrifying aura. A divine light flashed behind him as if he wanted to suck Ling Xiao into the divine light. This is a battle of life and death. You are not allowed to interfere. Feng Qingyang was really annoyed. When the Phoenix Cry Wanchong ambushed Ling Xiao, he did not have time to defend himself, so that guy succeeded. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was fine. Now, the Peacock Phoenix son, a junior, dared to ambush a student of Qingshu College in front of him. Did he think that Feng Qingyang did not have a temper? The phoenix cry Wanchong's body. How did that peacock and phoenix fly out, and how did they fly back? Vile spawn, stop it. Just as Feng Qingyang blocked Peacock Phoenix son, Xikong Zun made his move. Perhaps this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Although he did not pounce out like Peacock Huangzi, his thunderous voice contained his terrifying inner strength. Ling Xiao, who had completely destroyed the blood skeleton's defenses, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he nearly fell to the ground. Feng Qingyang scolds. Xikong Zun pretended to be stupid and ignored him. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Xikong Zun. You want to stop me from killing him? I will kill him. If I, Ling Xiao, want to kill someone, no one will live. Ling Xiao, whose face was pale and his breath was weak, suddenly laughed crazily. It's useless. Whatever you do is useless. This move is not something you can easily resolve. Although he was injured, he had already released his move. Taotie's doomsday was unstoppable. The blood skeleton was dead. Under this move, he did not resist at all and completely disappeared from the battle stage. Not even a corpse was left behind. The square suddenly quieted down. He won. Ling Xiao actually won, and he won with the help of the 2 vice presidents of the Phoenix Academy. What kind of miracle was this? They were extremely excited. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! One person shouted. Then, 2 people, 3 people. Countless people shouted this name together. The whole square seemed to have become Ling Xiao's world. He was the winner. He was a warrior with indomitable will. After killing the blood skeleton, Ling Xiao swallowed a healing pill and looked at Xikong Zun with cold eyes. Your Divine Phoenix Academy is really one more shameless than the other, shameless old fogies. He wanted to kill Xikong Zun right now, but he knew that he could not do it. Even if he used the power of the human king, he could only counterattack when his opponent was not paying attention, like when he dealt with Phoenix Cry Wanchong. Unfortunately, Phoenix Cry Wanchong had already suffered a loss. Xikong Zun would not be so stupid as to not take any precautions. This was a world where the strong were respected. There was no reason to speak of. No matter how much reason you had, it was useless. The other party was stronger than you. They could even turn black into white. So what if they were shameless? These people did not care about other people's opinions because no one dared to talk nonsense in front of them. Even if they talked behind their backs, they could only talk about it carefully. Ling Xiao, Master, Senior Brother, Brother Ling, Feng Yangran, Cold Plum, and the others all ran to Ling Xiao and supported the tottering youth, asking about his well-being with concern. Don't worry, I won't die yet. Although that shameless old man wanted to kill me, he did not succeed from the heavenly dragon continent to here. Ling Xiao felt a thick warmth in his heart. Although this world was filled with too much coldness and injustice, there was still warmth in it. These friends were Ling Xiao's greatest wealth. This brat is quite popular, yes, and he is so tenacious. He will definitely become someone great in the future. In the crowd, many people admired Ling Xiao. The constant mention of Ling Xiao's name was the best proof. Most importantly, Ling Xiao's performance today was too eye-catching and too shocking. It was impossible not to admire him. With his early-stage 4-symbol sky cultivation, he suppressed the late-stage 5-element sky cultivation to the point that the blood skeleton had no choice but to use the skeletal battle form and fight with all his strength, temporarily raising his cultivation to the early-stage 6-art sky cultivation. He even used the forbidden medicine Berserker pill to forcibly raise his battle power. Faced with the threat of death, Ling Xiao did not let his friends interfere. Instead, he said the bold words of living as a hero, dying as a hero. In the face of death, he was not afraid. Everyone was proud of him, but also felt that it was a pity. However, just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die, he had an epiphany. He had comprehended a shocking ultimate move and forcibly made a breakthrough from the early stage 4-symbol sky cultivation to the early stage 5-element sky cultivation. The most terrifying thing was that the shameless yin-yang realm warrior Xikong Zun had interfered, injuring Ling Xiao to the point of vomiting blood and turning pale. However, Ling Xiao still killed the blood skeleton in front of the Xikong Zun and everyone, winning the battle. Tenacity, valiance, bravery, not fearing power. Ling Xiao used his legendary battle to make everyone stand up and cheer for him. Chapter 980. At this time, all the cultivators of the Phoenix Academy were looking at Ling Xiao with anger and embarrassment. They were angry because Ling Xiao had killed the blood skeleton in front of them. They were embarrassed because Ling Xiao had defeated the blood skeleton in front of them. He had resisted all the interference and destroyed the blood skeleton. The top 20 experts of the Phoenix Academy had been easily killed by a lowly human from the Heavenly Dragon continent. They found it hard to accept. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about their reactions. At this time, Ling Xiao only had eyes for the Lightning Demon King, Xikong Zun. This bastard had destroyed his homeland, and had even chased him all the way to the Divine Phoenix continent. If not for the fact that his body was strong enough today, that one attack would have been enough to scatter his soul. He had always insisted on cultivating his martial arts, body, and soul. It seemed that he had taken the right step. Brat, what did you just say? Xikong Zun was the Lightning Demon King. He was one of the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire that had almost unified the mystic world. However, because of Ling Xiao, his plan in the Heavenly Dragon continent was ultimately unable to succeed. After coming to the Divine Phoenix continent, his identity was still exposed because of Ling Xiao. As a result, many of his plans couldn't be carried out smoothly. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was someone he must kill. He didn't think that what he had just done was wrong. So what if he was shameless? I can do it, but you can't say it. I said you're a despicable old dog. Ling Xiao enunciated each word clearly and loudly in front of everyone. Bastard, I'll kill you. Xikong Zun's face turned green with anger. He was so angry that he wanted to attack. One of the Phoenix Academy's vice principals had already been chased away by Ling Xiao. If he didn't dare to attack Ling Xiao, it would be a disgrace to the Phoenix Academy. TMPH, Lightning Demon King, do you really think this is the mystic world from tens of thousands of years ago? Your true devil empire is no longer the same as before. With me here, you can forget about harming him. Feng Qingyang coldly snorted and directly went to Ling Xiao's side to protect Ling Xiao. He felt very guilty for not being able to protect Ling Xiao before. Now, he would rather use his old life to protect the descendants of his benefactor. Haha, there's no need for the two of you to get angry. Both of you are the pillars of our Divine Phoenix Empire. No matter who gets injured, I'm afraid that the one who will be the happiest would be the Black Crow Empire. What's more, this duel has already ended, so there's no need to continue arguing over such a small matter. If it was someone else who said this, they would probably be scolded to death. However, when these words came out of Feng Yinshan's mouth, no one dared to say anything. He wanted to smooth things over so that the situation wouldn't worsen. Although Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College had always been competing with each other, they had never fought each other head-on. After all, these were the 2 best academies in Divine Phoenix Empire. If they were to cause a ruckus, then they would really be thrown into disarray. With his position, there wasn't anything wrong with smoothing things over like this. However, he didn't accuse Xikong Zun of interfering with the duel. Although this was the best choice for him, he didn't ask for Ling Xiao's opinion. This meant that in his eyes, Ling Xiao was just an insignificant person. Even if he was the descendant of his benefactor, he was still insignificant. If he could help, then he would. If he couldn't, then so be it. This was the heir to the imperial family. As a politician, he was definitely qualified because he didn't have any personal feelings in his eyes. However, he didn't know that because of this, he would lose the respect and admiration that Ling Xiao had for him. Feng Qingyang also didn't want to blow things up. Of course, his considerations were different from Feng Yinshan's. He was only worried that if things got out of hand, with his strength alone, he wouldn't be able to protect Ling Xiao. Therefore, it was best for this duel to end like this. In any case, the result was already out. Why should they pursue the crime of Xikong Zun's sneak attack? Moreover, even if they pursued the matter, who could punish Xikong Zun? This was something that even Feng Yinshan couldn't do. After all, Sikong Zun was a member of Phoenix Cry Mountain. Forget it. I'll listen to the heir to the hidden mountain. We can ignore the matter of Sikong Zun interfering with the duel. We can pretend that the incident of Ling Xiao didn't happen. Feng Qingyang sighed. In the end, he wasn't strong enough. He wasn't strong enough to completely suppress the Phoenix Academy. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't have given in so easily. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that Feng Qingyang was doing this for his own good. Naturally, he wouldn't refute Feng Qingyang without knowing what was good for him. Although he was unhappy, he didn't say anything. It could be considered that he tacitly agreed with Feng Qingyang's opinion. The other spectators also felt that this was the best course of action. However, at this moment, Sikong Zun sneered and said, "You said that I launched a sneak attack, but you don't have any evidence." However, everyone saw Ling Xiao killing a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. Don't you want to pursue the matter? I want to pursue the matter. Today, Ling Xiao must be handed over to the Phoenix Academy to be dealt with. His attitude suddenly became unyielding. Feng Yinshan frowned slightly. He turned his head and saw a figure flash by the side of the square. Phoenix Cry Mountain? No wonder. With the support of Phoenix Cry Mountain, Sikong Zun wouldn't even give him face. Sikong Zun, you're really shameless. You know best whether or not you launched a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. As for the matter of Ling Xiao killing Bloodskull, the two of them signed a life and death agreement. What right do you have to pursue Ling Xiao's responsibility? Feng Qingyang was instantly enraged. He had originally planned to take a step back and swallow his anger. However, who would have thought that not only would Sikong Zun not appreciate his kindness, but he would also distort the truth and bite back? How could he tolerate this? Ha 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 ha, life and death agreement. Sikong Zun laughed loudly and said, "Did the Phoenix Academy agree to that life and death agreement? Did it have the signature of the dean or the deputy dean, or even a teacher?" Feng Qingyang was stunned. How could someone be so shameless? There was no signature, right? Sikong Zun continued, "Since there was no signature, it means that their life and death duel wasn't agreed to by the Phoenix Academy. Bloodskull was a student of the Phoenix Academy. His life belonged to the Phoenix Academy. Now that Ling Xiao killed him, don't you think we should pursue the matter? F***ck, how can this be?" The spectators were also dumbfounded. Sikong Zun's level of unreasonable pestering was unparalleled. Since you said that the life and death duel couldn't be carried out without the signature, why didn't the two deputy deans stop it? Wasn't that tacit agreement? Oh, now that Bloodskull is dead, you're saying that the life and death agreement is invalid? What if Ling Xiao died? You'll definitely say that he deserved it, right? No one else would say such a shameless thing. In fact, everyone understood that there was only one reason for Sikong Zun to do this, and that was to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. Otherwise, how could the Phoenix Academy put its face? Chapter 981. In order to kill Ling Xiao, Sikong Zun was willing to disregard the Crown Prince, Feng Yinshan. Feng Qingyang wanted to say something, but he suddenly heard a cold voice. "Sikong Zun, you old dog, you said that our life and death agreement doesn't count. You said that you didn't have evidence to prove that you attacked me? That's strange. Do you have evidence that I killed the blood skeleton?" The person who spoke was naturally Ling Xiao. Since the other party was so shameless, why should he reason with him? "Didn't you say that the life and death agreement didn't count? Then I'll be even more shameless than you. What a joke. So many people here saw you kill the blood skeleton. How dare you say that you don't have evidence?" Sikong Zun sneered. "Did you see it?" Ling Xiao asked the crowd below the stage. No one uttered a word. They didn't want to offend the Phoenix Academy or Qingshu College, so they simply kept quiet. Moreover, the scene just now had developed too quickly. They only saw the blood skeleton disappear, but they didn't know if the blood skeleton was really dead or not. If the blood skeleton came back alive, it would be a big joke. "I saw it. I saw it too. We all saw it clearly." The people who spoke were all from the Phoenix Academy and Piping Island. Ling Xiao looked at them disdainfully and said, The Phoenix Academy's words are like farts. They can even refuse to acknowledge the life and death agreement that they signed. Do you think your words count? What a joke. As for the people from Piping Island, that is the young master of Piping Island, Chu Mu, right? You should worry about your own matters. You captured so many cultivators to be your slaves and trapped them for such a long time. Do you really think they are pushovers? The people from Piping Island didn't say anything, and Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk about it. However, since they were on the Phoenix Academy's side, there was no need for him to hide it. Ladies and gentlemen, have any of your disciples or relatives suddenly disappeared? I have a list here. All of them are people who were captured by Piping Island to make genuine crystal stone in the crystal stone factory. You can see if there are any of your lost relatives or disciples. After speaking, Ling Xiao raised his hand. A strange formation appeared in the sky. On top of the spirit formation, there were vivid names, and there were even images of those people beside them. That's my son. That's my most promising disciple. Daughter. My grandson. Originally, Ling Xiao had only intended to give it a try. Who would have thought that when the name was announced, there would be continuous exclamations from below the stage? The young master of Piping Island, Chu Mu, turned pale in an instant. Let's go. Seeing that the situation was not good, he turned around and wanted to escape. Where are you going? There was no lack of experts in the crowd. A huge hand that covered the sky easily smacked Chu Mu down. Father, save me. In the stands, Cai Weiwei let out a shrill cry for help. Weiwei? Weiwei, is that you? Cai Weiwei's father was only the sect master of a small sect. However, his cultivation was at the Grotto Heaven realm. If it were any other time, he would not have offended Piping Island. However, at this moment, when he saw his daughter being tortured to such a state, one could imagine how furious he was. What was the point of a sect master who could not even protect his own daughter? I'll kill you. Cai Weiwei's father was completely enraged. He wanted to kill Chu Mu on the spot. Brother Cai, please wait. Someone stopped Cai Weiwei's father and said, this thief must be killed. However, the most important thing is to find out the whereabouts of those who were lost. Weiwei, where is Shimon Bo? This was Shimon Bo's father. He was killed by the people of Piping Island, Cai Weiwei said as she cried. That was true. Although Shimon Bo was not on good terms with Ling Xiao, the people who killed Shimon Bo were from Piping Island. Damn it. Weiwei, don't be afraid. If you have anything to say it all. With so many people supporting you, even if it's Piping Island, we'll destroy him. There were simply too many experts present. Ling Xiao had poked a hornet's nest. However, the one to suffer was not him, but Piping Island. If these people worked together, they could definitely destroy an empire. For example, Shimon Bo's grandfather. Although he was in seclusion, he was still a yin-yang realm expert. There was also a grand elder of Cai Weiwei's sect who was also a yin-yang realm expert. As for the other Grotto Heaven realm experts, they were countless. When Piping Island captured the people, they did not think that these people would be able to escape, so they did not pay much attention to them. However, today, they were really in trouble. Because of Chu Mu's words, Piping Island might be removed from the 7 Martial Ancestor Islands. Cai Weiwei described the entire process in detail. Perhaps because he was grateful to Ling Xiao, he did not mention that Ling Xiao had killed the slaves inside. Instead, he said that Ling Xiao had killed the managers and deacons, and then helped most of the slaves escape. Now, Ling Xiao had become the benefactor of these experts. Sikong Zun's expression became extremely ugly. Because if they wanted to forcefully take Ling Xiao away, they would have to become enemies with these people. Even Phoenix Cry Mountain and Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor would not dare to do so. Otherwise, Divine Phoenix Empire would become the next Piping Island. Thank you, benefactor Ling Xiao. Thank you. Countless experts cupped their hands and bowed to Ling Xiao. Everyone, there is no need to be like this. I was only trying to save myself and those people. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The more he said this, the more these people admired him, and the more they felt that they owed him. No matter what, benefactor still saved our loved ones. This favor must be repaid. Cai Weiwei's father said loudly. That's right. Countless people chimed in. If you want to repay the favor, it is not impossible. Then I will have to trouble everyone to help me kill this Xikongzun. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Of course, he knew that this was not possible. These people would not offend the Phoenix Academy just to repay a favor. However, he was just saying it to scare Xikongzun and let this old dog know how to be afraid. Ling Xiao, you dare to kill me? Xikongzun was really panicking. Although he knew that these people might not dare to attack him, there might be lunatics among them. What? The vice president of the Phoenix Academy knows how to be afraid? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Forget it, I was just teasing you. After all, you are the vice president of the Phoenix Academy. I won't go so far as to kill you. However, today, you will cripple one of your arms as atonement. When he said this, the people below the stage heaved a sigh of relief. It would be difficult to kill Xikongzun. However, if it was just crippling one of Xikongzun's arms, they would really dare to do it. Impossible. Xikongzun roared. Is that so? Ling Xiao looked at Xikongzun with a faint smile. Then, he looked at the people below the stage and did not say anything. Xikongzun, do you really want to die? Below the stage, a yin-yang realm expert shouted angrily, don't make it difficult for us. That's right. If you are not willing to cripple your arm, then we will attack. Another expert shouted. Chapter 982. Do you want to become enemies with the Phoenix Academy? Xikongzun was dumbfounded. He thought that killing Ling Xiao would be as easy as killing an ant. With the support of Phoenix Cry Chishan, he could do whatever he wanted. But now, he suddenly realized that Ling Xiao, a lowly human, could take his life at any time. Ling Xiao, remember this. I, Xikongzun, will never forget this grudge. Facing the people below the stage, Xikongzun angrily removed one of his arms. What a disgrace. One arm might not be much, but in front of so many people, he wanted to harm Ling Xiao, but in the end, he was forced to remove one of his arms by Ling Xiao. He had lost all his face. Feng Yinshan frowned slightly. He wanted Ling Xiao to owe him a favor, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao could suppress Xikongzun without his help. It seems that I have underestimated you. Feng Yinshan sighed in his heart. This won't do. I have to change my strategy. I have to rope this person in at all cost. At this moment, two arms suddenly fell from the sky. They were wrapped in the Phoenix Academy's clothes, and even the vice president's special pattern was on them. Isn't that Phoenix Cry Wanchong's clothes? Feng Qingyang jumped in fright. The vice president has good eyes. Did Phoenix Cry Wanchong think that he would be fine after sneaking an attack on me? I just asked someone to remove both of his arms, so Xikongzun, you are lucky that you only lost one arm. In fact, Ling Xiao wanted to let the butterfly lady kill Phoenix Cry Wanchong. Unfortunately, that guy was too strong. Even if his spiritual C was severely injured, he still managed to escape from the butterfly lady, leaving only two arms and the clothes wrapped around them. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Feng Yinshan's jaw almost dropped. What was going on with Ling Xiao? Could it be that there was an incomparably powerful expert behind him? Fortunately, he didn't offend this guy. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for him. The people below the stage couldn't help but sigh. So it turns out that Ling Xiao didn't ask us to cut off Xikongzun's arm to take advantage of us. He just didn't want us to owe him a favor. He was thinking of us old guys. To think that I misunderstood him. I'm really gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. This young man is really not bad. He probably has a yin-yang realm expert protecting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with Phoenix Cry 10,000 layers. I'm definitely going to be your friend. Me too. Nowadays, it's really rare to see such a young man. These discussions caused Feng Yinshan to exclaim inwardly, what a powerful person. His methods are truly terrifying. He was able to obtain the support of so many people so easily. In the future, the people from the Phoenix Academy will have to think twice before making a move on him. He suddenly thought of Ji Fering and Yu Shenyu, who had come to the Divine Phoenix continent before. Ling Xiao's performance was truly stronger than those two. He was indeed worthy of being the son of those two. Feng Yinshan smiled slightly. He felt that there was no need for him to appear today, so he chose to leave. His purpose for coming here was to make Ling Xiao owe him a favor. However, it was clear that Ling Xiao didn't need to owe him a favor. Instead, he had helped him suppress those idiots from the Ice Phoenix clan. He should be thanking this person. Feng Yinshan quickly returned to his private courtyard and asked a white-bearded old man, "Master, you saw what happened today. What do you think?" The white-bearded old man stroked his beard and smiled as he drank tea. "There's nothing wrong with your highness' way of thinking and doing things. You're also very good at judging people. You're much better than Phoenix Cry Chishan. This time, not only did you take the opportunity to suppress the Phoenix Academy and the Ice Phoenix clan, but you also made many people have a good impression of you. It's just that Ling Xiao was a little unexpected, which caused some discrepancies in your highness' plan. Master, you're really amazing. You guessed all this without even being there. Master, what do you think of this Ling Xiao?" Feng Yinshan said in admiration. "I can't see through him." The white-bearded old man shook his head. "This person is a mystery. Even Ji Fering and Yu Shenyu can't see through this little guy. The Phoenix Academy set up this duel today for a very clear purpose. First, they wanted to suppress Qingshu College and use the Blood Skull to ruin Qingshu College's reputation. This plan fell through because of Ling Xiao's victory. Second, they wanted to take the opportunity to make Qingshu College and Your Highness the Crown Prince fall out with the Dark Phoenix clan. This point was resolved because of Your Highness' wit. You were right not to side with Ling Xiao. At the very least, you were right to destroy the other party's plan. The Dark Phoenix clan won't blame you. Of course, Your Highness has a choice. Do you want the support of the Dark Phoenix clan or Ling Xiao? You have to think carefully. As for the Phoenix Academy's third purpose, it was very clear. They wanted to establish a good relationship with Piping Island. After all, Ling Xiao killed Chu Lin of Piping Island. It would be best if the Blood Skull could kill Ling Xiao. But because Ling Xiao mentioned the Crystal Factory, this plan fell through. Do you think Ling Xiao did it on purpose or unintentionally? Feng Yinshan suddenly asked. What do you think, Your Highness? The white-bearded old man asked. This person, Ling Xiao, is extremely scheming. Although he's young, he's extremely mature and prudent. His thoughts are simply terrifying. From what I see, it should be intentional. From the very beginning, he had already guessed Divine Phoenix Academy's goal, so he basically targeted them. Feng Yinshan replied, he didn't think too much about offending the Dark Phoenix clan. Maybe it's because he doesn't care at all. Your Highness overlooked one point. The white-bearded old man sighed and said, Ling Xiao was actually testing Your Highness. This king has the same feeling. Feng Yinshan sighed and said, but I underestimated him. At that moment, he chose not to help either side. Then we can only slowly make up for it. The white-bearded old man said. That's the only way. Feng Yinshan sighed, and then a bright light flashed in his eyes. Master, let your people go to Piping Island. Last time, we found out that the Ice Phoenix clan was colluding with Piping Island, but there was no evidence. This time, Piping Island is probably finished. Take this opportunity to gather all the evidence. Don't worry, Your Highness. I have already sent people. The white-bearded old man nodded. Thank you, Master. You can go do your work. I should go back and deal with those stubborn old men in the clan. After saying this, Feng Yinshan left. Just like how he came in mysteriously, he also left in a hurry. Seeing Feng Yinshan leave, the white-bearded old man couldn't help but frown and sigh. I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you to join the fight for the Imperial Emperor. Alas, your talent is outstanding. If you focus on martial arts, you won't be worse than Feng Ming Chishan. Chapter 983. Feng Ming Chishan, the heir apparent of the Ice Phoenix clan, ranked first among the 10 great phoenixes. His strength was unfathomable, but he rarely appeared to deal with these conspiracies. Most of the matters were left to the imperial tutor and Feng Ming Wushan, so he had enough time to cultivate. He was 1 or 2 years older than Feng Yinshan, but his cultivation level was higher than Feng Yinshan's. Feng Yinshan was ranked second among the 10 great phoenixes, but he had no reliable helpers by his side. He was always worried about other things, so his cultivation level naturally fell behind. However, he was still ranked second among the 10 great phoenixes. This was enough to show how terrifying his aptitude was. On the other side, after Feng Yinshan left, Xikong Zun also left the plaza in humiliation and returned to the Phoenix Academy. Within a day, 2 vice deans had lost 3 arms. This was definitely super big news. After all, both of them were Yin-Yang realm experts. To be able to injure the 2 of them, it was only a celestial realm practitioner of the Avalon of 5 elements. This was even more shocking. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not stop Xikong Zun, many Phoenix Academy disciples secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were actually afraid that Ling Xiao would kill Xikong Zun. If this had happened yesterday, no one would have believed it. Ling Xiao did not kill Xikong Zun not because he did not want to, but because he could not. Wanting one of Xikong Zun's arms and killing Xikong Zun were 2 completely different concepts. Now that he and the Phoenix Academy were like fire and water, it was impossible to reconcile. In the future, he had to be more careful in his cultivation and life. If he was not careful, the Phoenix Academy might find a way to get rid of him. They did not dare to do it openly, but they still had many tricks up their sleeves. He had borrowed the prestige of countless pugilistic world experts for today's matter, but these people could not always help him. In the end, he still had to continuously increase his strength. It was more convenient to solve many things by himself. Fortunately, the butterfly girl had recovered. With such a trump card in hand, he was not afraid of being plotted against. As for Feng Yinshan, although he felt that this person was the same as Haim Myung-K in the past, there was only politics in her eyes and no human feelings. But at the very least, this person had no enmity towards him. This was somewhat similar to Ling Wuheng, the second master of the Ling family. He was definitely someone they could ally with. If he could join forces with Feng Yinshan, he would have another layer of protection. Benefactor, we have to go to Piping Island to settle accounts, so we have to leave. If Benefactor has any orders for us, just let us know. The experts below the stage hated Piping Island to death. Although they had captured Chu Mu, that didn't resolve the hatred in their hearts. The next thing to do was naturally to find his lost relatives and settle the score with Piping Island. Everyone, just mind your own business. Ling Xiao nodded. He knew very well that the words of these people were mostly just polite words. When it came to conflicts of interest, perhaps only a few masters would be willing to help him. Most of the others would just not cheat him, and that was enough. See you later. See you later. Most of them left hurriedly. Cai Weiwei also left with her father. Before she left, this girl didn't forget to respectfully bow and thank Ling Xiao. Although the person who saved her was not Ling Xiao, but if Ling Xiao didn't speak up for justice and scare Chu Mu away, she wouldn't have had the chance to speak. In the future, keep your eyes open and find a good man. Ling Xiao smiled and gave Cai Weiwei a sincere piece of advice. This Cai Weiwei had gone astray because she had followed the wrong man. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a disaster. Weiwei will remember Benefactor's words in her heart. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect our young hero Ling to be such a sentimental person. After Cai Weiwei and the rest left, the Phoenix Academy disciples who had been sitting there trembling in fear regained their prestige. The one who mocked Ling Xiao was the Peacock Phoenix, Kong He. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Kong He, and a murderous look appeared on his face. He didn't care if Kong He mocked him. But Kong He actually tried to sneak an attack on him. If Feng Qingyang hadn't stopped him, Kong He would have jumped onto the stage. He didn't forget this grudge. The Peacock Phoenix is so impressive. Ling Xiao, don't have such a bad memory. I remember a despicable person who tried to sneak an attack on me very clearly. Ling Xiao said coldly. So what if I sneak attacked you? Your backers have already left. Do you really think that's your prestige? If I want to kill you, it's as easy as killing someone. The Peacock Phoenix said coldly. The 10 great phoenixes weren't just the symbol of talent. They were the pride of the divine Phoenix Empire and also the symbol of strength. Those who could become the 10 great phoenixes were the true young experts. Kong he wasn't bragging. He really could do it. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was just an ant. He didn't dare to say anything just now because he was afraid of the pugilistic world experts. And not because he was afraid of Ling Xiao. There were always people who wanted the title of 10 great phoenixes. But they had to exchange it with blood, or even their lives. It could be said that such a title was made up of piles of bones. Senior Kong, you must avenge Bloodskull. As long as you can avenge him, I'm willing to do anything. Bloodskull's girlfriend said loudly. Kong he smiled proudly. He turned around to admire the woman's perfect figure. He thought to himself that Bloodskull had good taste. If he could get this woman on his bed, it would be a good thing. It was rare to see a young master from a noble family who wasn't lustful. After all, he grew up in that kind of environment. It was hard not to be affected. Don't worry, junior sister. This person has insulted our Phoenix Academy many times. He even killed Kulong and Kuyu from our Peacock clan. Even if Bloodskull wasn't involved, this phoenix would still kill him. Kong his words were very high class, but he was probably the only one who understood his own dirty thoughts the best. After he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, Vice President Feng, our Phoenix Academy has indeed lost today's battle. In order to defend our Phoenix Academy's honor, this phoenix is willing to challenge your academy's young experts. You can choose anyone to fight with me. There's no need to fight to the death. Just a normal duel will do. So you don't have to worry about losing geniuses. How about it? Peacock Phoenix had just joined the Phoenix Academy. He hadn't done anything for the Phoenix Academy yet, so he felt a little uneasy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he publicly challenged Qingshu College's experts. He was really scheming. After all, he knew that among the 10 great phoenixes of the Divine Phoenix Empire, there were 4 in the Phoenix Academy. Qingshu College didn't even have one. So no matter who Feng Qingyang chose, they wouldn't be a match for him, Peacock Phoenix. This was the best way for Peacock Phoenix to regain his face. Chapter 984. Defeating Ling Xiao would be too meaningless. There would probably be people who would say that he, the Peacock Phoenix son, was bullying the weak. So now, he was giving Qingshu College a chance to choose. He was letting Qingshu College choose the person to fight with him. There were still many people in the audience who had not left. After all, not everyone was related to the Piping Island incident. When they heard this, they were a little excited. To them, the livelier it was, the better. They couldn't wait to see such exciting battles every day. Without waiting for Feng Qingyang to speak, Kong he continued, What's wrong? Are the disciples of Qingshu College all cowards? Cowards? Can't even afford to lose an ordinary battle? Or is your college fishing for fame and reputation? You don't live up to your reputation at all. These words were very unpleasant. Even with Feng Qingyang's calm personality, he couldn't stand it. But in his heart, it was really difficult. Because among the disciples of Qingshu College, there was really no one who was a match for the 10 great phoenixes. At most, they could exchange a few hundred blows, but in the end, they would still be defeated miserably. Once the young disciples, especially the arrogant geniuses, lost miserably to someone of the same generation, it would be a very serious blow to their self-confidence. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to do that. At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Peacock Phoenix is so impressive. You want to fight, right? Then I'll play with you. But I don't like ordinary battles. Why don't we agree on a life and death battle? Of course, this time, not only do you have to sign the life and death agreement, but also the 2 vice deans of Phoenix Academy and the dean have to sign the life and death agreement. Haha, but I doubt that old dog Phoenix Cry Wanchong will sign it. Ling Xiao's words were extremely sarcastic. The disciples of Phoenix Academy were incomparably angry. But they couldn't refute. They didn't admit that the life and death agreement was made by Sikong Zun. If they refuted, it would be disrespectful to Sikong Zun. They didn't have the guts to do so. Why should I sign the life and death agreement with you? Kong he frowned. It was fine for him to play around, but in a battle of life and death, there were too many variables. He was a little afraid. What if Ling Xiao wanted to drag him down with him before he died? What if the mysterious expert behind Ling Xiao helped him? These were all variables, so he didn't want to sign it. If you don't dare to fight, then shut your mouth. Don't make a fool of yourself here. It's not up to a coward like you to judge the students of Qingshu College, Ling Xiao shouted. You. What about me? If you don't dare to fight, then scram. Do you think the Phoenix Academy hasn't lost enough face by staying here? Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. If you don't dare to fight, then I'll find a chance to fight at your Phoenix Academy. At that time, I hope you won't be a coward like today. The situation was instantly reversed. Originally, Peacock Huangzi wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Qingshu College and regain his face. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to completely rebuke him with just a few words. He was completely dumbfounded. In the crowd, many martial artists looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a monster. The person who said this was not a lunatic. It meant that he was really confident. Ling Xiao obviously didn't look like a lunatic. He could make Phoenix cry Wanchong and Sikong Zun lose 3 arms. It was enough to show how meticulous and terrifying his thoughts were. It was Phoenix Academy's misfortune to have provoked such a person. I'm afraid you won't live to see that day. Let's go. In the end, Kong He didn't have the guts to fight Ling Xiao to the death. Bloodskull's death was a huge shock to him. Although Bloodskull's cultivation was much lower than his, it was much higher than Ling Xiao's. In the end, he was still killed. Moreover, he died without knowing how. Until now, Kong He still couldn't figure out how Ling Xiao killed Bloodskull. Therefore, even before the battle had begun, he was already on the verge of collapsing. He knew this very well, so he didn't dare to fight. He would rather lose his face than lose his life. In fact, this was considered a smart choice. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao was just holding on. The current Ling Xiao, unless he chose to die together with Kong He, was no match for him. However, he would never do something like perishing together with his enemy. Therefore, he was just scaring people. However, it was this kind of scaring that scared away Peacock Huangzi, one of the 10 great phoenixes. You're crazy. However, people like you won't live long. The next to leave was Skyrock Huangzi, Peng Yu. His thoughts were basically the same as Peacock Huangzi's. They didn't want to fight now. The other disciples of Phoenix Academy looked at each other. Each of them had an obvious look of disappointment. They couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. They originally thought that they could use the strength of the 2 phoenixes to regain their dignity, but in the end, they ended up in an even more embarrassing state. One by one, they fled the square. Boring. Let's go too. We can't watch the show anymore. The spectators also chose to leave. In the entire square, only Ling Xiao, his friends, and Feng Qingyang were left. Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also looked at Feng Qingyang. Vice President, thank you so much for this time. Kid, you've really caused a lot of trouble for Qingshu College. However, I like it. Feng Qingyang had long felt that Ling Xiao was an extraordinary person, so he had been paying attention to him. However, today's incident still shocked him. Even he, Feng Qingyang, might not be able to do what Ling Xiao did. This kid was really too powerful. He was so powerful that he couldn't help but admire him. Vice President, you're flattering me. I just did what I should do. Ling Xiao felt very happy. However, he wouldn't get carried away because of this. This was because he knew that relying on external forces wasn't a long-term solution. The key was to raise his own cultivation. This was the most important step. From today onwards, your name will probably resound throughout the entire imperial city. However, this might not be a good thing. After all, martial artists are competitive. There are many winners. You must be careful. Feng Qingyang reminded him. Thank you, Vice President, for your reminder. I understand. Ling Xiao understood this principle when he was in the Sky Dragon continent. Although he had changed places after coming to the Divine Phoenix continent, the rules of the underworld were still the same. Let's go back. Feng Qingyang nodded and said with satisfaction. Everyone returned to Qingshu College. Feng Qingyang naturally went to report today's incident to the president. He said that he was representing himself to watch the battle. In fact, as the vice president, it wasn't very possible. After all, he was representing the entire Qingshu College. At this time, Ling Xiao finally couldn't pretend anymore. Being injured by the Sikong Zun made him very uncomfortable. He almost couldn't stand properly. Haim Myung-K and Cold Plum hurriedly supported him and sent him to his room to rest. Senior Sister Lan, don't worry about me. You should go and cultivate. Remember, strength is dignity. Without strength, you don't even have dignity. Ling Xiao didn't forget this important thing even though he was injured. Chapter 985. Ling Xiao wasn't immersed in their concern. He didn't dare to forget how he had come so far. Only by cultivating and increasing his strength could he truly control his own destiny. All right, Ming Kong, Cold Plum, I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. The rest of you, follow me to the Heaven Essence Pagoda and continue cultivating. Lan Yu'er was truly unwilling to leave. However, she knew very well that with her current cultivation, she wasn't even qualified to protect Ling Xiao. Therefore, she had to make the best use of her time to cultivate. Haim Myung-K and Cold Plum were the strongest among them. It was enough for them to stay here. Cold Plum, give Senior Lan some Heaven Essence crystals. I don't need that much. Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. Although the lower-grade Heaven Essence crystals were still effective, their effects were minimal. Therefore, it was useless to keep them by his side. It was better to let those who truly cared about him use them to increase their strength. I understand. Cold Plum gave the Heaven Essence crystals to Lan Yu'er. As for how to distribute them, Lan Yu'er would figure it out herself. Cold Plum didn't need to trouble herself. Are you really okay? Haim Myung-K looked at the man lying on the bed and felt that fate was a strange thing. In the past, she had almost become Ling Xiao's enemy. Now, she was guarding this man by his bedside. She didn't feel that anything was wrong. Instead, she felt that it was normal. What could have happened? I just killed a blood skeleton. It's just that old dog Sikong Zun is too strong and caused me to suffer some serious internal injuries. I need some time to recover. Ling Xiao didn't need to hide anything. After experiencing life and death from the Heavenly Dragon Continent to the Divine Phoenix Continent, if he couldn't even trust Haim Myung-K and Cold Plum, who else could he trust? Those people from the Phoenix Academy are really shameless. Cold Plum snorted coldly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Her second martial soul was originally a powerful assassin, so the current her really wanted to use this second martial soul to kill a few more Divine Phoenix Academy disciples. In terms of shamelessness, we are naturally inferior to them. However, in terms of strength, we are also inferior. Haim Myung-K sighed and said, the reason why they dared to do such shameless things is because we are not strong enough. If not for the help of those Jianghu people today, I'm afraid that Ling Xiao would have been doomed. It's rare for you to be able to see through this. Ling Xiao sighed and said, what happened today was very dangerous. However, it also taught us a lot of things. Without strength, everything is meaningless. So, the two of you shouldn't waste any more time. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda is a good place for cultivation. You must increase your cultivation as soon as possible. We understand. Haim Myung-K and Cold Plum nodded. Since you understand, let's not idle around. Bring me to the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Let's go straight to the 5th floor. I believe that after the Blood Skull was killed, no one will dare to provoke us. Although I'm injured, I still have the two of you as my bodyguards. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Okay. The three of them headed to the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda together. The Phoenix Academy disciples avoided them when they saw them. They were obviously very afraid. Now that everyone here knew that Ling Xiao had injured Phoenix Cry Wanchong and Sikong Zun, who would dare to provoke him? The three of them entered their respective rooms to cultivate. In Ling Xiao's room, a little butterfly flew out and revealed an innocent and cute expression. Thank you for today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that those people from the Phoenix Academy wouldn't have been able to intimidate them. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll get it for you. He still didn't know much about the butterfly girl. The only thing he knew was that the butterfly girl was a foodie and her favorite food was spiritual stones. Although Ling Xiao had a huge burden because of this, he felt that it was worth it. With such a little girl by his side, not only would it bring him a lot of happiness, but it would also make him feel at ease. You want to eat high-grade spiritual stones? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You really dare to ask for it. But for you, I'll bear the pain and part with it. Ling Xiao had very few high-grade spiritual stones and he was basically saving them for future cultivation. But since the butterfly girl liked to eat, he couldn't be stingy. At this stage, the butterfly girl was his trump card. He gave the butterfly girl 1 high-grade spiritual stone, 2 middle-grade spiritual stones, and 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Ling Xiao began to recuperate at the side. Although he had a lot of questions in his heart. For example, who were his parents? Why did Feng Yinshan, Feng Yangran, and Feng Qingyang treat him like a benefactor? Could it be that his parents had helped them in some way? Many questions lingered in his heart, but he completely put them aside when he was cultivating. His greatest strength was that he was able to focus on doing one thing well. He wouldn't change his mind. Very quickly, he entered a state of cultivation. At first, he was just recovering from his injuries. This entire process took him nearly a week. A yin-yang realm expert was indeed a yin-yang realm expert. The damage he caused was really terrifying. Although Ling Xiao had always said that it was nothing. In reality, it was really serious. Fortunately, his recovery ability was outstanding and he had the help of the mountain river martial soul. He only started cultivating after a week. Of course, the most important thing was to consolidate his cultivation in the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements and to perfectly master the Doomsday Daotai move. When he used it to deal with the blood skeleton, that move wasn't particularly perfect. Next, he had to be more proficient in it. In the universe formed by black and white, a huge shadow occupied the void. At this moment, the Daotai beast was still in its infancy and couldn't be seen very clearly. However, that terrifying power was still constantly being released. A huge black beast. Heaven-devouring titanic beast. Destruction titanic beast. It was rumored that it could easily swallow the mystic world. Although it wasn't real and was just a virtual image condensed by the light and shadow ultimacy of the mountain river martial soul. However, as Ling Xiao's cultivation continued to increase, he believed that this huge beast would become stronger and stronger. At that time, the Doomsday Taotia's power would also continue to increase. This was already beyond the concept of traditional martial arts. Ling Xiao's soul merged into the huge beast's body and started to understand the terrifying will that could destroy everything. Time passed very quickly, especially when one was cultivating. The passage of time was almost imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. Ling Xiao's soul was still in the Daotai beast's body and was enveloped by the powerful will of destruction. It was constantly being tempered and strengthened. In the small cultivation room, the destruction sword essence was constantly being released. Many scratches appeared on the surrounding walls that were protected by the formation. The butterfly lady looked at Ling Xiao in shock. She seemed to be puzzled. How could the youth in front of her be so much stronger than he was a week ago? His cultivation had only increased by a small realm, reaching the middle stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. Chapter 986. The terrifying destructive sword intent wreaked havoc in the entire cultivation room. However, this destructive sword intent wasn't released by Ling Xiao himself, but came from the mountain river martial spirit. Ling Xiao was still in the beginning stages of excavating this treasury. Until now, he was just like a toddler. However, what was interesting was that even with such a powerful sword intent, the butterfly girl didn't seem to be afraid at all. All the sword intents that hit her body were easily dissolved, as if they couldn't cause any damage. If Ling Xiao were to see this special physique, he would definitely be very shocked. However, Ling Xiao was completely immersed in cultivation at this time and was completely unaware of what was happening outside. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The spring festival was getting closer and closer, but for many people, this spring festival might not be easy. For example, Piping Island. In the month that Ling Xiao was cultivating, Piping Island was besieged by experts from the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire, as well as many other islands. In the end, even the island sank to the bottom of the sea. Piping Island was completely destroyed. However, it was said that the young master of Piping Island, Chu Mu, was rescued by a mysterious person and disappeared. However, not many people cared about Chu Mu. After all, Piping Island was destroyed and these people were relieved. Other than a few people who were still looking for Chu Mu's whereabouts, the rest put this matter aside. For example, the Phoenix Academy wasn't doing well either. Ling Xiao broke the arms of the two vice-deans, which seriously affected the Academy's reputation. In order to boost the Academy's reputation and take revenge on Qingshu College. Under Empyrean miraculous hand Sun Shong's hard work, the Heaven Reversal Pill of good quality and cheap price was refined. The Heaven Reversal Pill was useful to every martial artist. It was mainly used to recover heavenly elemental energy. Of course, it could also be used to recover true elemental energy, true qi, and so on. As long as it was inner energy, it could be recovered. The effect was also very good. Coupled with the fact that it wasn't expensive, it became a hot pill in the Imperial City and even the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. Not to mention other places, just within the Imperial City, the Phoenix Academy basically took over Qingshu College's pill market by relying on the Heaven Reversal Pill. Without this market, Qingshu College would not only lose face and honor, but also a large amount of income. Without this income, many students left Qingshu College and joined Phoenix Academy. After all, academies were different from sects one could choose to withdraw from them. Although it was morally despicable, there was nothing wrong with the rules. Because of this, the higher-ups of Qingshu College had a headache. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know about these things. After a month of cultivation, not only had his injuries healed, but his entire body's essence, energy, and spirit had also improved significantly. His cultivation had also risen to the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements. As for whether he could break through to the 6 arts realm, that would depend on fate. Just like the transcendent realm, the further one advanced in the heaven realm, the more difficult it became to break through. After all, the requirements for energy and comprehension would continue to accumulate. When he came out of seclusion, Haim Myung-Ke and the others were still cultivating. Therefore, he returned to Qingshu College alone. As soon as he returned, he saw a gloomy scene. The number of students in the college had decreased significantly. In the past, there were at least 30 to 40,000 students. Now, there were at most 10,000 students left. On the way, he met Feng Qingyang and was about to greet him, but he saw that Feng Qingyang didn't stop at all. It was as if he didn't see him and brushed past him with a frown. At that moment, Ling Xiao could clearly feel the anger and displeasure in Feng Qingyang's body. What happened? Even Vice Dean Qingyang, who is always open-minded about everything, is so impatient. Ling Xiao was stunned and puzzled. He wanted to chase after Feng Qingyang to ask, but he had already disappeared. Ling Xiao, you're out. At that moment, a slightly anxious voice sounded. Ling Xiao turned around and saw Feng Yangran, who was dressed in red. Oh, it's Miss Yangran. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Feng Yangran. Other than the time when they had just arrived at the Imperial City, Feng Yangran basically protected him no matter what happened. Just based on this, he had to be polite to Feng Yangran. This is the secret healing medicine of our fiery phoenix tribe. Take it. I wasn't able to help you last time. I've made you suffer. Feng Yangran sighed. At that moment, there were students passing by. When they saw that the dignified Princess Yangran of the Fire Phoenix tribe was giving something to an ordinary student, they were envious and jealous. The anxiety on their faces seemed to have lessened. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled as he took the healing medicine from her. Although he had recovered from his injuries, he couldn't refuse her. Seeing that Ling Xiao had accepted her gift, Feng Yangran was also in a good mood. On her pretty face, a blush actually floated. Cough cough, that, Miss Yangran, did something happen in the academy recently? Why do I feel that everyone is so worried and anxious? Ling Xiao coughed twice to resolve the ambiguous awkwardness and hurriedly changed the topic. Speaking of this, Feng Yangran shook her head helplessly. That's true. Since the Phoenix Academy lost face last time, their heavenly master Miraculous Hand Sun Shong refined the crisis reversal elixir, which is a cheap and high-quality elixir. The key is that this elixir is not only affordable, but also effective. Moreover, it's produced in large quantities and is very popular among warriors. Feng Yangran continued, because of this, the elixir market of Qingshu College has almost been completely squeezed and shrunk. You also know that the economic foundation determines the superstructure. Without money, the academy can't do anything. Because of this, many students chose to leave Qingshu College. Under the coercion and temptation of the Phoenix Academy, they chose to join them. Alas, in just 1 month, many things have changed. Now we're having a hard time. No wonder I saw Vice Principal Qing Yang's face was so ugly. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh. Taking advantage of the time when I was in seclusion to come up with so many things, looks like this Divine Phoenix Academy is really indignant about the previous matter. It's just a mere Sun Shong, at most he's a yellow high-level alchemist, how could he overturn the heavens? A yellow-level advanced alchemist is not in your eyes. Feng Yangran looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. As everyone knew, after elixirs were graded, there were 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each grade was further divided into 5 small grades: low, medium, high, top, and super. Alchemists and alchemists were also divided according to the grade of elixirs they could refine. For example, those who could refine yellow-level advanced alchemists were called yellow-level advanced alchemists. Sun Shong was an alchemist of this level, and he was called the best in the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. It was said that no one was better than him. Chapter 987. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Sun Shong was so high and mighty that it was astonishing. In the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, he was simply the only alchemist in demand. No one could be compared to him. However, Ling Xiao did not take him seriously. As long as Ling Xiao had enough materials, it would not be a problem for him to concoct a yellow-grade super pill. Therefore, he did not care about Sun Shong. Miss Yangran, go to Vice Dean Qingyang and tell them not to worry. This matter is related to me. I will help you deal with it. Ling Xiao smiled. Anything that went against Divine Phoenix Academy, he was more than happy to do. After parting with Feng Yangran, Ling Xiao put on a simple disguise, left the Qingshu Academy, and ran towards the busiest elixir market in the Imperial City. As a student of Qingshu College, Ling Xiao did not want his college to be suppressed. Moreover, Feng Qingyang had helped him a lot last time. He had to return the favor. Moreover, they had escaped from the Sky Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent. Qingshu College had given them the right to be disciples. People should always have the heart to repay a debt of gratitude. This time, he had to help Qingshu College. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Sun Shong. He wanted to give this guy, who was fishing for fame, a heavy blow. However, he had not figured out how to do it. Therefore, he planned to wander around the market to understand the situation. Then, he would think about what to do. In the past, this market belonged to the Phoenix Academy. The other half belonged to Qingshu College. However, today, when Ling Xiao entered the market, he found that most of Qingshu College's market had been bought or leased by the Phoenix Academy. In the whole market, only a corner of Qingshu College's shop was left. There were almost no customers. Looking at the Phoenix Academy's shops and stalls, although there were many, they were overcrowded. The deafening noise made him shake his head. These guests were basically celestial realm martial artists. In the Divine Phoenix continent, heaven-tier martial artists were the mainstream. As long as one could grab hold of this market, they would basically be able to make a steady profit. When a martial artist was in the process of fighting or carrying out a mission, the easiest thing to consume was inner energy. If one were to use spirit stones to replenish it, not only would it be too slow, it would also not be easy to convert it. Other medicinal pills could also be used, but they were either too expensive or their effects were not very good. Until now, The divine Phoenix continent didn't have any kind of pill that was specifically used to recover inner strength. It was precisely because of this that the appearance of the reverse pill completely became a hot-selling divine medicine, occupying the market in one fell swoop. Don't underestimate this heaven reversal pill. A single pill might be able to save a life. With inner strength, it didn't matter if it was escaping or healing, they could do it. Without inner strength, even if you weren't injured, you would become a target for others to slaughter. Line up, line up. Those behind, keep up. Those who bought something, don't just stand there. Quickly leave. The shouts of the Phoenix Academy staff came from inside. Although the weather was cold, they were sweating profusely and were in a good mood. I want 10 heaven reversal pills. Give me 100 pills. 50 pills. The martial artists who bought the heaven reversal pills hurriedly left in excitement. Those who didn't buy it anxiously waited there. In any case, the production of this heaven reversal pill was very high, so they weren't afraid of not being able to buy it. I'd like to see what kind of miraculous pill this heaven reversal pill of yours is, to actually be so popular. Ling Xiao also squeezed into the crowd and lined up to buy a bottle of 50 heaven reversal pills. The cost was really not much. One heaven reversal pill only cost 1 low-grade spirit stone, so 50 pills were only 50 spirit stones. For the majority of Heaven Realm martial artists, this was not a problem at all. It was just that the attitude of the staff selling medicine at the Phoenix Academy wasn't very good. Each and every one of them acted as if they were extremely arrogant. There was no one else with this kind of service attitude. Of course, this attitude was not only directed at him, but almost every martial artist was like this. Obviously, they felt that the Heaven Reversal pill had no competitors in the market, so naturally, they could flaunt their prowess. He even heard a shop assistant say something like, "Buy it if you don't want it. If you don't want to buy it, get lost." Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. With such an attitude, as long as Qingshu College had a pill with similar effects and their attitude was slightly better, they could quickly take back the market. There was no need to be afraid of the market here being bought. Anyway, the Imperial City was very big. At worst, they could just open another market. For things like pills, as long as the effect was good, there was no need to advertise at all. Naturally, there would be people to advertise for you. After finding a place with fewer people, Ling Xiao opened the bottle of the Heaven Reversal pill and gently sniffed it. Then, he swallowed a Heaven Reversal pill into his stomach and couldn't help but frown. This thing is not bad, but the medicinal effect is still too weak. Probably in order to reduce the cost, they didn't use any special medicinal materials. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. This Sun Shong was really black-hearted. He previously thought that this Heaven Reversal pill was good and cheap, but now his thoughts had completely changed. 100 of such pills actually cost 100 low-grade spirit stones. If he were to refine it, with the cost, he was afraid that he wouldn't even use a single low-grade spirit stone. Many of the things could even be bought with gold and silver from ordinary people. Huge profits. Absolutely huge profits. This was the advantage of technology. If you still think that a pill that couldn't even be bought with a single low-grade spirit stone was cheap for 100 low-grade spirit stones, it was because you didn't know how to refine pills or medicine. Hihi, Sun Shong, you're so black-hearted. You've given me a good opportunity to turn the tables. Ling Xiao laughed. As long as his pills were slightly better, the price was slightly cheaper, and then a little publicity and hype, what could Sun Shong use to compete with him? Originally, he felt that this kind of low-grade pill was cheap when he refined it. However, for the sake of Qingshu College, in order to attack Sun Shong and Phoenix Academy, he would lower his price this time. It was also a merit to be able to benefit many martial artists. After killing so many people and occasionally doing good deeds, he felt much better in his heart. I might as well go to the Heavenly Dragon auction house to get the materials. Princess Yunye is quite capable. There should be no problem at all if I go to her. This time, Ling Xiao simply didn't hide his true identity. Anyway, the smart Yunye might have already guessed that the powerful alchemist was related to him. Although she might not know that it was him, she would definitely be polite to him. As he expected, when the people of the Heavenly Dragon auction house saw Ling Xiao, They immediately politely welcomed him into the VIP room and reported to Yun Ya at the same time. Yun Ya deliberately changed into a beautiful and enchanting dress to meet Ling Xiao. She was extremely interested in this mysterious young man, the chosen one of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Chapter 988. Young hero Ling, what brings you here today? What happened in the square a month ago is still vivid in my mind. I can't get your heroic bearing out of my mind for a long time. This princess really knew how to talk. Her flattery was also very skillful. Princess Yun Ya, you flatter me. I'm here this time for no other reason than to trouble you to help me find something. Ling Xiao didn't come here to flirt or bond with others, so he went straight to the point and took out the list he had prepared beforehand. In addition to the required medicinal materials, there was also a design drawing of the medicine's packaging. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. The packaging of the elixir was also important. A good packaging could immediately improve the quality of the elixir. Although it didn't have any practical use, warriors really liked it. In fact, the packaging was not worth much, but a good packaging could make the elixir sell better. Young hero Ling, do you want these things to refine elixirs? Yun Ya asked with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded and said, that's right. In fact, with your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to guess. During the time I was in seclusion, Phoenix Academy was aggressive and wanted to completely destroy Qingshu College. I didn't intend to bully them, but I couldn't stand it anymore. This time, if I don't completely squeeze Phoenix Academy out of the elixir market, I, Ling Xiao, will write my name backward. Young hero Ling, you want to refine elixirs? Not that old man. Yun Ya was stunned and asked. Why? Is there a difference? Ling Xiao's words were already very obvious. It was just that Yun Ya couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was actually such a powerful alchemist, so she didn't think in that direction at all. Now she still thought that Ling Xiao was apprenticed to that master. Ling Xiao didn't explain much. In fact, this kind of misunderstanding was not bad. It was actually very good to let others misunderstand that you had someone behind you. Haha, there's no difference. Since young hero Ling needs these things, we'll try our best to get them. Yun Ya said with a smile. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it's best if you can get it now. I can pay more. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't have the materials. Get a batch first and take your time. Young hero Ling, you must be joking. How can we let you pay more? According to our previous agreement, the items you purchase from the Heavenly Dragon auction house will be sold at the lowest discount. You only need to pay half the price. Yun Ya was really determined to help Ling Xiao. After all, the list that Ling Xiao gave involved more than 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Most importantly, they didn't have that many materials in stock, and they had been supplying the Phoenix Academy recently. Now that Ling Xiao wanted so much at once, it was actually very difficult for her. But she still agreed. In her opinion, she would rather abandon her partner, the Phoenix Academy, to capture Ling Xiao. It wasn't just because of the alchemist behind Ling Xiao. More importantly, the existence of the Heavenly Dragon auction house was actually to complete a major plan. Ling Xiao might be a key part of this plan. For this plan, it was worth it to make less money. Princess Yun Ya is really straightforward. How about this? Help me prepare 100 mid-grade Heavenly Spirit elixirs. Ling Xiao thought about it and said. The mid-grade Heavenly Spirit elixir was a high-grade yellow-grade elixir. Only a high-grade yellow-grade alchemist could refine it. This grade of elixir was the highest grade that Sun Shong could refine. The materials for a high-grade yellow-grade elixir were very expensive. Compared to the materials on Ling Xiao's list, it was more than 1,000 times more expensive. All of a sudden, Yun Ya was enraged. I'm giving you some benefits, and you want to take advantage of me? Isn't this too much? Although she was furious, the expression on her face didn't change at all. This woman was really powerful. After weighing the pros and cons, she finally gritted her teeth and said, well, since young hero Ling has asked, Yun Ya will naturally do it for you. As the saying goes, you can't trap a wolf without sacrificing your child, and you can't trap a pervert without sacrificing your wife. Anyway, she had already given him so many benefits, so she didn't mind giving him more. It was better than Ling Xiao being taken away by others. But even so, she was still unhappy. Even looking at Ling Xiao's face, she didn't look so cute anymore. Princess Yun Ya, are you angry? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. How could I be? Yun Ya shook her head and said calmly. It's inevitable that I'm angry. If it were me, I would also be angry at people who want a yard after taking an inch. But your highness probably misunderstood. Among these 100 mid-grade heavenly spirit elixirs, 50 of them are for the Heavenly Dragon auction house. You only need to provide the materials. The remaining 50 will be my service fee. That's not too much, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Not too much, not too much. It's more than not too much. It's simply too good. Yun Ya's expression finally went out of control at this moment. She was so happy that she couldn't control it. After all, she was only a human. Although she could control her emotions, how could she control herself when she encountered such a good thing? It should be known that in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, as far as she knew, Sun Shong was probably the only one who could refine high-grade heavenly spirit elixirs. She had also gone to find Sun Shong, hoping that he could help her refine some high-grade heavenly spirit elixirs. Sun Shong didn't refuse, but he demanded an exorbitant price. Moreover, it was a price that was simply unacceptable. The key was that the success rate of refining wasn't high. The utilization rate of the herbs was less than 40%, and the rest were all wasted. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Young Hero Ling, how many times do you need to refine 100 high-grade heavenly spirit elixirs? If he needed too many materials, this deal might not be worth it. If it was Sun Shong, he would need at least twice as many materials. She didn't know how much Ling Xiao would be able to do. What times? 100 high-grade heavenly spirit elixirs require as many materials as I need. Ling Xiao said, a little puzzled. Don't tell me that your success rate is 100%. Palace Master Yun Ya looked at Ling Xiao as if she had seen a ghost. Ling Xiao sighed and said, if the success rate of refining elixirs of this level can't reach 100%, then I've lived in vain. With the mountain and river martial spirit, if there was still a situation where materials were wasted, then Ling Xiao might as well find a pool and jump into it to commit suicide. That would be too embarrassing. Young Hero Ling, you're not joking? Yun Ya found it hard to believe. If that was the case, then she would earn even more. Princess Yun Ya, do I look like I'm joking? Alright, if you're willing, then go and get the materials. If you're not, then forget it. I'm still in a hurry. Ling Xiao said helplessly. He was obviously telling the truth, but why didn't anyone believe him? Chapter 989. Please wait for a moment, young Hero Ling. I'll get someone to prepare the materials right away. Yun Ya turned around and left excitedly. She almost tripped over the threshold. This kind of thing had never happened before. About an hour later, Yun Ya returned with a storage ring in her hand. She said, the items that young Hero Ling needs are all in here. You just need to return the storage ring after you use it. Of course, if you like this storage ring, you can keep it for yourself. No need. I can't possibly keep taking advantage of you guys. A storage ring isn't cheap. Especially since this storage ring of yours seems to be equivalent to an immortal grade prized artifact. If I were to accept it, wouldn't I owe you guys a favor? Ling Xiao smiled and transferred the materials into the mountain river realm. Anyway, to outsiders, it looked like he had put them into the storage ring. After returning the storage ring to Yun Ya, Ling Xiao said, then I'll leave first. After the middle grade Heaven Spirit Divine Pill is successfully refined, I'll personally send it to you. Don't worry. No problem. Yun Ya hurriedly nodded. The more she interacted with Ling Xiao, the more she felt that this Ling Xiao was mysterious and powerful. She even admired him. It was rare for Yun Ya to admire a young man of his age. This young man is so arrogant. Suddenly, a cold snort came from outside the door. The person who walked in was an old man in green. He was about 50 years old. Why are you angry, Medicine Master Liu? He's not the one refining it. It's the mysterious person behind him. Yunye said with a smile. Medicine Master Liu was a professional medicine master at the Heavenly Dragon auction house. He was responsible for refining medicine and elixirs. He was a middle-grade yellow-grade medicine master. Although he was not as good as Sun Shong, he was still very powerful. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, he was really angry. After all, if he wanted to refine a middle-grade yellow-grade elixir, he only had a 50% success rate. Ling Xiao actually said that he could refine a high-grade yellow-grade elixir with a 100% success rate. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Even if it's the person behind him, can he be more powerful than Sun Shong? Medicine Master Liu said with disdain. Medicine Master Liu, there's always someone better than you. Nothing is absolute. Yunye still felt that the mysterious person behind Ling Xiao's back was definitely of a higher level than Sun Shong. Otherwise, how could he have such a high success rate when refining high-grade yellow-level pills? Don't be delusional. If he's really someone more formidable than Sun Shong, why would he hide his head and show his tail? People of that level would be treated as VIPs even if they went to the Five Immortals Island. What benefits would they not get? You actually want to help a child with the cultivation of heaven tier? Medicine Master Liu shook his head and said resolutely. Life is unpredictable. It's just that I was angry just now. That was a big mistake. I'm afraid that his good impression of me will have some flaws. Sigh, will he think that I'm a stingy woman? Yunye didn't care about pharmacist Liu's words. Instead, she felt that she wasn't generous enough to Ling Xiao. Previously, she was angry because of some low-level spirit stones. Although she didn't show it, the other party obviously felt it. You're already generous enough. If the alchemist behind that kid doesn't reach the high-grade yellow level, you'll be punished by the higher-ups. Medicine Master Liu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Short-sighted. Yunye looked at the swaying curtain and scolded disdainfully. She naturally knew that there was also competition within the Heavenly Dragon auction house. It was because of this that she wanted to catch Ling Xiao. She couldn't let others snatch him away. On the way back to Qingshu College, Ling Xiao's higher-ups were almost scratching their heads because of the matter of the pills. Divine Phoenix Academy has really gone too far this time. Although the two great academies usually have conflicts, they wouldn't do it so openly. This is blatantly snatching away our business and forcing us into a dead end. We can't continue to condone this. The one who spoke was another vice dean of Qingshu College. Unlike Feng Qingyang, this person's temper wasn't very good. He could be said to have a fiery temper. Therefore, he was also known as the Fiery Thunderbolt. Although he wasn't a member of the Phoenix clan, he was an expert from a magical island. His status wasn't low. At this moment, it was obvious that he was extremely angry. He smashed the table in front of him with his palm, but he still couldn't calm down. Feng Qingyang also said coldly, Qingshu College is now losing money in the pill market. We can't make any money at all. Sometimes, we even have to lose money before people are willing to come. It's really a case of everyone kicking a man who's down. The most hateful thing is that some students, whom we treated well, actually chose to run away at this critical moment. Fine, if you want to run away, then run away. However, you chose to join the Phoenix Academy. How despicable. At the mention of this matter, Feng Qingyang became even angrier. It's fine if the ordinary students ran away. What I can't stand the most is that Shimon Bummy, who is ranked first in our academy, actually ran away. He really brought along a very bad leader with him. A white-bearded old man at the head of the table said indifferently, he was persuaded by Piaro Shui, Feng Ming. That girl is relying on her family background. She's really looking down on us old bones more and more. Isn't she from the Ice Phoenix clan? Feng Qingyang asked doubtfully. No, she was just raised by the Ice Phoenix clan since she was young. In fact, she's the little princess of Changle Celestial Island. The white-bearded old man explained, don't worry about her. The most troublesome thing now is the pill problem. If we don't solve this problem, our economy will collapse. Do any of you have any good ideas? If not, I'll bring some people to kill Sun Shong, Huobolai suggested. Although you're quite strong, it's impossible to kill Sun Shong. He's always been protected by a yin-yang realm expert. Not to mention, he's also a top expert of the Grotto Heaven realm. The white-bearded old man shook his head. What should we do, Dean? If this continues, Qingshu College will really be destroyed. Huobolai said anxiously. We won't be destroyed. The Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain will definitely think of a way. However, we shouldn't add to his troubles at this juncture. So, we have to think of a solution ourselves. The white-bearded old man shook his head. It'll be great if we can find a powerful alchemist to fight against Sun Shong, Feng Qingyang muttered to himself. Mph, that's easy for you to say. Sun Shong is an advanced yellow-grade alchemist. Unless we can invite someone from Chang'e Celestial Island, we won't be able to find a better alchemist than Sun Shong. Huobolai snorted coldly and said, in the end, it's all that Ling Xiao's fault. If it weren't for him, the Phoenix Academy wouldn't be so ruthless. Are you afraid? Feng Qingyang sneered. Afraid? I'm not afraid. I just think that Ling Xiao should stand up and think of a solution. He shouldn't hide. That's how a man should act. Huobolai said loudly. Chapter 990. Both of you, stop arguing. Internal strife is useless. As for Ling Xiao, what can you expect from him? He's just a warrior in the heaven realm. Even if he knows how to refine pills, can he refine better pills than Sun Shong? The white-bearded elder waved his hand and said, all right, let's go. If there's really no other way, I can only use my trump card. Sigh, but once that thing is revealed, the Crown Prince of the Secret Mountain sect will be exposed. I really don't want to use it until the last moment. Obviously, from the white-bearded elder's point of view, even if Ling Xiao stepped forward to take over the matter, it would be meaningless. Dean, don't be anxious. Didn't the Heavenly Dragon Auction House auction offer perfect-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine pill a few days ago? Although it was only a middle yellow-grade medicinal pill, even Sun Shong couldn't refine a perfect-grade medicinal pill like that. I'll go look for Yun Ya. Maybe I can contact this alchemist. Feng Qingyang hurriedly said. The white-bearded elder nodded and said, all right, let's hope it's successful. Ling Xiao didn't know about the dispute between the Qingshu College's higher-ups. He didn't need to know. He knew very well that as long as the pill he refined was released, the Phoenix Academy's crisis reversal pill would be wasted. No matter how much he said, it couldn't compare to his alchemy skills. In the next few days, Ling Xiao spent all his energy on refining pills and didn't have time to cultivate at the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda. 10 days later, 100,000 perfect-grade crisis reversal pills were successfully refined. They were both yellow-grade pills, but the crisis reversal pill's effects were twice as good. It could also restore internal energy and physical strength. Most importantly, in terms of consumption, it was exactly the same as Sun Shong's crisis reversal pill if the labor costs were excluded. In other words, the cost was the same, but the product was twice as good. If the price was exactly the same, the competition was self-evident. Of course, other than successfully refining these pills, what surprised Ling Xiao the most was that his cultivation level had actually increased continuously during the process of refining pills. Now that he had reached the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements, he reckoned that he would be able to break through with just a little bit of stimulation. This kind of accumulation was also very precious. While Ling Xiao was refining pills, Feng Qingyang went to look for Yun Ya. Unfortunately, he didn't get any useful help from Yun Ya. In the Imperial City, the conflict between Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College had reached its climax. It was like a taut bowstring that could shoot out the sword of war at any time. Qingshu College, which was already at a disadvantage in the competition for elixirs, suffered a serious blow 2 days ago. Among the disciples, Li Chengxiu, who was ranked second, left Qingshu College and joined Phoenix Academy. At the same time, the Phoenix Academy completely monopolized the elixir market in the Imperial City. Not only that, but the Phoenix Academy was also buying medicinal herbs at a high price and hoarding them. They were ready to exhaust Qingshu College completely. Faced with this heavy blow, the dean of Qingshu College was ready to take the last step. However, once he took this step, there was no turning back. Moreover, even if they won, they would suffer great losses. At this point, They had no other choice. Originally, Qingshu College and Phoenix Academy didn't want to go to war because they were evenly matched. However, during this period of time, the Phoenix Academy's strength kept skyrocketing, and this balance was broken. In addition, the Phoenix Academy obtained a large amount of income from elixirs. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they continued to expand their influence and openly poached students from Qingshu College. This war seemed inevitable. Mother **K, I can't stand it anymore. It's only been 10 days and our Qingshu Academy has lost another 2,000 students, including 10 people from the elite class. Especially the second-ranked Li Chengxiu, she also ran away. Our market share in the imperial city has been completely occupied. Now, we can only rely on some small businesses and the mineral veins outside to survive. If this continues, sooner or later, something big will happen. In the high-level meeting room, Flame Thunderbolt couldn't hold back his temper anymore. I'd rather die standing than die like a coward. Today, there were even more people sitting in the meeting room. In addition to the 3 deans, there were also the heads of various departments. At this moment, most of them were burning with anger. Of course, there were also some who were secretly happy. These people were naturally the spies planted by Phoenix Academy in Qingshu College. However, on the surface, they seemed to be united against a common enemy. Dean, give the order. There's no room for hesitation. This time, Phoenix Academy wants to completely destroy Qingshu College. Feng Qingyang had no other choice. Deputy Deans, why are you so muddle-headed? Phoenix Academy has made a condition before. As long as we hand over Ling Xiao and his accomplices, they won't kill us. They will leave 10% of the market share for Qingshu College. At this moment, a martial artist with a goatee said with a smile. Yang Yijuan, Bulsh *T. We Qingshu College are not cowards. Even at the last moment, we will never betray our own disciples, Huabili said furiously. Dean Hua, there's no need to be angry. I'm just proposing a method that's most beneficial to our Qingshu Academy. If this continues, I'm afraid the Qingshu Academy will be finished. Are we really going to destroy the Qingshu Academy's foundation for a human of unknown origin? Yang Yijuan smiled faintly. Shut up. How dare you say such word? If a college loses its spirit, even if it is still standing here, it will only be an empty shell. How dare you say such words again? Believe it or not, I will slap you to death. Even the calm Feng Qingyang was annoyed by Yang Yijuan. He glared at Yang Yijuan and shouted angrily. Forget it, I won't say anything. However, the 2 vice principals have to be clear on one point. The Divine Phoenix Academy has a high yellow rank alchemist, Sun Shong. If you don't have such a helper, then don't even think about contending against them. Even a monarch would not choose to help our Clear Void Academy. Yang Yijuan sneered, I'm afraid the 2 of you know the value of an advanced yellow-level alchemist better than I do. This time, Feng Qingyang and Huabili did not refute. Yang Yijuan's words were not pleasant to hear, but they were the truth. In the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent, Sun Shong was probably the only advanced yellow-level alchemist. At least, that was the case for now. He was more than rare, he was simply one of a kind. Moreover, the more powerful an alchemist was, the more popular they were. Even though his cultivation was not very high, he might have countless experts backing him up. If you went against him, as long as he didn't die, these experts would group up and cause trouble for you. Not to mention the Divine Phoenix Empire, even the 5 great immortal islands would not dare to provoke an advanced yellow-level alchemist. This was the reality. Chapter 991. Why don't we just listen to Mr. Yang and hand over Ling Xiao? After a long silence, someone proposed this idea. That's right. Ling Xiao is just someone from the Tianlong continent. After joining Qingshu College, he hasn't made any contributions. Instead, he has caused a lot of trouble for us. What's the use of keeping him? That's right. As long as we hand over Ling Xiao and his accomplices, Qingshu College can be saved. Perhaps someone had taken the lead, and several people successively proposed the same idea. The white-bearded old man sat at the head of the table and looked at these people carefully. Then, a cold smile flashed in his eyes. He memorized the names of these people. Qingshu College didn't need people who could say such things. The white-bearded old man was about to say something when suddenly, someone rushed in and reported, "Dean, Ling Xiao is here. He said that he has something important to discuss with the higher-ups." "What is he doing here?" "He's just causing trouble," Huobolai said unhappily. "Haha, maybe he's willing to hand himself over." Yang Yijuan laughed. "That's right. It's okay to let him in. Are we afraid that a warrior in the celestial realm will sneak up on us?" Someone chimed in. "Dean, I suddenly thought of something. Why don't we let Ling Xiao in? When I went to see Yun Ya the other day, she reminded me many times to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. I didn't pay attention to it at that time. Now that I think about it, maybe there's something going on here." Feng Qingyang suddenly said. "Well, then let Ling Xiao in. He's also a member of Phoenix Academy. Let's hear what he has to say." The white-bearded old man didn't want Ling Xiao to come in, mainly because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would be unhappy to hear the gossip. After all, he knew Ling Xiao's true identity and didn't want Ling Xiao to feel sad. However, Feng Qingyan's words changed his mind. After a while, Ling Xiao walked in, wearing the academy's special uniform. Although they were wearing the same clothes, when he wore them, they gave off a dazzling feeling. It was probably because his physical body cultivation was among the best among all the disciples. Disciple Ling Xiao greets the dean, vice dean, and teachers. Although Ling Xiao was here to give her warmth, he still acted very respectfully. He didn't look arrogant at all. Looking at Ling Xiao walking into the meeting hall, Feng Qingyang asked, "Ling Xiao, the outside world is not stable recently." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Because the academy is in trouble. As a student of the Qingshu Academy, how can I not repay the academy's kindness?" Huobolai waved his hand. He was satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude, but he didn't think highly of Ling Xiao's ability. "That's not necessarily true." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Dean, can I sit down and talk? I've been so busy recently that my back is aching." "What a joke. Everyone here is the senior management of the academy. What right does a student like you have to sit here? What's more, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, the Phoenix Academy wouldn't be so ruthless." Yang Yijuan sneered. That's right. We're about to hand you over to the Phoenix Academy." "Shut up." The white-bearded old man was furious. It was rare to see such an expression on the old man's face. "Ling Xiao, don't listen to them. These people cower in fear at the slightest threat. They don't deserve to be teachers of Qingshu College." Ling Xiao, Yang Yijuan, and the others were stunned when they heard the old man's words. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He had never met the dean before. Why would he help him? Yang Yijuan was dumbfounded. She didn't expect the dean, who was known for his fairness and forbearance, to be so angry today. However, she couldn't lower her head now. Although she was a teacher of Qingshu College, she didn't sign a contract to sell her body. She could leave or stay as she wished. At most, she would just have to pay a penalty for breaching the contract. "Dean, are you trying to drive us out of Qingshu Academy by saying this?" Yang Yijuan asked coldly. "I'm not trying to drive you away. You've gone too far. With your behavior, you don't deserve to stay and be teachers of Qingshu College." The white-bearded old man said coldly. "Good. Very good. Don't regret it. Let's go." Yang Yijuan stood up, and so did the other teachers. "Wait a minute." The one who spoke wasn't the white-bearded old man, but Ling Xiao. "What's the hurry? If you're leaving, help me pass a message to Sun Shong. I didn't want to kill him, but he didn't know what was good for him and insisted on provoking Qingshu College. This time, if I don't destroy the Divine Phoenix Medical College completely, my name isn't Ling Xiao." "Ha ha ha ha, has this kid lost his mind?" Yang Yijuan laughed out loud. Ling Xiao did not pay any attention to him, but looked towards the white-bearded elder and said, "Principal, I won't say any more nonsense. I heard that recently, the Clear Void Academy has been badly suppressed by the Divine Phoenix Academy, and the most important thing is that the Divine Phoenix Academy has a high-level alchemist, Sun Shong, right?" "That's right. Since you know about this, do you have any ideas?" Feng Qingyang asked anxiously. "Of course there is a way. That is to fight pills with pills, Alchemists against alchemist. Ling Xiao replied. Isn't that nonsense? If we could find a high-level alchemist, would we still need to be so worried? Hu Thunderbolt said unhappily. Let him finish. Feng Qingyang vaguely felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't say such nonsense, so there must be something else going on. There's no need to find a high-level alchemist because he's right in front of you. Ling Xiao smiled. Who? Feng Qingyang asked. Me. Ling Xiao pointed at himself. Brat, if you continue to talk nonsense and make fun of me, I'll slap you to death. Hu Thunderbolt was really angry. He felt that Ling Xiao was playing with them. Nonsense. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. A storage ring appeared in his hand. Vice Dean Qingyang, take a look at the things inside. Feng Qingyang hurriedly took the storage ring and checked it with his soul force. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This is the Heaven Reversal Pill? No, it's even better than the Heaven Reversal Pill. What is this? This is a perfect grade Heaven Reversal Pill refined by me. Its effect is twice as good as the Heaven Reversal Pill. The cost is the same as the Heaven Reversal Pill, and it can restore one's physical strength. There are a total of 100,000 pills, and all of them are stored in exquisite jade bottles. The packaging is exquisite, and the effect is outstanding. Do you think it can compete with Sun Shong's trash Heaven Reversal Pill? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the meeting hall suddenly fell into silence. It was almost as if there was not a single sound. Chapter 992. In the dead silence of the meeting room, everyone stared at the small jade bottle that Feng Qingyang had placed on the table. They couldn't believe that the small jade bottle contained a pill that was better than the Heaven Reversal Pill. I don't believe it. How could this kid get his hands on such a good pill? Yang Yijuan was the first to shout. He had completely fallen out with Qingshu College. It didn't matter. If Ling Xiao really got his hands on such a good pill, the Phoenix Academy would be in trouble. The Phoenix Academy was the place he wanted to go to. It would be very unfavorable for him. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. You're no longer a member of the Phoenix Academy. Just get out of here. Hu Thunderbolt scolded. Damn it. Let's go. Yang Yijuan didn't want to leave, but he had no choice. He had completely fallen out with Qingshu College. He could only choose to leave. Even if he didn't leave, there was no place for him to stay. He also wanted to report this to Sun Shong as soon as possible so that the Phoenix Academy could make preparations. However, he was destined to fail. Sun Shong was such a proud person. How could he believe his words? Moreover, he didn't even see the pill in the jade bottle. After watching Yang Yijuan leave, Hu Thunderbolt looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, although that guy is a good-for-nothing, I still have doubts about your pill. Can you try it? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Vice Dean, please try it. I have both the Heaven Reversal Pill and the Heaven Reversal Pill. You'll know after you try it. The effect of the pill was immediate. It wouldn't take long to figure out which pill was better. Hu Thunderbolt swallowed the two pills and tried to feel the effects of the two pills. At this time, everyone was staring at him, looking a little nervous, because this Heaven Reversal Panacea might become the panacea that changed the fate of the Qingshu Academy. Kid, how many pills do you have? A moment later, Hu Thunderbolt asked excitedly, I can't believe that there is such a pill in this world. It's really an eye-opener for this old man. Vice Dean, I've already said that we've refined a total of 100,000 pills, which should be enough to occupy the market. If the sales are good, we can refine more in the future. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem for us to chase the Phoenix Academy out of the elixir market. Ling Xiao said indifferently. 100,000. His tilde gasps could be heard in the hall. There were actually 100,000 of such good medicinal pills. This was truly timely help. Cough, cough. Aren't you going to say anything? Are you just going to stare? Ling Xiao coughed twice, waking everyone up from their shock. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I've been frightened by your magnificent feat. Hu Bolai laughed heartily. The way he looked at Ling Xiao now had a completely different meaning. Previously, he was a little disdainful of Zhong Xian, but since he was a disciple of his academy, he had no choice but to protect him. But now, he was simply worshipping him. Being able to take out so many yellow-grade pills so easily was definitely not something an ordinary alchemist could do. There must be a master behind this kid. Alas, Ling Xiao, I believe that you know the current situation of the school very well. The white-bearded old man sighed and said, for a long time, the income from elixirs has been the main source of income for Qingshu College. But ever since Sun Shong came, our income has been shrinking. Especially after the heaven reversal pill incident, we've completely lost money. I'm really surprised and touched that you're willing to step forward and take out so many heaven reversal pills. These are not just pills, they're a way to save Qingshu College. How about this? After we accept these pills, you can have all the spiritual stones from the sale. As long as we don't lose money and we can take back the market, it doesn't matter if we don't make any money. What do you think? The dean of Qingshu College was really far-sighted. He helped to sell the heaven reversal pills and did not even ask for a single spiritual stone. This was not because he was generous, but because he thought far ahead. Even if he lost money, as long as he could take back the market, wouldn't it be easy to make money in the future? Moreover, he knew that he could not afford to offend Ling Xiao now. Even the slightest bit of greed could not be shown. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao took these pills to the Phoenix Academy, Qingshu College would really be ruined. No. Ling Xiao shook his head and was very determined. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man frowned slightly. Hua Thunderbolt scolded, "Little bastard, I admit that your pills can save our Clear Void Academy, but it's not the only way. Don't take an inch and want a mile. We don't want a single spirit stone, yet you're still not satisfied. Don't tell me you want us to compensate you with more spirit stones. Yeah, Ling Xiao, the school has been very protective of you. Yang Yijuan just said that she wanted to hand you and your friends over to the Phoenix Academy. The dean immediately expelled them. One of the teachers reminded him. That's enough. Why are you making things difficult for a child? He didn't make these pills. Do you want him to give his spiritual stones to that expert? Feng Qingyang suddenly waved his hand and said, Ling Xiao, just say it. Even if that expert wants more spiritual stones, we will accept it. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Is there a misunderstanding? I didn't say that I want more. What I mean is that it will cost a lot to sell and advertise so many spirit reversal pills. Besides, as a student of Qingshu College, it is my duty to save the school. How about this? Let's split it 40-60. You take 60 and I'll take 40. On one hand, the materials cost money. On the other hand, the expert should also ask for a certain amount of remuneration. Otherwise, I don't want the money. After listening to Ling Xiao's words, the troubled and indignant higher-ups of the school were dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao was giving them too little profit. Who knew that he didn't mean it that way? They were measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Kid, you are a good friend. I was rude. I'm sorry. Hua Thunderbolt apologized directly. Although this person was impatient, he was very straightforward. It was not bad. The rest of the teachers also apologized to Ling Xiao. They were all cursing Ling Xiao in their hearts. In fact, it was just as Feng Qingyang had said. Even if Ling Xiao went overboard, not only did he want 100% of the profits, but he also wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob them. However, he said that it would be 40-60 and the school would still get the bigger share. This made them ecstatic but also a little embarrassed. Feng Qingyang frowned and said, Ling Xiao, if you do this, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to that expert. What if you offend him? Vice Dean Qingyang, don't worry. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Well, since you said so, the school will owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, the school will do its best to help you. Feng Qingyang nodded and said. Chapter 993. That's it then. The items have been delivered. You can make the arrangements. I still need to cultivate, so I won't stay any longer. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he cupped his hands and said, Okay, then you go first. When these elixirs are sold out, we will definitely send 40% of the spiritual stones to you, Feng Qingyang said. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Principal Qingyang. Everyone, farewell. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't plan to ask for a single spiritual stone this time. However, he was a little short of money recently, so he asked for 40%. This wasn't considered greedy. Moreover, if he didn't ask for any spiritual stones, the white-bearded old man and Feng Qingyang would suspect that he had other motives. That wouldn't be good. Mutual suspicion was the most troublesome thing. After leaving the meeting room, Ling Xiao didn't go to cultivate. Instead, he went to the Heavenly Dragon auction house. This time, in addition to the 100,000 spiritual pills of recovery, he also refined 100 middle-grade divine pills of Heaven Spirit. 50 of them were promised to the Heavenly Dragon auction house. He had to keep his word. Moreover, he might have to rely on Princess Yunye for many things in the future. This wasn't a bad thing for him. In the VIP room of the Heavenly Dragon auction house, on the smooth marble table, there was an exquisite small gourd. Inside were 50 bright-colored divine pills of Heaven Spirit. He gently pulled out the stopper, and a strange fragrance suddenly filled the entire VIP room, making people feel refreshed. Looking at the round and smooth elixirs in her hand, Yunye's white and tender hands trembled. She couldn't control the excited expression on her face. Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly shake his head. These 50 middle-grade divine pills of Heaven Spirit were only at the perfect level, but it already made Yunye so excited. If he took out the other 50 soul-level middle-grade divine pills of Heaven Spirit, wouldn't Yunye go crazy? The so-called soul level was an existence that surpassed the perfect level. It didn't exist in the history of elixirs. It was created by Ling Xiao himself. The effect of a soul-level elixir was 2 to 3 times better than a perfect-level elixir. A soul-level middle-grade divine pill of Heaven Spirit was definitely comparable to a perfect-level high-grade divine pill of Heaven Spirit. But in terms of absorption, it was much better. After all, a high-grade Heavenly Spirit divine pill was already one of the best among the yellow-grade pills, second only to transcendent-grade pills. For a Heaven Realm martial artist, it would not be easy to absorb, so it was more suitable for a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Young hero Ling's alchemy skills have really amazed Yunye. I'm afraid no one can refine these 50 medium-grade spirit reversal pills except for high-grade yellow-grade alchemists. Even a high-grade yellow-grade alchemist like Sun Shong would have a hard time refining them. Yunye praised. Ling Xiao gently smiled and said, "Princess Yunye is overpraising me. It's just a mere high Huang grade elixir. Take it as my thanks to your Heavenly Dragon auction house. You have helped me a lot these days. If I don't thank you, I will feel very apologetic." Yunye hurriedly shook her head and said, "Young hero Ling, you're too polite. We're friends, aren't we?" Yunye is very happy to help her friends. At this time, Yunye was trying to win over Ling Xiao with both interests and feelings. However, Ling Xiao didn't dislike it. In this world, people were making use of each other. Moreover, Yunye wouldn't let him suffer losses. Why should he make trouble for himself? Since Princess Yunye is so enthusiastic, I won't stand on ceremony. Here is a list. I'll have to trouble your highness to help me find the medicinal herbs and other materials on it. In terms of spirit stones, I won't treat you badly. Ling Xiao smiled and handed a list to Yunye. Yunye looked at the list, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Because in addition to some herbs on the list, there were also materials for making weapons and armors. Although it was normal for warriors to make weapons and armors for themselves, they definitely wouldn't use so many. Yunye was a little confused, but she didn't dare to ask. After all, this was Ling Xiao's secret. If she annoyed him, she was afraid that they wouldn't be able to cooperate in the future. Anyway, with the ability of their Heavenly Dragon auction house, it wasn't difficult to get these things. "Young hero Ling, are you in urgent need of these things?" Yunye asked. Naturally, the sooner the better. Ling Xiao made these things for Qin Hua's group. Recently, the Divine Phoenix continent was not stable. He might need the help of his subordinates at any time. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a moment. If he couldn't even bear to raise them, then they wouldn't be useful. He also wouldn't do the kind of rotten thing that only wanted the horse to run but didn't give it grass to eat. When Yunye heard this, She immediately sent someone over and gave the list to that person. She carefully instructed him to instruct his subordinates to prepare these things immediately. Ling Xiao was very grateful for this, but his thoughts didn't stop there. Since he was already at odds with the Phoenix Academy, he, Ling Xiao, wouldn't give up until he completely destroyed the Phoenix Academy. Princess Yun Yue, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Seeing Ling Xiao's smile, Yun Yue knew that it was definitely nothing good. However, she wasn't in a hurry to refuse, nor did she want to refuse. The expert behind Ling Xiao had superb alchemy skills. As long as they had a good relationship with that old man, it wouldn't be difficult to control the alchemy business between the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent. In that way, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's ultimate goal would be closer and closer. Young hero Ling, you don't have to be so polite. Just say it, Yun Yue said with a nod. Ling Xiao said, as far as I know, your auction house accounts for more than 90% of the medicinal herb transactions in the Heavenly Dragon Continent. In the Divine Phoenix Continent, your share of the medicinal herb market is also around 90%. However, in the alchemy market, your share is only 20%. Is that right? That's right. Yun Yue's eyes couldn't help but light up. This young man was young, but his mind was really meticulous. He even found this kind of data. The reason why your share of the alchemy market is so small is because of the Phoenix Academy's suppression, right? You sell large amounts of medicinal herbs to the Phoenix Academy at a cheap price, but they make alchemy pills and sell them. As a result, they account for nearly 70% of the alchemy market in the Divine Phoenix Continent. In the past, when you joined forces with Qingshu College, you could still slightly resist the Phoenix Academy. However, now the Qingshu College has basically lost the alchemy market. They only have less than 10% of the alchemy market and are still struggling. After the Phoenix Academy destroys the Qingshu College, who do you think they will turn to next? Ling Xiao said with a slight smile. I naturally believe young hero Ling's words. However, as of now, the Phoenix Academy has the strong support of the Emperor. They also have the heavenly revered genius Sun Shong and a large number of yellow-grade alchemists. Even our Heavenly Dragon Auction House can't do anything to them. Yun Yue shook her head and said, aren't you overestimating our insignificant business group? Chapter 994. What if we cut off the supply of raw materials? Ling Xiao did not beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Even if the Phoenix Academy has so many alchemists, they will be in trouble if they don't have the supply of raw materials. Young hero Ling, are you saying that we should cut off the supply of raw materials to the Phoenix Academy? Yun Yue was smarter than most people. How could she not understand what Ling Xiao was thinking? However, she shook her head helplessly and said, young hero Ling, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that our deal with the Phoenix Academy is mutually beneficial. Although they earn a lot and we only earn a little, we still earn something. Once we cut off the supply, the large amount of medicinal materials that we have stockpiled won't be able to be converted into elixirs. In the end, the Phoenix Academy won't be the only one who will be cheated. That's right, and it's obviously against the rules. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House will not take the risk of getting involved in the battle between the two academies. Suddenly, someone walked in and said angrily, Kid, don't try to sow discord there. We won't be fooled. Who is this? Ling Xiao looked at the person who just entered the VIP room and asked. His medicine master Liu, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's intermediate yellow-level medicine master. Yun Yue explained, although he's a little straightforward, it's also the truth. We really can't break such rules. Ling Xiao smiled and did not continue to persuade him. Instead, he directly began to tempt him, saying, agree to my request, and I can turn all the medicinal herbs you've accumulated into this kind of spirit reversal pill and a large number of perfect-grade medicinal pill. As he spoke, he took out a sky reversal pill and gave it to Yun Yue. Young hero Ling, did you refine this? Yun Yue was surprised. You can think of it as me or the expert behind me. It doesn't matter. After all, I have the ability to do so. It's good that you know. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Medicine Master Liu was stunned when he saw the sky reversal pill. He was a medicine master and naturally knew how big of an impact this thing would bring to the market. But how do we split the profits? Medicine Master Liu asked. It's simple, we'll split it 50-50. Ling Xiao said indifferently. In addition, I can also refine a high-grade heavenly spirit divine pill for you all for free. After hearing those words, Pharmacist Liu and Yun Ye both trembled and their heartbeats accelerated. Hihi, young hero Ling, this really isn't a matter of money. This involves integrity. Yun Ye tried her best to suppress her excitement and declined. 2 high-grade heavenly spirit Dan, Ku. This time, even Yun Ye, who had always been able to control her emotions, couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her heart was obviously beating faster. Even Medicine Master Liu couldn't help but agree. What kind of concept was 2 high-grade heavenly spirit divine pills? One had to know that in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, as of now, there was basically no one who could refine it, not even Sun Shong. Perhaps there were people on the 5 great immortal islands who could refine it, but a pill like this would cost at least tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. And the key problem was that even if you had those spirit stones, you might not be able to buy it. From his firm opposition at the beginning to his continuous winking at Yun Ye to get her to agree, Medicine Master Liu's reaction actually proved the huge value of the high-grade heavenly spirit divine pill. This. Young hero Ling, why do you have to make things difficult for us? Yun Ye couldn't help but smile bitterly. 3 pills. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense with her and directly stretched out 3 fingers. Yun Ye, are you crazy? Hurry up and agree. This is such a good opportunity. Do you want to offend young hero Ling? Medicine Master Liu finally couldn't help but roar. He had never seen 3 high-grade heavenly spirit divine pills in his life. Even 1 pill was enough to make Grotto Heaven Realm or even Yin-Yang Realm experts kill each other, let alone 3. Sigh, young hero Ling's courage is really too much for Yun Ye to resist. Fine, I'll agree. From now on, all the medicinal materials will be divided into 2 parts. 1 part will be for our own use, and the other part will be shipped to Qingshu College. We'll stop cooperating with Phoenix Academy. Young hero Ling, are you satisfied? Yun Ye was also completely dumbfounded by the pills. Even though she had seen many magical things, she still had to surrender in the face of such pills. Very satisfied. Then the materials for the 3 upper-grade heavenly gods elixirs will be provided by you. Just leave the refining to me. I will present the elixirs in 3 days at most. I just hope that Princess Yun Ye won't let me down. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Although his smile was very bright, Yun Ye felt a trace of fear from it. Offending such a person was really the Phoenix Academy's biggest mistake. Young hero Ling, don't worry. I know the pros and cons. I won't let you down. Yun Ye was still calmer than Medicine Master Liu. Although she was excited, she didn't lose her mind. In fact, the reason why she didn't directly agree to Ling Xiao was that she wanted to see Ling Xiao's sincerity in cooperating with them. 3 high-grade heavenly spirit divine pills was his sincerity. It was also an explanation to the upper management of the auction house. If she didn't have these 3 high-grade heavenly spirit divine pills, her actions would definitely make the upper management unhappy. The Heavenly Dragon auction house, which was already full of internal strife, wouldn't let her off easily. About 4 hours later, Ling Xiao had all the materials he needed. He didn't stay in the auction house for long and left under the admiring gazes of Yun Ye and Medicine Master Liu. After he left, Yun Ye realized that her clothes were all wet because of her nervousness. They stuck to her body and were very uncomfortable. This little brother is really amazing. I don't know what's his relationship with that expert. Why does the expert dote on him so much? She muttered to herself. Yes, 3 high-grade heavenly spirit divine pills. This can only be refined by a top yellow-level alchemist. No wonder he was so calm and didn't take Sun Shong seriously. The so-called top alchemist was also the best alchemist, second only to the supreme, super, alchemist. Weren't you very opposed to me cooperating with him before? Why are you so attentive today? Yun Ye asked Medicine Master Liu after she asked the maid to prepare the bathwater. Before she left, she couldn't help but look at Medicine Master Liu with ridicule. Don't laugh at me. I'm just a mid-yellow level alchemist. How can I compare to a top yellow level alchemist? I wasn't willing before because I didn't understand. Now that I understand, if I still don't agree, then I'm stupid. Medicine Master Liu shook his head and laughed bitterly. Forget it, I should also take my leave. I used to think that mid-yellow level alchemists were already in high demand. Now it seems that I'm really nothing. I have to work harder to practice. Yun Ye watched as Medicine Master Liu left, and also walked towards her own room. In the warm bathtub with its enchanting fragrance, she could not help but smile charmingly. This time, Divine Phoenix Academy has really kicked an iron plate. Although it might not completely collapse, Divine Phoenix Medical Academy is probably going to be crippled. Chapter 995. Yun Ye smiled gently and thought to herself, cooperating with Qingshu College will not only be a blow to the Phoenix Academy, but it will also bring me a lot of benefit. In the past, those old guys looked down on a little girl like me. Now, if I can double the income of the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents, they won't dare to look down on me anymore. Some old bones should really retire from the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. After leaving the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, Ling Xiao returned to Qingshu College. It seemed that he still had to refine pills for a while. No matter what, he had to get through this. Seclusion was out of the question. The moment he returned to the college, he could clearly feel that the teachers and students were looking at him differently. The news that Ling Xiao had helped Qingshu College produce a large number of spirit reversal pills had already spread within the college. It had even spread to the Imperial City. In fact, this was also Qingshu College's way of advertising. The more people knew about the existence of the spirit reversal pills, the easier it would be to sell them. More people would come to support them. Naturally, the people of Phoenix Academy also knew about this. However, the arrogant and conceited miraculous hand Heavenly Venerable Sun Shong disdainfully said, "What good stuff can the Qingshu Academy refine? It's just a bluff." It was no wonder that he looked down on Qingshu College. It had been more than a month. If Qingshu College really had a way, they would have used it long ago. They wouldn't have waited until all the market shares had been taken away. Moreover, they had been monitoring Qingshu College's every move and hadn't found any experts entering or leaving the college. Therefore, he treated the so-called spirit reversal pills as a joke. Of course, even if he believed it was true, there was nothing he could do. This was because he couldn't refine a perfect spirit reversal pill. If he wanted to improve the quality, he would have to increase the cost. That would not be worth it. Therefore, Qingshu College dared to advertise like this because they knew that there was nothing they could do even if they were angry. 3 days later, Ling Xiao handed over a portion of the heaven-returning spirit pills to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. Then, as the middleman, he made the Heavenly Dragon Auction House and Qingshu College form an alliance. They agreed to deal with the Phoenix Academy together, and in the future, they would own half of the elixir market. Things were being arranged in full swing. However, most people were still skeptical about Qingshu College's publicity. As the spring festival approached, the Imperial City became lively. The warriors who were out on missions had all returned. The demand for the Heaven Reversal Pill had reached a peak. The Phoenix Academy's business was booming, but it was starting to run out of stock. In fact, because they monopolized the market, they made the most suicidal decision, which was to raise the price. The price of the Heaven Reversal Pill doubled. Because of this, many martial artists cursed and were very dissatisfied. But because the Heaven Reversal Pill's market was monopolized, the martial artists could only swallow their anger and continue to buy. But at this moment, something even more suicidal occurred. Fake and inferior Heaven Reversal Pills appeared in the Phoenix Academy's market. After the customer complained, not only did the Phoenix Academy not deal with the seller who made the mistake, but they also announced to the public that the customer was being unreasonable and that Qingshu College had sent him to deal with them. Many people saw this storm and their hearts were as clear as a mirror. However, because there was no suitable replacement, they chose to remain silent. They did not dare to offend the Phoenix Academy. Therefore, the Phoenix Academy went further and further down the road of self-destruction. Problems such as poor service, shoddy packaging, price hikes, and so on were common. There were a lot of complaints from the customers, and there was also a lot of noise, but it was useless. Because of the monopoly, all of the Divine Phoenix Academy's merchants had arrogant faces. Can't afford it. If you can't afford it, then scram. We don't lack customers anyway. Dao Wuming was related to Sun Shong in the Sky Dragon continent, so this time, he was qualified to sell the Heaven Reversal Pill. Every day, other than cultivating, he would sit in the shop and watch those idiotic martial artists fight to give him money. Then, he would drink some wine and scold them for being stupid and having too much money. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Suddenly, the loud sound of firecrackers could be heard in the distance. Dao Wuming looked up and was puzzled. Who was setting off firecrackers for no reason? At this moment, someone shouted, "Qingshu College and the Sky Dragon Auction House are selling the Heaven Reversal Pill. It's cheap and good stuff. Don't suffer here." When he heard this, Dao Wuming only curled his lips in disdain and said, "The best alchemists in the entire Divine Phoenix continent are at the Phoenix Academy. What **T Heaven Reversal Pill is this? Do they really think they're a treasure just because they gave it a similar name? Qingshu College is really at their wits' end. They're using such boring methods to fool the masses." The shouting continued for a long time. However, most people had no intention of moving their seats. It was not easy to get into the line. They were afraid that if they left, they would not be able to buy the Heaven Reversal Pill. Some people even started cursing. ***starred bastard. Who's so immoral to say such nonsense? Are they trying to trick me into giving up my seat? No way. That's right. The Heaven Reversal Pill has been advertised for so many days, but I haven't seen anyone buy it. It must be a scam. Whoever believes it is an idiot." Most people did not believe the shouting. Recently, more and more people bought the Heaven Reversal Pill from the Phoenix Academy. Some people like to use such despicable and boring methods to trick honest people. They did not believe it. However, the shouting was not completely useless. After all, there were many people at the back of the line who could not even get in. They ran to the Sky Dragon auction house with an attitude of giving it a try. There was also a small market there. Of course, it was not as big as the one here, but it was not too far away. They could still make it back in time after taking a look. Dao Wuming looked at the rushing crowd and could not help but sneer. This is probably Qingshu College's last trick. Idiots, no matter what you do, it's useless. The days of two major academies existing side by side are long over. In the future, there will only be one legitimate academy in the Divine Phoenix Empire, and that is the Phoenix Academy. He felt especially satisfied when he thought of Ling Xiao's miserable face in Qingshu College. Maybe I can get a letter of recommendation and poach Haim Myung-K. When that time comes, won't that girl be a fish on my chopping block? When he thought of Haim Myung-K's lofty appearance, well-proportioned figure, and peerless beauty, his heart was instantly filled with excitement. He felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen, making it difficult for him to calm down for a long time. The small disturbance seemed to have passed just like that. Other than a small number of people who had left because of the shouting and firecrackers, the rest of the practitioners were still crowded in the market. Qingshu College's little trick seemed to have no effect. However, before the storm, there was bound to be some peace. Chapter 996. Not long after, a loud voice sounded again. This time, the people who shouted were actually the people who went to the Heavenly Dragon auction house before. In their hands, they were holding loudspeakers that no one knew where they got it from. They shouted loudly, "Brothers, why are you still suffering here? Over at the Heavenly Dragon auction house, the Heaven Reversal Pill has already been put up for sale. The price is the same as the previous Heaven Reversal Pill, but the effect is more than twice as good." As they spoke, they waved the small jade bottles in their hands, looking very proud. "Who are you lying to? I'm not crazy to lie to you. If it weren't for Boss Yun Ya, I wouldn't care about you idiots. Buy it if you want." Upon hearing Yun Ya's name, many of the male warriors were shocked. This name was really too lethal. If you don't believe me, You can come over. You'll know when you try it. I have some samples here. It's free. Probably because they were fascinated by Yun Ye's words, a few warriors were working hard to promote the heaven reversal pill. I'll try it. I just rushed back from outside the city and my heavenly essence energy is exhausted. I'd like to see the effect of your heaven reversal pill. A sturdy celestial realm warrior stood up. He had indeed just returned from outside and urgently needed the heaven reversal pill. However, because the price was too high and he was a little short of money, he couldn't afford it. Now that he heard about the heaven reversal pill, he naturally wanted to try it. He didn't know if it would be effective, but it wouldn't kill him, right? It's him. He just killed a 3 talents realm beast outside the city. Yes, it's him. I saw it just now too. Many people began to talk at once. Obviously, they could all testify for this warrior. Okay, here you go. A heaven reversal pill was thrown to the warrior. The warrior took the heaven reversal pill and swallowed it in one gulp. A moment later, wisps of white gas appeared around his body. Oh my God, this is the heaven reversal pill. Where did you say it was on sale? In the market in front of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. There's a counter for Qingshu College and a counter for the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. You can buy whatever you want. There aren't many people now. Hurry up and go. Thank you. Seeing the cultivator leave in a hurry, everyone was shocked. Just now, this guy was being carried here. Let alone his heavenly elemental energy, even his physical strength was at rock bottom. But with just one pill in his stomach, he actually ran so fast. Was this medicine really that miraculous? If there's anyone else who doesn't believe me, you can come and try it. I have hundreds of test products here. I don't want you bunch of grandsons to think that I'm a shill. The martial artist standing on the high ground with a megaphone laughed heartily and said, choose for yourselves. Do you want to be tricked by these bastards from the Phoenix Academy and buy inferior things at a high price, or do you want to go over there and buy better things at a low price? At this moment, there was a commotion in the market. Everyone, don't listen to him. He's lying. At this moment, a martial artist stepped forward. Just as many people were waiting to hear what he had to say, he suddenly ran away in the direction of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. F***CK, this kid is cheating. Let's hurry up and go. If we don't go, we'll have to line up again. In just an instant, a swarm of people rushed out of the Phoenix Academy's market and rushed towards the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. Of course, there were also people who supported the Phoenix Academy unwaveringly. Therefore, the number of people in both markets was basically the same. But this scene still made Dao Wuming break out in cold sweat. If such a situation occurred, it would be really troublesome. Once the news from the other side was confirmed, he believed that the number of people in the market would decrease. His worries soon became a reality. Brother, that's right. I've tried it. This pill is really awesome, and it's cheap. Sister, don't wait there. There's no need to. Junior brother, it's clear now. This heaven reversal pill is indeed much better than the heaven reversal pill. One by one, the martial artists returned. However, they were not there to buy things, but to call for people. It turned out that some of the martial artists in the market had come together when they were lining up. They were worried that once all of them went over, they would be tricked and lose both ends. Therefore, they let one of them go over to check out the situation while they continued to line up. It would not be too late to go over after the other side figured out the situation. Now, the situation was even more serious. The market of the Divine Phoenix Academy was originally bustling with activity and was packed with people. But at this moment, there were only a few figures left. These people were mainly disciples of the Phoenix Academy. Qingshu College is not retaliating. Once they do, they're going to kill us. This thought flashed across many people's minds. Those merchants who had betrayed Clear Void Academy and sought refuge with Divine Phoenix Academy looked at the crisis reversal pills squeezed into the warehouse, and each and every one of their faces turned extremely ugly. Dao Wuming was nowhere to be seen. He had probably gone to report the situation to Sun Shong. In the meeting hall of the Phoenix Academy, except for the mysterious Preceptor Dean, the rest of the higher-ups were basically all present. Even Feng Ming Wushan of the Divine Phoenix Auction House was present. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was a little tense. There was no usual laughter, only constant sighs and worry. Dao Wuming knelt down with a bottle of heaven reversal pills in his hands. The two vice deans, Feng Ming Wanchong and Sikong Zun, were also present. Their arms had already recovered. Yin-Yang realm martial artists could reverse yin and yang. A mere arm was nothing, but the loss of vitality, time, and face was the most unbearable. Therefore, the two of them hated Ling Xiao to the core. The flame deity and Sun Shong, the heavenly venerable of miraculous hands, were also present. Sun Shong was the dean of the Divine Phoenix Medical School and the main person in charge of this plan. Now that something had happened, he naturally had to step in. However, at this moment, there was no anxious expression on his face. He was still reading a book in his hand, as if this meeting had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Sun Shong did not speak, Sikong Zun decided to speak first. Dao Wuming, have you investigated who helped Qingshu College refine this heaven reversal pill? I have already investigated. There is something fishy about this matter. There are no clues at all. Qingshu College is spreading the rumor that it was Ling Xiao who refined the heaven reversal pill. However, how could that kid do it? Dao Wuming shook his head. Could it be the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's doing? The Flame Deity suddenly said, besides our Phoenix Academy, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House has many mid-yellow grade alchemists. This Heaven Reversal Pill is the same as our Heaven Reversal Pill, a low yellow grade pill. They can definitely refine it. Perhaps. However, I am more worried that Ling Xiao might have an expert behind him. Sikong Zun frowned. As he spoke, he deliberately looked at Sun Shong, hoping that Sun Shong could analyze the situation. Sun Shong still had to give him face. Chapter 997. Closing the book, Sun Shong said disdainfully, "Aren't you thinking too much? The alchemy master behind Ling Xiao? Do you think that alchemy masters are so bored that they would waste their time refining so many low-grade yellow pills? Don't worry, as far as I'm concerned, Mo Yang's judgment is correct. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House's alchemist must have helped him. This heaven-reversing spirit pill may sound good, but it's just that a few more herbs have been added to increase its efficacy, but the cost has increased. They are simply making a loss." While speaking, Sun Shong's face showed an extremely disdainful expression. "As long as our attitude can be better, we can return to our previous state, and even lower the price of the Heaven Reversal Pill. The Qingshu Academy can't do anything about it. As expected of Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand. His words are simply a wake-up call." There was another person in the meeting hall. It was Yang Yijuan, who had come from Qingshu College. At this time, he was using an extremely flattering tone to curry favor with Sun Shong. He just wanted to gain more capital. If he could gain Sun Shong's appreciation, he could also have a better life in the Phoenix Academy. This is nothing. If I panicked every time I encountered this kind of situation, I, Sun Shong, would not have been able to survive. Although Sun Shong tried to suppress his pride, the expression in his eyes betrayed him. He seemed to believe his own words even more because he was flattered by others. "You mean to lower the price? You still have to be nice to those idiots?" Phoenix Cry Wanchong asked. "Deputy Dean, now is not the time to sulk. Although those martial artists are stupid, we still have to put on an act. Now that the Heaven Reversal Pill has appeared, if we continue to raise the price with that kind of attitude, we will definitely not be able to compete with Qingshu College." Sun Shong reminded him, "We don't need too much time. They are making a loss and won't be able to last long." "Fine, I'll listen to you." Although Phoenix Cry Wanchong was very unhappy, the situation was critical. As the deputy dean, he could still judge whether it was good or bad. "Haha, Vice Principal, why do you need to care about these temporary gains and losses? When the new medicinal herbs are back, I will improve the Heaven Reversal Pill. Isn't it just a little better? It can recover one's physical strength. For me, this is a piece of cake." Sun Shong felt that Phoenix Cry Wanchong's mood wasn't too good, so he added another sentence. "That's good. I've already sent someone to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House to purchase the herbs. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House definitely won't dare to offend the Phoenix Academy. As long as we take drastic measures and buy all the herbs, Qingshu College won't be able to do anything. Sikongzun sneered, I think the reason why the Heavenly Dragon Auction House cooperated with Qingshu College is because Qingshu College also gave them some sky reversal pills to sell. We can give them more. It's not that I want to say this, but our Phoenix Academy really doesn't fear anyone in the divine Phoenix continent. Ha 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 ha. Complacent laughter finally rang out in the meeting hall, and the oppressive atmosphere from before was no longer present. Oh no. Just when the atmosphere was a little better, a person suddenly rushed in from outside the door. He knelt on the ground and reported, Vice Principals, something bad has happened. Something big has happened. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so flustered. Phoenix Cry Wanchong said angrily. Vice Principal, the person we sent to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House to purchase the herbs just came back, but he didn't get anything. Yun Ya said that from now on, all medicinal herb transactions with the Phoenix Academy will be cut off. She wants us to find a way ourselves. As soon as he said this, the meeting hall suddenly became silent. A moment later, a loud shout rang out. B***** A***TCH from the Heavenly Dragon continent actually dares to not give face to our Phoenix Academy. Phoenix Cry Wanchong had been humiliated all this time, and he was really unhappy. This news almost made him explode. Vice Principal Wanchong, it's better to calm down. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House behind Yun Ya is not to be trifled with. Don't be rash. Sikongzun reminded, don't forget that the Heavenly Dragon Auction House has branches on the 5 great immortal islands. An elder of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island has a very good relationship with Yun Ya. It doesn't matter if you touch Yun Ya, but if you offend this elder, our divine Phoenix Empire will be in danger of being destroyed. Before the true Demon's Empire fully developed, the divine Phoenix Empire naturally couldn't be destroyed. Therefore, Sikongzun had to calm Phoenix Cry Wanchong down now. Phoenix Cry Wanchong took a deep breath and finally sat back down slowly. This matter is fishy. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House and our Phoenix Academy have always minded their own business. Our cooperation can be considered pleasant. Why would they suddenly choose sides at this juncture? Sun Shong also felt a headache about this matter. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. So what if he was powerful? Without the herbs, he couldn't do anything. Yes, this timing is too coincidental. Someone must be behind this. Could it be that the Crown Prince, Feng Yinshan, has stepped in? Sikongzun muttered. The Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain has been staying in the Fire Phoenix East Palace these days and hasn't taken a step out. Moreover, his subordinates are also under our surveillance. It's unlikely. Phoenix Cry Wanchong shook his head. Then could it be that Feng Qingyang has an affair with Yun Ya? Otherwise, why would Yun Ya help Qingshu College? What benefits would it bring her? Sikongzun frowned. I'm afraid there's a problem with benefits. The flame deity thought for a moment and said, I've seen our purchase account book. It's obvious that we've suppressed the purchase price of the raw materials too much. This must have caused that woman's dissatisfaction. It's just that she's very tolerant and has never mentioned this matter. We think she's weak, but we don't know that she's been waiting for this opportunity. Your analysis is very reasonable, but what benefits can Qingshu College, which is on the verge of bankruptcy, give her? Sun Shong asked. I don't know about this, but I'm sure that this matter has something to do with Qingshu College. The flame deity gritted his teeth and said, It's useless to talk about this. The key now is where are we going to buy the medicinal materials? Without the medicinal materials, how can we refine the crisis reversal pill? At that time, we'll be the first to collapse. Sun Shong reminded him. Phoenix Cry Wanchong frowned and said, This is indeed a big problem, but it's not impossible to solve. Since we can't buy the medicinal materials from the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, we can spend more money and buy them from outside. Anyway, we have money, so we're not afraid of this. No matter how capable Qingshu College is, can they interfere with the outside world? Although he said this, Phoenix Cry Wanchong began to worry. Since Ling Xiao came to the Imperial City, the Phoenix Academy's disputes seemed to have never stopped. Although similar things had happened in the past, Phoenix Academy had always won. However, Ling Xiao's appearance was like a curse, making Phoenix Academy the loser every time. That seemingly insignificant brat, could he really have such terrifying power? Chapter 998. The appearance of the perfect spirit reversal pill was like a sudden haze that shrouded the entire imperial city in a short period of time. Qingshu College and the Heavenly Dragon Auction House together occupied nearly 70% of the imperial city's pill market. Due to the expansion of their business, Qingshu College simply built a new market near Qingshu College. After all, there were too many people, and the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's small market was no longer enough. This new market had been prepared for a long time, but it had never been used. Now, it finally came in handy. When Qingshu College was at its peak, it occupied less than 20% of the pill market. Now, it occupied 30% to 40% of the pill market, which was no less than the Heavenly Dragon Auction House and the Phoenix Academy. And this was only the beginning. Even though Divine Phoenix Academy had taken measures to lower the price of the Heaven Reversal Pill to an even lower level, and their service had also improved by quite a bit. However, everyone had a good memory, especially martial artists. They remembered very clearly how the Phoenix Academy treated them in the past. Even so, the Phoenix Academy's market would never recover to its previous prosperity. It could only be said that it had temporarily stabilized about 30% of the market and was not completely destroyed. The current situation was that the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's market share was about 30%, Qingshu College's market share was about 40%, and the Phoenix Academy's market share was about 30%. Compared to its peak of nearly 90% of the market share, the Phoenix Academy was the most disadvantaged. Both the Heavenly Dragon Auction House and Qingshu College had increased their market share. Of course, the Phoenix Academy's business was not only in the Imperial City. It extended to the entire Divine Phoenix continent. In the entire continent, their market share was still about 70% to 80%. Therefore, for the time being, the Phoenix Academy's pill market was still profitable. However, as the market for the Spirit Reversal Pill continued to expand, the Phoenix Academy's pill market would only be reduced step by step. When that time came, they would really be faced with a situation where they were losing money. More importantly, now that Ling Xiao had made improvements to the Spirit Reversal Pill, the pill refining process was divided into more than 10 steps. Originally, only yellow-ranked pill refiners could refine pills. Now, even non-ranked pill refiners could refine pills with the cooperation of more than 10 people. Each person was only responsible for one step, or even one segment. Although there were more people, the efficiency was higher. Of course, it was impossible to refine a perfect pill, but the price was correspondingly reduced by a lot, so it was still deeply loved by martial artists. This kind of heaven-returning panacea was swallowing up the market like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. It was believed that within a month's time, the Divine Phoenix Academy's market share, the Phoenix Academy's market, Qingshu College's market share of the market, the Phoenix Academy's market share. The Phoenix Academy, Qingshu College of the Academy's Academy, Qingshu College of the Pill, of the Phoenix of the Academy, Phoenix of the Phoenix Reversal Pill. Originally, they only wanted to use 100,000 spirit returning pills to take back the market that should have belonged to them. That was enough. But they didn't expect that not only did they win back the market share, but they also fiercely suppressed the Phoenix Academy. If the Ice Phoenix clan hadn't interfered and used their power to force some martial artists to go to the Divine Phoenix Academy's market to purchase the Heaven Reversal Pills with even worse effects, it was likely that the Divine Phoenix Academy's market share in the Imperial City would have completely disappeared. Sun Shong was trying to refine a new pill, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough herbs. He was also very anxious. It could be said that Qingshu College had completely turned the tables in the current battle. Whether or not the Phoenix Academy would be completely squeezed out of the pill market depended on whether or not Qingshu College was willing to be merciful. The only student sitting in Qingshu College's conference hall was a single person. Naturally, he was Ling Xiao. To be able to obtain such an honor, it was only because he had turned the tide in this crisis. Not only did he solve the Clear Void Academy's problem, He had also dealt a heavy blow to the arrogant Divine Phoenix Academy. The white-bearded old man smiled. Feng Qingyang couldn't hide his excitement. Hua Thunderbolt was grinning from ear to ear. The rest of the higher-ups were chatting and laughing. All of this was because Ling Xiao had given the extremely precious secret recipe of the spirit reversal pill to Qingshu College to refine. As a result, not only had the current problem been solved, but production in the future would also be no problem. After all, Ling Xiao still had to cultivate. He couldn't be busy refining pills all the time. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're really amazing. You're so young, so how can you have so many new tricks? You've divided a pill that only yellow-level alchemists can refine into more than 10 steps and made it so that ordinary alchemists can refine it successfully. Most importantly, the efficiency has greatly increased. Hua Thunderbolt laughed and said, I was worried about what to do after the 100,000 spirit reversal pills were sold out. Now it seems that you've already thought of the follow-up. That's right, in just a short span of 3 to 4 days, not only have we reclaimed our original market share, it's even nearly 3 times more than when we were at our peak. Right now, our scale is constantly expanding, and the pill market in the Imperial City and the nearby cities is even bigger than Divine Phoenix Academy. Feng Qingyang also nodded and said, the profit in just a few days is probably comparable to the income in the past few months. Ling Xiao, this is all thanks to you. I really don't know how to thank you. The high-ranking vice dean of Qingshu College had never thought of owing anyone a favor. However, in this incident, not only him, but the entire Qingshu College owed Ling Xiao a big favor. He really didn't know how to repay him. You're flattering me, vice deans. As a disciple of Qingshu College, this is just my duty. Ling Xiao said with a slight smile. You're quite modest, little guy. Even a disciple of Qingshu College doesn't have such a duty. You've really helped us a lot this time. This old man also doesn't know how to thank you. Keep this waste token. In the future, you can use any resources of Qingshu College as you wish. Even if you bring in outsiders, it's fine. The white-bearded elder chuckled and gave an exquisite waste token to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao received the waste token and couldn't help but feel happy. He needed this item. After all, Qingshu College was one of the 2 great colleges in the Divine Phoenix Empire. It had a deep foundation. If he could select the elites from Qin Hua's group to cultivate here, it would definitely be better than blindly learning by himself. He had given them many martial arts, but they were all from the Heavenly Dragon continent. They couldn't compare to the martial arts of Qingshu College. This waste token was simply a timely rain. This disciple thanks the vice dean. Ling Xiao put the waste token into his storage ring and nodded with a smile. Vice dean, I'm afraid this isn't enough. Previously, because we were in a difficult period, we took 60% of the profit. Now that everything is on the right track and we're earning more and more, shouldn't we give up some of our share? Feng Qingyang suggested. In his opinion, Ling Xiao's contribution was simply too great. If he didn't reward him more, he was afraid that the expert behind Ling Xiao would be dissatisfied. Chapter 999. Yes, Qingyang is right. From now on, our academy will take 40%. Ling Xiao, you can take 60%. After all, the formula for the spirit pill of heaven reversal is yours. You deserve it. The white-bearded elder said in a low voice. Since the dean has said so, I won't refuse. Ling Xiao nodded. Recently, he needed more and more spirit stones. He had no reason to object when the academy offered such a share. Moreover, if he objected, the other party would probably let their imagination run wild. He couldn't let the academy think that the formula was too worthless. Otherwise, it would inevitably cause them to slack off. The 3 higher-ups of the academy were very capable. It was no wonder that they could hold on for so many years under various unfavorable circumstances and not be completely defeated by the Phoenix Academy. Dean, the owner of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, Yun Ya, is outside. While everyone was discussing the follow-up matters, someone came in to report. Invite her in, the white-bearded elder said hurriedly. During this incident, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, where Yun Ya worked, had also given great support to Qingshu College. Therefore, as the dean, He naturally had a good impression of Yun Ya. After a while, Yun Ya's graceful figure came in from outside the door. Before she spoke, a pleasant voice like a silver bell rang out. Ha ha ha, everyone is here. Yun Ya pays her respects to all of you. When this woman entered the meeting hall, she was like a blooming rose in the hall. The fragrance was overflowing. Her voice and smile stunned many people and almost made them infatuated. Even Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Yun Ya had obviously dressed up. She was wearing a long ancient dress with a high slit that tightly wrapped around her seductive body. Even though she wasn't exposed, the flirtatious aura that came from her bones was still enough to make people infatuated. What a rare beauty. This was what everyone in the hall thought. Even the female higher-ups were subdued by Yun Ya's charm. However, most of the higher-ups here had seen the world. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly returned to normal. The white-bearded old man smiled faintly and said, "Boss Yun Ya, your presence in our Qingshu College brings light to our humble dwelling. Please take a seat. Servants, quickly prepare the tea. Don't neglect our great benefactor." In fact, even without this incident, the white-bearded old man would never offend Yun Ya. Because he knew very well how powerful Yun Ya's background was. This woman was definitely not as simple as a princess of the sacred dynasty. It was said that when she was very young, she followed Ji Fuling and Yu Shenyu to the Gate of Heaven's Chosen, but later returned to the Sky Dragon continent alone. When he asked her what had happened, she said that she had forgotten everything. Many people tried to force her to reveal the situation of the Heaven's Chosen Gate. As a result, these people did not live past the second day. After that, everyone knew how terrible this woman was. "Dean, you're too kind. What can I do to help?" In the end, it's still young Hero Ling who's the best. We can be considered as the beneficiaries of this. Yun Ya smiled faintly and looked very charming. "Princess Yun Ya, you don't have to call me young hero anymore. Just call me Ling Xiao. You're my elder." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said. Previously, he did not like the title young hero Ling, but he had never objected to it. However, now that he was called that in front of so many people, he really felt quite uncomfortable. What young hero? He, Ling Xiao, was not qualified to be called a hero. A great hero would serve the country and the people. He still had a long way to go. "I haven't asked Boss Yun Ya, why did you come to Qingshu College this time?" Feng Qingyang asked with a smile. "Actually, it's nothing special. The main thing is to make a deal with you," Yun Ya said calmly. "A deal?" "Yes, I'm sure you also know that although the spirit pill of heaven reversal is not a high-grade medicine, it is a very popular medicine on the Divine Phoenix continent, Sky Dragon continent, 5 Immortal Island, and the 6 major Martial Grandmaster Islands. It is also very popular on the White Tiger continent." Yun Ya replied, "What I mean is, in the future, we will do our best to provide medicinal herbs to Qingshu College. As for the sales of the pills on the Sky Dragon continent, White Tiger continent, 5 Immortal Island, and the 6 major Martial Grandmaster Islands, the Sky Dragon auction house will be responsible for it. The final profit will be split 50-50. What do you think?" "That's good." Feng Qingyan's eyes suddenly lit up. The range of influence of Qingshu College was at most within the Divine Phoenix continent, which belonged to the Divine Phoenix Empire and the surrounding small countries. They could not control anything further. If the Sky Dragon auction house was willing to cooperate and sell the pills for them, it would be a match made in heaven. It would definitely be a win-win situation. "But Boss Yun Ya, I don't understand. Previously, you cut off the supply of medicinal herbs to the Phoenix Academy. Now, you are helping us to sell the pills. This is a very good thing for Qingshu College. Why are you doing this?" Feng Qingyang was a cautious person. Because the Sky Dragon auction house had been too good to Qingshu College during this period, he could not help but be a little worried that they had other intentions. Yun Ya chuckled and said, "I've long heard that Vice Dean Qingyang is a meticulous person. Now that I've seen it, it's true. In fact, there's no other reason. We were just entrusted by others and received enough benefits. Do you understand now? Could it be the expert behind Ling Xiao?" Feng Qingyang said in surprise. "Hehe, You can think of it that way. Of course, you can also think of it as Ling Xiao giving us enough benefits. Yun Ye chuckled and said, from now on, at least on the Divine Phoenix continent, you and we will be allies in the same trench. I see. Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao with even more admiration and confusion. He did not know what benefits Ling Xiao had given Yun Ye to make the Sky Dragon auction house, which had always been neutral, make such a decision. Sigh, you have really accepted a good student. I really don't understand. Was the Phoenix Academy really blind back then? Why didn't they accept such a good student? Yun Ye sighed and said with some envy. Ha ha ha, Boss Yun Ye is right. But if the Phoenix Academy had not been blind back then, how could we have had such a good opportunity to accept such a good student? Huobolai laughed loudly. That's true. All right, today's matter has been explained clearly. When you are ready to sign the official transaction contract, you can go to the Sky Dragon auction house to sign it at any time. As Yun Ye spoke, she stood up with a smile and said, can I borrow Ling Xiao for a while? Of course. Ling Xiao, send Boss Yun Ye off. Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Disciple obeys. When they were outside, Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Yun Ye and said, this transaction doesn't seem to be my request, right? What? Young hero is not happy? Yun Ye was stunned for a moment and asked. She had originally done this to curry favor with Ling Xiao. But now, she suddenly felt that Ling Xiao did not seem too happy. Naturally, she was worried. Chapter 1000. Forget it. Anyway, I will get 60% of the money the college earns from the Heaven Reversal Panacea in the future. This is also a good thing. But Princess Yun Ye, I don't like people who think they are smart, especially when they use my name. Ling Xiao said indifferently, your cooperation with the Qingshu Academy is a matter between the two of you. Don't involve me. Yun Ye immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, I know I was wrong. If there is anything in the future, I will definitely inform you first. Looking at the young man beside her who was only 16 years old, she couldn't help but have a doubt. Was such a mature, steady, and terrifying person really only 15 or 16 years old? Well, there is no need to be so formal. Goodbye. Recently, I have been so busy with the elixir that my cultivation has been delayed. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he cupped his hands and turned to leave. Young hero, can't the master behind you show himself? Yun Ye finally couldn't help but say what was in her heart. There are some things that are better if you don't know the truth. The day you see him may be the day you will no longer cooperate with him. Do you still want to see him? Ling Xiao asked. Then forget it. Maybe I'm just too stubborn. Yun Ye shook her head. She actually had other thoughts. She wanted to bypass Ling Xiao and contact the master behind Ling Xiao. However, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She was really smart all her life, but this time she was stupid. Doing this would offend Ling Xiao too much. It's better to be content with what you have. If you're too greedy, you'll die from overeating. I think Princess Yun Ye is a good friend to make, but don't let me down. After he finished speaking, Ling Xiao leaped and left. Naturally, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Although he had been refining elixirs during this period, in fact, his cultivation did not fall behind. In the process of refining elixirs, not only did his divine essence become purer, but it was also constantly increasing. Now, he had advanced to the early stage of the 6 arts. It was just that he had concealed his true cultivation level in front of outsiders. Yun Ye stood in place and looked in the direction where Ling Xiao had disappeared. She sighed softly and said to herself, I hope I didn't offend him. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. After the Heavenly Dragon Auction House and Qingshu College reached a complete cooperation, one side focused on the production of elixirs while the other side focused on marketing and publicity. Their market share continued to expand, which also brought huge profits to both sides. For a moment, Qingshu College was filled with excitement. Those who persisted until the end and did not leave Qingshu College were lucky. Not only could they get a large number of sky-reversing panacea at a lower price, but they also had more resources than before. This made them extremely happy. On the other hand, The atmosphere at Phoenix Academy was gloomy and depressing, just like when Qingshu College was in trouble. Those who left Qingshu College to join Phoenix Academy did not receive better treatment. Instead, they were ostracized and suppressed because of their original identity as Qingshu College students. Even Shimon Bumi, who was originally ranked first in Qingshu College, and Li Chengxiu, who was ranked second, were no exception. Their spirit stones were deducted, and their resources were deprived. Their situation was extremely bad. It was a world of difference from when they were in Qingshu College. One had to know that when they were in Qingshu College, they were the elite students with the best resources and treatment. But now, they had become the lowest class of people. They tried to return to Qingshu College, but they were rejected. How could Qingshu College accept people who betrayed the school at such a critical time? Therefore, the two of them hated Qingshu College, especially Ling Xiao. The outside world was rumored to have obtained the spirit pill of reversal from Qingshu College by Ling Xiao. They did not know if this was true, but since everyone was spreading this rumor, there had to be a reason for it. They wanted to get on the good side of the Phoenix Academy by dealing with Ling Xiao. If possible, they wanted to find an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. It would be more effective. Now, the entire Phoenix Academy was very unhappy. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly as their market share was slowly eroded. Ever since the Heavenly Dragon auction house stopped supplying them with medicinal herbs, they had thought of many ways to contact the nearby cities and even cities further away to send medicinal herbs over. However, distant water could not quench their immediate thirst. It would take a long time for those medicinal herbs to be transported over. In fact, it did not matter if they waited a little longer. As long as the medicinal herbs were returned, they could at least hold on to their final market share. However, the problem was that a bigger problem had appeared. A group of mysterious robbers had appeared out of nowhere and intercepted the large batch of medicinal herbs that the Phoenix Academy had spent a lot of money on. They had stolen all of them. When Phoenix Cry Wanchong found out about this, he was furious. However, it was useless. The robbers came and went in a hurry. Moreover, each of them had a storage ring. They disappeared quickly after stealing the herbs. Even if the Phoenix Academy rushed over, it would be too late. Most importantly, the robbers were very powerful. They had sent a Grotto Heaven Realm expert to escort the medicinal herbs, but they still managed to steal them. It was only at this moment that the Divine Phoenix Academy gradually understood that while they were scheming against others, a gigantic net was currently falling towards them. Phoenix Cry Wanchong had no choice but to personally escort the medicinal herbs. However, it was too late. At this moment, the Phoenix Academy's share of the medicinal pill market had shrunk to 10% in the Imperial City. They were relying on a few diehard fans to hold on. It was called internal digestion. To the Divine Phoenix Academy, the main culprit in all of this was undoubtedly the Clear Void Academy. Therefore, during this period of time, the conflicts between the disciples of the Divine Phoenix Academy and the Clear Void Academy had become more and more frequent. On this day, Ling Xiao had just come out of the Heaven Essence Pagoda when he saw Dai Yaoling pacing back and forth anxiously. "Yaoling, why aren't you cultivating? What are you doing here?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Big brother Ling, I just went shopping with a few sisters. In the end, we encountered people from the Phoenix Academy who were looking for trouble." Dai Yaoling was so anxious that she was about to cry. Two of them were actually Shimon Bumi and Li Chengxiu, who were originally ranked first in Qingshu College. "Two pieces of trash." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He grabbed Dai Yaoling's hand and leaped up. A pair of black and white wings appeared on his back. After asking for the location, he flew over. Although he knew that the people from the Phoenix Academy wouldn't dare to act recklessly in broad daylight, Ling Xiao was still very worried. It wasn't easy to find a close friend. Moreover, it wasn't just a close friend. Whether it was Haim Myung-K, Dai Yuling, Lan Yue, Cold Plum, or Zhao Xi, they were all friends who had gone through life and death together. Nothing could happen to anyone. On the streets of the Imperial City, Shimon Bumi revealed a sinister smile. He had always wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao. However, for the past few days, Ling Xiao had been cultivating in the Heaven Essence Pagoda, so he never had the chance. Chapter 1001. Today, Shimon Bumi didn't meet Ling Xiao, but he met Ling Xiao's women. They were a few female disciples of Qingshu College who came to buy clothes on the street. At this time, Cold Plum's mouth was bleeding, Haim Myungke's clothes were in a mess, and Lan Yuer was lying on the ground with a pale face. The three of them were the strongest among the girls, but they were still no match for Shimon Bumi and Li Chengxiu. What's more, Shimon Bumi and Li Chengxiu had brought a group of disciples who had joined Phoenix Academy. Among them, there was no lack of disciples from the elite class. Their cultivation was only slightly weaker than Cold Plum and Haim Myungke. It was already not easy for Cold Plum and Haim Myungke not to be completely defeated. Heh, you two women also want to fight with me, Shimon Bumi? I used to be the top disciple of Qingshu College. My cultivation has reached the early stage of 8 desolate heaven. Who can defeat me? Shimon Bumi sneered again and again. Although he couldn't afford to offend the 10 Phoenix Sons, he could afford to offend these women. Cold Plum wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Haim Myungke's cold face didn't lose its arrogance. The two of them stood together. Today, Ling Xiao wasn't here, so they couldn't lose. Shimon Bumi, you can't kill us today, but we'll definitely kill you in the future, Haim Myungke said coldly. Other than Ling Xiao, there was no one else alive who dared to humiliate her like this. Her cultivation was not as good as Shimon Bumi's, but her cultivation speed was much faster than his. It wouldn't take long for her to surpass him. That's right. Cold Plum touched her storage ring, as if hesitating whether to use her last trump card. Back then, when she cultivated in Death Valley, it wasn't just to increase her cultivation base. Naturally, she also left because she had the ability to protect herself. Ha ha ha, I'm so scared. Aren't you guys from Qingshu College? Don't think that you can beat our Phoenix Academy just because you've gained some advantages in the elixir market. I know the ins and outs of your academy very well. Shimon Bumi laughed heartily. When the vice president of Phoenix Cry Wanchong comes back, Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand will definitely refine better elixirs and completely defeat Qingshu College. Your good luck won't last long. After becoming a dog of the Phoenix Academy, Shimon Bumi seemed to have been infected with the hostility of the Phoenix Academy. Or it could be said that he had completely torn off his disguise and revealed his true nature. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Haim Myungke shook his head. Do you think that if we can defeat you once, we can't do it again? How foolish. Are you calling me foolish? Shimon Bumi's expression became even more ferocious. Li Chengxiu, do it. Destroy the faces of these bitches. I really want to see what kind of expression Ling Xiao will have when he sees them. Ha 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 ha. Big brother, do you really want to do this? That Ling Xiao isn't someone to be trifled with. The blood skull is the best example of that. Not to mention, he even dislocated the arms of 2 of our vice deans. Li Chengxiu was a little scared. Originally, he just wanted to beat these women to vent his anger. However, it would be too much to disfigure them. It would definitely annoy Ling Xiao. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao, but the problem was that there was someone behind Ling Xiao. What are you afraid of? If there is really an expert behind Ling Xiao, why would he deliberately hide from us? Shimon Bumi said disdainfully, I'm afraid that the 2 vice presidents got into trouble because the higher-ups of Qingshu College took action. As long as we hide in the college, what can he do? Besides, I heard from Ms. Yang Yijuan that Celestial Master Miracle Hands is developing a better elixir than the sky-reversing panacea. The only thing we lack now is the medicinal materials. As long as the medicinal materials are back, Qingshu College will definitely be completely destroyed. When the time comes for the secret compartment, we will be the first contributor. Do you want to be bullied like this all the time? Okay, I believe you. When Li Chengxiu was in Qingshu College, he had always followed Shimon Bumi. Now he was in Phoenix Academy, and it was still the same. Without Shimon Bumi, he estimated that his situation would be worse. Brothers, for our well-being, let's go. Destroy the faces of these bitches. Let's see if they dare to show off in front of us again. Li Chengxiu waved his hand and shouted. Behind him, a group of Celestial Realm warriors, more than a dozen of them, fiercely pounced on Cold Plum and the others. Looking at the beautiful figures of these girls, they even showed wretched smiles and swallowed their thirsty saliva. In the face of the ferocious warriors, Cold Plum and Haim Myung-K struggled to resist. Haim Myung-K, take Sister Lan and the others and leave first. I'll stop them. Cold Plum saw that the situation was not good. Not only were the opponents' moves indecent, but they were also extremely ruthless. They were all injured. If this continued, she was afraid that they would really be in trouble. Therefore, she did not intend to hide her trump card any longer and was going to reveal it. No, if anything happens to you, Ling Xiao will kill me. Haim Myung-K shook her head and shouted loudly. At this moment, a long saber slashed at her shoulder. The person holding the saber was a warrior in his 30s. At this age, he was definitely over the age limit among the disciples of the two major academies. Although his aptitude was not very good, his long-term cultivation had allowed him to possess very dense heaven origin energy. The saber slashed down with full force. Seeing this, Cold Plum hurriedly pushed Haim Myung-K away. No. Cold Plum, who pushed Haim Myung-K away, happened to have her head under the saber. She was so frightened that she screamed. Bang! A black shadow suddenly appeared and punched the saber-wielding martial artist. This punch was obviously filled with hatred, so the power was extremely terrifying. The warrior holding the saber's head was directly blown apart like a watermelon. After falling to the ground, he was completely lifeless. Those who touch my people must die. Ling Xiao was really angry. The consequences were very serious. He had to be ruthless. Otherwise, in the future, even cats and dogs would dare to touch his people. Before coming here, he had already thought about what to do. He would kill all the people who dared to touch him. The Phoenix Academy was too busy to take care of themselves. They should not have the energy to deal with this kind of thing. Therefore, it was fine to kill them. As the black shadow kept flashing, the warriors who attacked Haim Myung-K and the others were all killed. Only Li Chengxiu and Shimon Bummy were left standing there. The corpses were thrown along the way. The onlookers were pale. Many of them had heard of Ling Xiao's fame. However, they were still frightened by his ruthless means today. Ignoring the gloomy faces of Li Chengxiu and Shimon Bummy, Ling Xiao turned around and supported Cold Plum. He looked at his friends and asked, "Are you all okay? This servant is fine. However, Sister Lan's injury is a little serious." Cold Plum's face blushed as she said shyly. Ling Xiao took out a few healing pills and gave them to Cold Plum, Haim Myung-K, and the others. Then, he squatted down to check on Lan Yuer's condition.